Gundams are joining Battle Spirit Saga. Unicorn Gundam. Sinanju. Wing Gundam. Freedom Gundam. Gundam Exia. Gundam Barbados. Plus, receive one Gundam card as a bonus with each box. Different mobile suits are available as parallel cards in Battle Spirit Saga.
Good morning and welcome back to the Battle Spirits Pro Tour, Battle Spirits Saga, I should say, Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Ross Gilbert and I am delighted to be joined by the newly suited up Taj.
Hello, good morning, Ross. Looking forward to today's top car.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Yesterday was good. We had, a full 7 rounds. We got down from 93 players to a top 8. And now I'm feeling pretty good about this. We've got our top 8 players. We've got our top 8 decks. We saw the metagame yesterday. It's one of my favorite things about casting. We get to stand here for the whole day and see the metagame develop. Now, we can see the top 16 here, of course. Bear in mind, the players on the left made top 8. They came back to play today. Players on the right made top 16. They are not back today, including Nicolo and his Anaberto and their amazing Rainbow Dragon deck.
Yep.
Unfortunately, both finished 5-2. Neither actually made it. But there were 64 players in all who got their Worlds invite yesterday, and that was the goal for a lot of people coming in.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people came here simply to make sure that they secured their Worlds invite so they can go to Las Vegas and compete in that tournament over there. So yeah, I'm very, very glad to see those people securing that, getting that under their belt. But today, obviously, there's a lot of money at stake here. There's a lot of prize funds going, and the top 8 are going to be competing. Top prize today is $25,000. So there's a lot to play for today.
And one of the interesting things about yesterday, we had 2 players in the entire tournament, I believe, who came from Hong Kong to play, and they ended up as the top seed and the 2nd seed. One of the best ways to succeed yesterday was try and not be paired against someone who came from Hong Kong. That was not a good idea. Speaking of which, going through the bracket, let's see if I can remember these decks. We got Chi-Chun as the top cut with just the straight purple, playing against Harry Gardiner, playing purple, but that was a little more teched out. We had the yellow stuff in there, the tin soldiers and such.
Yeah, there's a bit of a yellow package in that, which worked really well for Harry. So yeah, Harry's obviously made it into the top cut. So that'll be an interesting matchup. It
will, but we had this exact game on stream yesterday, and Chi-Chun did take home the victory. Yep. The game we're going to be streaming is Long Dao playing yellow against Kai Kamiya with white. Those are decks we were not necessarily expecting to do as well as they did. And then we've got Kwon with the higher-end white deck against Denny with purple. And then we've got a purple mirror match with Zach Bell and Otto Grun, who not only are they both playing purple, they are both winners of a Grand Open in this BSS 02 metagame. Zach won in Tulsa and Alto won in the Netherlands. And let's not forget that Chi-Chun also was your Melbourne champion. Yep. So we've actually got 3 Grand Open champions represented in our top 8 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes to show that the caliber and quality of players that we've got competing in this tournament, obviously consistency throughout from the Grand Opens has obviously shown through yesterday's standings.
And no pressure, but here's where the money breaks down for the prizes, because this I love this. Every player in top 8 has already locked in $3,000. That's what you get if you lose in top 8. If you win in top 8, you get 6.5. So this game here is for $3,500. That is how much you get for winning top 8. Top 4, same deal. You go in with 6.5, but if you win, you get at least 10. So top 4 is a game played for $3,500. And then we got the final. If you lose in the final, you get $10,000. That's pretty good.
Yeah, still a decent amount, but it's a huge drop from winning.
If you win, you get $25,000. So the final is actually a game played for $15,000. No pressure, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I think everybody who's made top 8, obviously now their aim is going to be to try and win it. They've got this far, and it's like you really want to push yourself. And when we were speaking to the competitors yesterday as well, all wonderful individuals who we interviewed, they're all very humble, but they all had the same goal. That when you ask them, what do you want to achieve? They say, well, I'm here to win.
Yeah.
So, they're all going to be competing really hard to try and get that #1 spot. So let's see who gets it.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Now, we are going into our game here. We have got Long Dao against Kai Kamiya. And these are 2 decks that I have my eye on. They're decks I believe we've actually got the cards the wrong way round there. Kai Kamea with white is going to be on Newman Guard, and Long Dao with yellow is going to be playing that God Beast Behemoth. But these are two decks that were not necessarily on the radar coming in. White, everyone's worried about Axbiter being banned, and, you know, is it going to be as good as it was? And when the answer is yes, it's still really good. I mean, I think it was Kai we spoke to yesterday who just went, look, I looked at my win rate when I didn't draw Axbiter, and it was still really high, so let's just put some other cards in instead. And then, of course, that yellow deck. And I need to issue an apology here, because I told you as we were ending the stream yesterday that actually it wasn't the freestall list of yellow that made top cut. I was wrong. It is the freestall list that made top cut. This is my favorite deck. This is what I have been playing all through, honestly, the first two sets. You know, with your freestall and your God Beast Behemoth and all of these other ones. Alice, I'm a big fan of Alice, so absolutely adoring here that we've actually got that being played. It's just, it makes me extremely happy seeing that as the 4th seed in the tournament.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, both players, I think we saw both players on stream yesterday. But as you were saying, Kai was pretty much saying, you know, that Axbiter, you know, he looked at the times where Axbiter really came into play in recent tournaments, and it wasn't a big deal for him. So Kai's comfortable with it, with his deck coming into this. Played really well yesterday live on stream as well, and I think we did see Long as well, didn't we?
Yes, we saw Long lose on stream, unfortunately. We saw Kai win on stream, but that was yesterday. Here we are today, a game for $3,500 and a chance to carry on to be the winner of the Pro Tour. Worlds is locked in. Let's see where we can go, and we can start off with a Phantasmal Paradise, that great stadium which is awesome if you're playing Fabled Beasts, which Long obviously very much is.
Yeah, absolutely. And that gives you the ability to obviously exhaust it and draw a card when you summon a Fabled Beast Spirit. Very useful. Card draw is really important, as we saw yesterday. Try and get that advantage into your hand, because there were points where there were players with few cards in hands and became stuck and undone quite a bit, didn't we? We saw that quite a bit.
Indeed. Now, I was going to cut you off then and go, oh, no, wait, Burning Force got rid of Phantasmal Paradise, which it did, but then another one came down as well, and then Kai went, he's going a little bit aggro with your Bullet Ray, one of these smaller white spirits we didn't see, and for instance, a lot of the other decks, like Quan's deck, for instance, not playing that Bullet Ray.
Yeah.
So, we got the other yellow Nexus coming down here. That Blessed Cathedral draws you a card and gets you a core when a yellow spirit is destroyed. And my old friend Avatar. When it's destroyed, you get a 2-cost spirit back from your trash.
Yeah, and this obviously plays a lot with yellow. You know, yellow's has a lot of 2-cost spirits, and in this deck we've got 11 of them. So yeah, that will play quite well as we get a bit further on, and that creature does get destroyed.
Now, we do have a white spirit on Kai's side of the board, but I didn't see what it was when it came down. And at the moment, it's just a thing of light. So we'll figure out what that one is in a minute. Unfortunately, right now, it could be almost anything. We have a second Phantasmal Paradise coming down. And this is what we heard from some of the yellow players yesterday. The yellow decks are snowball decks. You need to get your Nexuses out. That's really, really important. We see them coming out early. And my boy Freestall, my very favorite card in Battle Spirit Saga, hits the field, and now we have got draw coming out of the wazoo potentially for Long, and a Marty Bunny as well, just for good measure. This is exactly the kind of setup Long is going to be looking for, not just in this matchup, in any matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, and takes a life there, attacking with that Marty Bunny. But as you say, yellow, it's so important to get your Nexuses established as early as possible and try and get some card draw very, very quickly, and, you know, Long's in a very good position here.
Yeah, we still need to figure out what that other white spirit is, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Hopefully from context we'll figure it out, if nothing else. You'll have to be watching that as we go through. But we've got that Bullet Ray down, and I believe that is our old friend. Oh, the glare here is hurting us, Taj. It is hurting us bad.
It is
I
indeed.
want to say that was your Mammoth Aegis, but I could be wrong.
I think it might be the, Mammoth Aegis. It does look like it was a Mammoth Aegis, just as we saw it drop down a little bit there.
Yeah, that one is. That's hurting us a little bit here. So over back to Long, and we get an Eagle coming down. Of course, it is a Fabled Beast, so that's drawing 2 cards with the pair of... there we go. The crew backstage absolutely hooking us up here. It was an elemental snow bit, and it was our friend Mammoth Aegis. Shout out to the crew for hooking us up so quickly on that one. So, yeah, the Eagle comes down, draws a couple of cards with your Phantasmal Paradise, and then, actually attacking with the Eagle, which is nice because it now means that your assuming it's got enough cores, of course, it means that you can't be blocked by level 2 or higher spirits, which is kind of awesome.
And it's got the 3 cores required for it to be a level 3. So yeah, no blocks.
That's kind of awesome. We like that. I'm a big, big fan of this. So we do see Marty Bunny. Unfortunately, Marty Bunny is gone, but that's all right.
Yep.
We're okay with that because we've got a decent setup. I am loving long setup here. We've actually gone up to 6 life, I believe, because, of course, we've got Blessed coming in with the Eagle as well. That has Blessed, so when you take a life, you also get to gain a life. So that's pretty rad, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And now there's also a target in the trash if another air avatar was to be played, to be able to play that Marty Bunny as well.
Yeah, if Avatar goes down, then he gets to get you one back, which is always a nice thing. Although now Freestall is obviously going to be. Now that's in the trash. That is definitely going to be the target. That there's a reason you see players going after the Freestall every time here.
Yeah.
Every time a yellow spirit gets destroyed, you get to draw a card. It's ridiculous draw power, and it's something your opponent is not going to leave on the field at all.
No, absolutely. This is where yellow sort of like, it's all about the 2 costs and the triggers that you get from those. And yeah, try and deal with that Freestall because, yeah, you want to control it. Because there is a lot of card draw going on, obviously, with those Nexuses in play as well.
Absolutely, there is. Now, we do see a Fanatec Elk hitting the field, and you'll notice we get 3 cores on straight away, bump that up to a level 2. Absolutely crucial. And that means that if Long doesn't take a life on his turn, he loses a life.
Yeah.
Like a punishment. It's bit annoying, frankly.
Yeah, we saw how influential this was yesterday. When the Elk comes in, it really puts pressure on the opposition player, and it's important they start swinging and getting those attacking and getting life. Otherwise, it's going to cost them their own life. Now, not so important against a yellow deck, because yellow does have Blessed and be able to regain life. But, yeah, we'll have to see how Long reacts to that.
Yes, absolutely, we shall. We see a couple of spirits hitting the discard here, unfortunately, but at least we didn't see anything too awkward.
Yeah, Exhaust Nexus there doing its job, coming in, and, yeah. Eliminating 2 of those spirits.
But Long, of course, does lose a life, because what did Long not do on his last turn? He didn't take a life, and Fanatec Elk came in. Oh, wait, no, I think that was actually a pair of attacks coming in. Either way, Long is down to 4 life remaining here. And yeah, now we're back to, I believe we are back to Long's turn now. And the goal is the same as it always is. Try and get rid of these big spirits over on white, which pose a huge problem.
Yep.
And try and take a life so Fanatec Elk doesn't punish you for not taking a life. That's what we're looking at here. That's the goal.
Yeah, we got the Mammoth Aegis and Elk on the white side of the board now. And, yeah.
Ooh, our old friend Air Brigade Captain Raphael. Not a card I've seen in many yellow decks at all, but certainly doing absolute work over here as well.
Yeah, we saw it drop down yesterday as well, and caught us out a bit by surprise when we first saw it. But yeah, great card comes in. And yeah, and when it attacks, you're going to start getting your 2 costs from your trash to your hand.
Like, for instance, I'm telling you now, Freestall's going to be the first one he goes for.
Yeah.
Freestall's my boy. Freestall's the best. But also, you get to reduce power when you attack, and when a core is placed in your reserve, you get to grab an opponent's spirit and treat it as level 1. It's a very powerful card.
Yeah.
So we are swinging with Marty Bunny here. Oh, in comes absolute Ice Shield. But remember the rule. Okay. So I think no life was actually taken there, so Long did lose one. Because the rule on Absolute Ice Shield is that if you lose a life, and then Ice Shield gives it to you back, Fanatec Elk is not actually activated. Because although you got a life back, you still lost a life.
Actually lost the life, yeah.
So that does not activate Fanatec Elk in that regard.
Yep.
But that did at least stop the attack coming in there.
Yep.
Yes, so we are back over to Kai, and it looks like he's got that dual gun Mechlor Diner coming in, a very powerful card. And you can select as white spirit for each Nexus either player controls and say that they cannot be blocked. Well, against this yellow deck playing so many Nexuses, there's 3 on the board now, you can, if you wish to pay a soul core, you can actually make it so all 3 of your white spirits are now unblockable.
Yeah, this is the perfect deck to play against with all those Nexuses. As you say, basically you can stop anything from being blocked.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous. And it's weird, you don't really have yellow armor here. The single copy of Blazaster Eagle is the only thing in Kai's deck that's got yellow armor. But you do have stuff like the fact that Mechlor Diner can stay on the board even when it should be destroyed by paying a core.
Yeah.
You can take advantage of your opponent's Nexuses to make your spirits unblockable. So it's not as teched out for yellow as it is, say, for purple, and it's clearly very teched out for purple. But by the same token, we still do have some tricks to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we see Dream Bomb coming in here, getting rid of that Fanatec Elk. We saw this a lot against Kai yesterday when he was on stream. If you cannot take a life, then you have to essentially go after the Fanatec Elk. But we are seeing Long down to 1 life remaining here. He's still got to take 3, and those spirits over on Kai's board are quite damaging, and there is something there in the burst slot. Now, it could be a Star Blessed draw. Could be a Feral Slash, could be a Dream Bomb, but it could be an Absolute Ice Shield.
Yeah.
And Long needs to have a big attacking turn. Now, here's interesting. We do see Dual Eagle coming in. Now, that says you can't be blocked by level 1s. And now I'm pretty sure, however, that your Dual Gun Mech Lord here is a level 2. But I think your Mammoth Aegis might be a level 1, which could be very, very relevant. I know they're both exhausted now, but we know White can block when exhausted. They've got all kinds of tricks.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what's... Oh, Alice. Now, this is a very good one. We like Alice. You can basically take out a creature or spirit by reducing power. So this is something to keep a little bit of an eye on. And how many we got? We got 6 spirits on the board.
Yeah, including Alice, we've got 6.
So that's a minus 6,000 when Alice attacks something. So that could be very, very relevant for taking out some of these creatures. The question is, can Long actually fire off enough of these attacks? He needs to get 3 attacks through, and then he's going to, put himself 1 up in this top 8 game.
Yeah.
Question is, does Kai have an Absolute Ice Shield? Does Kai have something like a Suppression or an Infinity Shield, which would, of course, allow him to block even though he's exhausted? Now, we've seen 1 life get taken, and we've seen it in Battle Spirits all the time. Even those turns, it is an Absolute Ice Shield. Yep. Even on those turns, even if a player has nothing to stop, they will sit there and they won't show until that last life has been taken. They're not just going to be like, I've got nothing, take your last 3 life. Yeah. We see this played out time and time again. And there's another cut. Did you see what it was?
The one, sorry. No, I didn't. No, I didn't see what went down in the burst there, unfortunately.
Too quick for me. But remember, Kai only needs to... Now, Long did go up to 2 life there, of course, because he attacked with an Eagle, which had Blessed. And he does actually have 2 Eagles with Blessed on the field right now. Yep. But we see another Fanatec Elk coming down, going straight up to a level 2 as well. Kai does seem to be in control this game. Long is getting a very nice board setup. Long is doing everything he can, but he's not actually doing that much to progress towards winning the game. He's only taken 2 life. Kai keeps bringing those spirits back. Long is doing a lot.
Yes.
He's not really getting anywhere.
And exactly. And this is what White's all about, isn't it? It's about controlling that board state. Ice Elemental Snowbit's been brought into play. The Elk's in. We've got a few, 4 spirits now in play. So, it'll be interesting to see what Kai's play is going to be from here.
Yeah, I think he's just going to do what he's been doing. And that's the thing about White. You don't even need to worry too much about attacking. Yeah. The goal of White is to frustrate your opponent, to slow down your opponent. Fanatec Elk will hopefully bleed some life, which is nice. But really what you're trying to do here is just kind of keep this rolling. Now we're getting some attacks going off. Obviously, the Elemental Snowbit just hit the trash. We've got Derm Diner coming in attacking here now. Absolute Ice Shield being played here, using the White tricks against him. Does lose a life, because remember, you only get the life back as a burst. Yep. But you still do get to stop the attack step. It feels like if Long is going to win, it needs to be this turn. Yeah. But I'm looking at that burst from Kai, and I'm going, if that's an Absolute Ice Shield...
Then, yeah, absolutely. Then Long's going to be in trouble, yeah. I think, as you say, this is going to be a pretty determining turn to decide what happens in this first game.
Yeah, and of course there is a question, is Kai maybe trying to fake him out a little bit there? Yep. Is Kai maybe just going, well, you know what? I'm going to put this down, and maybe my opponent will play like it is an Absolute Ice Shield. But I think this is one of those situations where if you're Long, look, you've got 7 spirits on the board, you've got 3 Nexuses down, you've got 1 life remaining. This is it. This is your turn to just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know we're talking way more about Long here than we are talking about Kai, but Kai's just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
Kai's got his White Spirit set up and he's fine. It's not really about Kai at the moment. It's about Long.
Yeah.
Can Long have one of these big turns? Because if not, Kai's... And bearing in mind, Long's got 1 life left and there is a Fanatec Elk out with 5 cores on.
Yeah.
So if Long doesn't take at least 1 life this turn, the game will be over.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a crucial turn now. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we see a Hippo Campo coming down. So there's actually, and there's 3 eagles. So there are 8 creatures on the board, 8 spirits on the board. Don't know why I keep saying creatures. They're clearly spirits. 4 of them have blessed.
Yep.
5 of them have blessed. So I mean, and the other thing is, this makes Alice brutal.
Yeah.
Because now Alice is getting a minus, I think minus 9 at this stage.
Yeah, this is
minus 9,000 power. And here's the thing: Fanatec Elk gets protection for basically everything when it blocks.
Yep.
But yeah, they give it a chance to block. So Wonderland Alice, can it actually come in here?
We just don't have enough space on this board here for all of these spirits, do we, Ross?
Yeah, a lot of card games have a limit for how many spirits or whatever they're called you can have on the board at one time. Battle Spirits does not. You are battling spirits. That's why it's silly I keep saying creature. The clue's in the name.
Yep.
You're battling as many spirits as you can possibly get your hands on here. 9 on the board. The thing is, if that's an absolute ice shield...
It doesn't matter how many spirits are on this side of the board. Yeah, if that's an absolute ice shield, then that
and you've
makes...
got to take a life. If you don't take a life, Fanatec, or get rid of the Fanatec Elk.
Yep.
You know how... Okay. 5 of them, 6 of them have blessed. I know 5 of them have blessed. 6 of them have blessed. He's not picking it up anymore. Okay. So, I mean, this is what you want to do with yellow in a lot of games. You want to just go for it. Now, we do see some calls, and yeah, we're going to go Alice first and go straight after the Fanatec Elk. That had to be the play.
Yes.
Because now you don't lose if you don't take a life.
Yep.
Now the question is that an absolute ice shield?
Yeah. Well, this is it now. I mean, okay, takes the life.
Oh, because none of the others really do that much. Dream Bomb is not going to have that much of an impact. Star Blessed Draw is not going to have that much of an impact.
Yep.
Feral Slash is not going to have that much of an impact. Is there a suppression or is there an Infinity Shield here?
Yep.
What was it? It was a Dream Bomb.
Yep.
Which is not going to do very much at all there. And is that confirmation? Did Long win game 1?
Yep, looks like it.
Looks like Long won game 1 there because, yeah, we see Kai. Yeah. How long was it going to take me to draw into a suppression? Yeah. Everything on Long's side of the board was quite small. A single suppression or a single Infinity Shield would have allowed one of those spirits to basically block everything on Long's side of the board, but he didn't hit it. And that means that we go to game 2, and Long actually is able to take game 1. Oh, that was beautiful. And we saw how nerve-wracking that last turn was.
Yeah.
He's like, if that's an absolute ice shield, I'm still not going to win.
Yeah.
If he's got a suppression or if he's got an Infinity Shield, I'm still not going to win. And there were so many outs that Kai still had, and yet they didn't come out. They didn't work.
Yep.
But if I'm Long, I'm still nervous going into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is it now. It's important to see what in your sideboard, see what you can do to counter what your opponent's got. But yeah, now Long did a good job there, getting a really nice wide board. Got rid of that Elk. That was really important. You know, utilize that Alice.
That's why Alice is so good.
Yeah.
It's probably the most played big yellow card.
Yeah, and it does its job. You know, as you do, get those small creatures out, spirits. Very quickly. Get your board as wide as possible, and yeah, it worked in Long's favour there for game 1. Let's see how we get on with game 2 here. I mean. Yeah.
I feel silly now because I put Gold Beast Behemoth up on the screen there and clearly should have gone for Alice.
Yeah.
I made a call, Taj. I feel bad about myself. Now, if I'm looking at the sideboards here, the one thing that really stands out to me is Kai has 2 Infinity Shield in the sideboard.
Yep.
And if you watch that game, an Infinity Shield would have made a huge difference.
Yeah.
Did he have a Machine Beast or Mecha Spirit on the board? I'm assuming he did.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because he had the Diner on the board. So, yeah, that's a mecha. So he definitely had that down.
Yeah.
So if I'm him, I'm thinking, look, I'm worried about these giant explosive turns from yellow. Absolute Ice Shield is an answer. Suppression is an answer. Infinity Shield is an answer. So I want those other 2 Infinity Shield into my deck.
Yep.
That's one of the things like that from the sideboard, looking at them and look, these players know these decks way more than I do. They've played a lot more. They know their play style. I can't make perfect predictions about what goes from the sideboard into the deck. But I can tell you if I'm Kai, I want those 2 Infinity Shield.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is interesting that there are 2 Counter Sword that we see in Long's deck as well. Counter Sword is just a way to... It gets you a life back, but it also selects one of your opponent's spirits and returns it to the top of their deck as a burst, and then you can place a call from the void into your life. So, again, if we're thinking about Fanatec Elk being a big deal and wanting to have answers to Fanatec Elk, then, again, I'm not guaranteeing this by any stretch of the imagination, but if I'm Long, I'm eyeing up that counter sword and I'm going, look, it's a counter to Fanatec Elk that also gets me an extra life here.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm excited about that if I'm Long. But, again, it's not just about the decks, it is also about the play styles of the opponent. So, you know, that's the thing about sideboards. There are some cards that you see in sideboards all the time. Head Ice Maiden Fuller, great example because it stops calls being removed from some of your spirits. You know, Infinity Shield, great example. And we see these kind of things all the time.
Yeah.
Rocket City as a counter to card draw, for instance. But there are others which is just very much personal preference. And, you know, without long conversations with each of the players, I don't think we can predict all of this.
No, exactly. And players pick sideboards based upon where they've been playing, who they've been playing against, and, you know, what decks they've seen, you know, and it's going to be counters for what they've seen playing locally or at the tournaments that they've been at. And sometimes you're not going to have the answers to everything, but most of the time, a lot of good side decks would have something built in there for every deck that they come across.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to be overly reactive when I play. So if I'm looking at this, if I lose because I couldn't find a suppression or an Infinity Shield, then I'm just stacking my deck completely full of them because I'm like, that's why I lost. And, you know, we've seen this. We saw it yesterday when one of the players was looking for a Curse Dragon. They didn't find it, and at the end of the game, they're just flicking over top decks. When was I going to hit it? We saw the same thing with Kai last turn. Flicking over, when was I going to hit that suppression that I was looking for?
Yeah, and that's a good. That's good play from that's a good insight from a player to see how consistent their deck is. You know, for when they're building their deck later on or tweaking it, just to understand how consistent you're going to be. Because at the end of the day, a lot of gameplay is based on luck of the draw as well, and knowing how consistent it is.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. So Long spent his entire turn getting that Phantasmal Paradise out, and then Kai just went and dropped a Feral Slash to get straight rid of it again. So we've gone through 2 turns, and the sum total of those turns is Kai has an Ice Elemental Snowbit. Oh, but Blessed Cathedral comes down straight away, and we know this by now. Yellow decks rely on these Nexuses. That is the engine that gets them rolling. You lost one early, but you still got one, and actually Flying Turtle comes down. Top card of your deck is a Hippocample. That is a Fabled Beast, so it goes straight into your hand. That is some nice little extra draw you get there.
Nice draw there, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what you want.
I'm a little bit sad Pentans aren't seeing any play whatsoever, but hey-ho. Oh, now this could be a big card. We didn't see it in the previous game, but Pegasione is a great card because you can block, even if exhausted, anything that has 2 or fewer cores. And what happened at the end of last game? Long had 10 spirits. Most of them had 1 core on. This is going to force Long to put a bunch of cores on each of his spirits in order to not be blocked by Pegasione.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
A huge deal, yeah. And Pegasione, you know, just with 2 cores on it, can go up to 4,000. Pegasione, early on in the Battle Spirit Saga game, a lot of people used to take it into their decks just for that, being able to block with an exhausted Pegasione.
Yeah, it's really, really good against these, you know, smaller character rush, or smaller creature, smaller spirits. I'm going to get there. Rush decks. It's really good against them.
Yeah.
So it's something we didn't see hit the board last time. We're seeing it this time. And look, in theory, Long's big turns can be turned off by Pegasione or Suppression or Infinity Shield or Absolute Ice Shield. There are lots of answers in Kai's deck here. And now that Long's seen the Pegasione hit the board, he knows he cannot go 10 spirits with 1 core on each.
Yeah, I mean, we've got our list down, but Pegasione's now a 7,000 with those 5 cores on it. So it's good. It's a big old blocker there.
Yeah, we are going to see a bit of a back and forth here. Kai knows that Alice is going to be going after the Pegasione, so you're going to need to try and end each of your turns with enough cores on the Pegasione to protect against Alice, because there are a lot of very small creatures that can flood the board, and as soon as you get enough creatures out, Alice will take out the Pegasione here.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Alices on the board now, though, on Long side. We're over to Kai. Kai's deciding what to play now. There is a Sunblessed draw in hand there. Looks like we got our big elephant mammoth in hand as well.
Oh, I love that thing. The only thing I don't like about it is it's called Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard, and that is a mouthful when you're saying it very fast in the middle of a game and getting excited. That's why I often refer to it as the elephant.
Yeah.
Just find me another relevant Battle Spirits card that is an elephant, and I'll stop.
Exactly, and it just gets dropped down there as well. So it's
Maybe Avatar, to be fair, but that's not quite so elephanty in my eyes. Anyway, the elephant does come down. Nice, big, powerful card. Got that soul core on it, although that's irrelevant, but it does anyway. And just doing that thing that white does, building up that board of those annoying big creatures. Now, Free still comes down, my boy. So now, if I'm long, I'm thinking, right, let's go after Pegasion. Now, there's only one core on it at the moment, I believe.
Yep.
So even if there's two, it's only a 4K. So I'm attacking with Alice right now and taking out that Pegasion. That is absolutely my objective here. That is the first thing I want to do, because that Pegasion is going to be an absolute pain for me. So here we see the attack coming in with Alice.
Yep.
And yeah, straight into the Pegasion. Always a little bit nervous, you know, what if they go after something else? But no, it had to be the Pegasion.
Yeah.
That was too annoying.
Kai took a bit of a risk there, obviously. That summoning that Norman God, their spirit, it literally used all the cores. So left Kai exposed for that turn, and the gamble didn't pay off, unfortunately.
No, and used it to block Alice, which unfortunately led to it going down as well, because Alice is quite big. Now we see the other Alice going down, taking out the elemental snow bit, just using the skill. Oh, we do see Burning Force coming down, though.
Yep.
And that is going to take out both the Flying Turtle and the Free Stool, which is annoying, because also you don't get to then draw the cards. But actually, that was a good turn for Long. Completely wiped Kai's board, took out a couple of life. He's sitting there on 5 life still, his opponent's on 3. And the thing is, this is how Long wins this game. I know the last game we had the big wide board at the end, which was lovely, but the absolute crucial play in the last game was Alice taking out the Fanatec Elk.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that Burning Force as well was crucial from Kai's side of the board there. But has Kai now got the answers to re-establish some board presence?
He needs to re-establish board presence, and he needs to take out Alice, because that's the big problem here. One of the great things about Yellow is you've got your Free Stool, your Flying Turtle, your Marty Bunny. They're all 2 costs reduced by 1. Your Hippocampo, your Avatar, your Dual Eagle that are essentially 2 cost cards when you've got enough out to reduce them. Even your God Beast Behemoth can be a 2 cost if you've got enough 2 cost in your trash. What that means is you can get a lot of spirits out quickly, and then Alice can take out whatever you play. You don't have Armor Yellow. Not outside of your 1 Blizzaster Eagle.
Yeah.
So that is what's going to keep happening for the rest of this game. It's going to be a problem. Now, I like the Dual Gun Mech Lord Derm Diner. Some of these names are still too long. Because that actually has, as a level 2, when it will be destroyed by your opponent's effect, you may pay a core to keep it on the field refreshed.
Yep.
What that means is it essentially... It's not immune to Alice, but if you keep enough cores on it, you can frustrate Alice. This is something you can actually keep on the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably the best play that Kai could have done there.
And it means that you can Suppression or Infinity Shield onto it and keep blocking with it while Alice isn't taking it out.
Yep.
Oh, now here's something that came in from the sideboard. Heavenblade Dragon Ryuta. That is something which wasn't in the main deck, was only in the sideboard. Very nice card. Any cores that would be placed into either player's life are placed onto this spirit instead, which is kind of interesting in a way because it means your blessed don't go to your life, they go onto your spirit. But it also says your spirits cannot be returned to your hand or deck by your opponent's effects. Dream Bomb.
Yep.
Turns off Dream Bomb.
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah.
You want, and essentially this is him saying, Alice is really important. I want to keep Alice on the field. Ryut does that. Ryut keeps Alice on the field.
Yeah, exactly. And Ryut's got currently 4 cores on it, so it is activated as a level 2, which gives it that important ability there.
Yeah, this is pretty good. And we're seeing the back. Essentially, Alice has just become central to this game. Alice has taken out all of your opponent's spirits. So what do? You play the Dual Gun Mech Lord that can essentially get around Alice. And then Long's like, well, I need to protect Alice, so let's put Ryut down there as well to stop something like a Dream Bomb coming down. And it's a very, very different game to what we saw in Game 1. And it is all revolving around Wonderland Alice, which... I've said it before, I'm saying it again, the best art we've seen on any Battle Spirits card. Argue with me in the comments if you want to, ladies and gentlemen. That is the best art on any Battle Spirits card. It's not relevant to the matchup, but it had to be said.
It is a beautiful X-ray card indeed. Yeah.
So we're just doing some. Now there's some spirits in hand here, and Kai's just doing some maths. There's an absolute ice shield in hand. There might be one in the burst. We don't know. There's a bunch of cards with burst that Kai plays.
Yep.
So the question is, are we playing any more?
Looks okay.
Now, looks like, yeah. So they're targeting down. The problem is, if you target this with Alice, they can remove a core and then it actually refreshes, so then it can block.
Yeah.
And that is a little bit of a problem. So it is, of all the things that Kai's got in his deck, this is like the best answer to Alice, annoyingly. And if it's the only thing on the board, then it has to be gone after. So here we come with the absolute ice shield just to end the attack phase. And we could be in for a bit of a long game here, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, like, well, Kai's not really putting any pressure on, but he can basically stall with Dual Gun Mech Lord a fair bit. And the way around that is Fanatec Elk. But if Fanatec Elk hits the board, Alice is going to take it out.
Yeah.
So we're in this weird situation where both players are just kind of not really doing very much. And it's a bit of a back and forth as it stands at the moment. Long is clearly playing defense with Alice and Ryut, which is not where yellow really generally tends to be.
Yep.
Oh, and it was a Dream Bomb. It will get rid of the Nexus, but it won't get rid of one of the spirits because, of course, Ryut is there to stop it.
Yeah. I think there's a bit of a discussion going on around there about whether those Alices would have knocked out that Mech Lord, but that was all resolved, I think.
Lovely. That's the thing. 5 calls on, it becomes a 10k.
Yeah.
Alice taps out at a 7k, so attacking into it's not a great idea.
Yep.
So we do see the elemental snow bit come down. Now we get the big elephant hitting the board again.
Yep.
If nothing else, at least you get free calls and free cards when it gets destroyed. It's great for building up your resources.
Yeah, and it's got the 4 cores on it, so it activates refresh step after your attack step, which is very important. Putting all those cores back from your trash into your reserve, meaning, especially in white, you can then play some flash cards when it's your opponent's attack.
Yeah, we know that is something that White absolutely love to do. Things like Absolute Ice Shield, having the cores available for that is a big deal. At some point, now we do see an attack here with the elephant, and Long's just going, you know what, I can give up my life, go down to 4, it's fine.
Yep.
And then I think we're going to see that just bumped by Alice next turn. And that is quite nice. It does mean that we will get to see both the Alice actually attacking and doing their thing. If I'm Long, I kind of want to play some more spirits down at some point. See if I can get one of those big explosive turns. Now, I have actually, I'm pretty sure Kai's got a suppression in hand, though.
Yep.
I think I just spied a suppression. But that suppression is always going to be there.
Yeah.
At some point, you've got to do it. Now, what is interesting, there's only, I think, 1 core on the Dual Gun Mech Lord. So in theory, if you attack, then if you go after the Mech Lord, you can essentially force them to give up their core to stay refreshed, but then there's no cores on there. So I think you kind of need to get to 6 spirits out so you can target down the Mech Lord using Alice.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one thing I'm looking at here. Or you can potentially go after the elephant. The Ice Elemental Snow bit, nobody really cares about at this point. But if you want to go after the Mech Lord, I believe there's 1 core on there, so you need to get up to 6 spirits so you can reduce 6 life. And then get rid of, essentially you can pay a core to keep it refreshed, but then it has no cores, so we're fine. So just reading that Ryut for a second and just going, hang on, let's just double check what this does. It's really annoying. It turns off your Dream Bomb. It might do other things, but it turns off your Dream Bomb. And that's the most important thing.
So just, I mean, Long here's got quite a few cards in hand. I think it's 6 cards in hand. Deciding what to do just right now.
And it seems like we are seeing the attack here with Alice going into the Elemental Snow bit. That's now gone. 1 less option there for Kai to be playing around with. And yeah, now we see the block. And Alice, remember, when you got 3 spirits out, Alice, instead of being destroyed, you gain a core.
Yeah.
Which seems like a really good deal, honestly.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
Of course, not the most powerful spirit out there. So, some of these big blockers from White would be a bit of a problem for Alice. But then again, like I say, instead of being destroyed, you gain a core. That's a really good deal at this stage. It's a very good deal. So, we're still in this kind of back and forth scenario. There's not a huge amount of pressure being put on by either player. Here comes that suppression to basically say, look, I'm going to be blocking with everything. Now, Alice would have gone down, but doesn't due to the skill, so you gain a core there as well.
Yep.
But you don't really want to attack with your Hippocampo because, unfortunately, it's not the same. That one would just go down.
Yeah, so we're back over to Kai's turn now. 4 cards in hand, I believe.
Yeah, so what's he going to do here? He's got the elephant. We've not seen the Fanatec Elk hit the board yet, but of course, we saw in the previous game how vulnerable that is to Alice, which is not an ideal scenario.
Exactly.
So, it's actually eyeing up that single copy of Volcanic Break. Of course, that's something which, it's been limited. You're only allowed 1 copy of it now, so if you use it, it is going to be gone for the game. Yes, that was a Volcanic Break there. Gets rid of the Ryute, which obviously great thing there because that one was stopping things like Dream Bomb getting to your Alice. So this gives a small window at least where Kai is going to be able to use stuff like that to go after Alice. Notice Alice have been on the board for many, many turns at this stage.
Yeah.
They have been putting in a shift. They've been staying out there. They've been gaining cores. They've been getting rid of spirits. Alice has been really, really crucial to long strategy in this particular game. So that Ryute has been doing great work protecting it, but it's not there anymore.
No, and it was a great sideboard card to bring in. And as we said, totally different game 2 from game 1. Using these Alices to get a bit of core advantage as well. But let's see how we go on from this point on now. Now that that's gone, that Dragon Ryute not being in play. I don't know if Long's got another one.
Well, there were 2 in the sideboard, so there was a potential there that a second one could have gone into the deck. And it's one of those cards, if you think it's important enough, you do get it from the sideboard, you go 2 rather than the 1s. But you've still got to draw into it. The good news is it's a fabled beast, so there are ways to potentially try and search it out with things like your Flying Turtle. Makes it slightly easier to draw into, but it can still be a pain to actually try and get if there's only 2 copies in the deck. So Long here actually goes for Alice number 3. This is very clearly an Alice deck at this stage. Long has made it extremely clear that's what you're going for. Marty Bunny hits the board. Blessed Cathedral hits the board. And it seems like Long is gearing up to go a little more aggressively here.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a bit more presence on the board.
So now we see a second Marty Bunny here. So going nice and wide. There's 6 spirits out there now. So Alice potentially will be able to minus 6,000 when you are going after one of those creature spirits during your attack phase. And we're just cleaning things up on the board a little bit here just to get things a little bit neater. We've got 6 creatures. There's still a bunch of cores to play with. Of course, those Alice have been sneakily grabbing extra cores as they're being blocked, which is nice. And there we see Alice going after. And like we say, you can pay a core to keep it on the field refreshed. The problem is, when you pay that core, you have no cores, and then you get destroyed. So finally being able to go after that dual gun Mech Lord Diner, that's hit the board. Now we see the Mammoth Aegis go down as well, and this is what we've been gearing up to for the last couple of turns. Long having a lot of creatures on the board and free Alice so that you can essentially do those big swings with Alice's ability, going after those white spirits, taking them down. And this is a difference Alice can make. This is why Alice is, the most played of these big yellow spirits, because it gives you an answer to these things that a lot of yellow builds don't have. Although suppressions come down now, so I think the attacking might be over. Except by Alice, of course, because Alice doesn't get destroyed. She gets a core, which is awesome. So Alice, blind swinging, fine, because you're getting some extra cores there. That's it. And the elephant, unfortunately, is going down as well. So, Long, that was a huge turn for Long. Absolutely huge turn.
Massive turn. Having those 3 Alices on board is just intimidating from long side of the board there. Just super imposing and happy to let those little 2 costs, try and go for a ping and hit the trash. I don't care, got those Alices. And they did a good job getting extra cores as well, you know. I mean, not too many cards in hand. There are only a couple of cards. I think one of them looks like it could be Exhaust Nexus. So, but still, plenty of board presence there.
Plenty of board presence here. You've always got the option to go and pop 3 cores on a Blessed Cathedral there. And you do have to put the 3 cores on to get the draw. You only get the cores if there's no cores. But there is always an option there to put those cores on. And then if you do start getting your spirits destroyed, you will get some draw power. The thing is, there's not a huge amount you need here. There's an argument to widen your board to buff Alice's power a little bit there in terms of that skill. But really, there's 3 Alice in the deck. You've got 3 Alice out here on the board. And this is exactly what you're looking for here. Yeah. It is not exactly the way we saw Game 1 played, but in Game 2, this is clearly what Long's going for. It is anything you put out, my answer is Alice. And it really is as simple as that.
Yeah.
I'm playing one of these decks that can rush, but I can't really rush against your white deck. So anything you put out, I'm going for Alice. Now, Kai has got 1 life remaining at this stage.
Yeah.
Long has got a very large board, and here's the thing. Absolute Ice Shield is now absolutely useless. Yes, I went there.
Yep.
Now, Suppression and Infinity Shield potentially to allow blocking, but you've got to get a good blocker out, and it needs to be a blocker which isn't then just going to be bumped by Alice anyway.
Exactly.
That is the challenge here. And with Long having 3 life remaining, and there's always a Hippocampo down there to potentially get your life even higher. Ryut's not on the board, so it does go back into your life now. So, yeah. Long is in a very, very good position. We're up by 1 game. We've got your 3 Alice. And Kai's got 1 life remaining. We know White's got a lot of tricks.
Yep.
But this is one of those situations where it's going to need a lot of stuff to come together. You've got a lot of cores, you've got a decent number of cards in hand, make something happen.
Yeah, the problem is obviously whatever Kai plays first is going to be played at full cost here. There are loads of cores available. Elk comes down, 7 having to be paid to play the Elk. Already used the Sunblessed draw. So yeah, using 11 cores already in this turn.
Yeah, we get 5 cores on there. Now, 5 cores is important. That puts Alk up to a level 3, sorry, which gives it 10,000, which puts it, for the time being, out of range of Alice. And we know that Long has a small hand size.
Yep.
So that's essentially where we're going here. It's just, right, I'm going to get this Elk out, and I'm going to put it out of range of Alice. And, of course, once it blocks, it cannot be destroyed by destruction effects. As a result of battle, it can have cores removed, etc. So I really like this play from Kai. Getting that Fanatec Elk out. I'm literally looking at the card. Getting that Fanatec Elk out with the 5 cores to put it up to 10,000, that's potentially a very big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So this turn could decide it now. We'll see what Long's got as a response to that. But only 1 life, as you're saying, on Kai's side of the board. Long's got 1 foot in the semi-final here by the looks of it.
But you need to get an attack through, and getting an attack through that Fanatec Elk is going to be potentially a little bit of a pain. Now, we do see the attack from Alice. All that's going to do is lower down the power. Yep. It's not going to actually get the KO here. And now that it has blocked... Oh, and there we see the absolute Ice Shield coming down. So, unfortunately, not much. And, of course, no life was taken. So Long then loses a life by virtue of that Fanatec Elk's ability. And this is how White comes back here. It is an awkward way back. You know, you need your Fanatec Elk with a bunch of cores combined with your absolute Ice Shield. But you know what? There are ways back for White, and this is far from over, this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I see a Dream Bomb in hand as well, I think, there on White's side of the board. So, yeah, White has got an opportunity here now. Yeah, absolutely, to come back.
Yeah, that Dream Bomb there at the front of the hand. I mean, it's clearly going to be going after one of the Alices. It almost doesn't even really matter which one, because you can always just rearrange the cores. I mean, probably one of the ones that is refreshed rather than exhausted. Yep. But, that Dream Bomb's going to get rid of one of the Alices. Essentially, Kai needs to just buy not even that long, just a couple of turns. Yep. The Fanatec Elk will bleed away Long's life. Long's essentially got 2 turns to win the game, unless he can get rid of that Elk or take a prize. Take a life. That's where we're going here. So we do see the Elephant hit the board again. That's nice, big boy. Gives you that extra refresh if you want to put some extra cores on it. We're not there yet.
Yep, I think Kai will probably...
I mean, he's eyeing up 4 cores. It's 4 to put it up to a level 2. We got to think it's probably coming.
Yeah.
It's another Elephant.
Yeah, Kai's just doing the calculations as to how Who wants to play this? There we go.
I
Okay.
love this play from Kai. Of course, only one of them needs to have the 4 cores to get you the extra refresh step. We've got that on there now on the second one that came down. Plus, we've now got 3 cores. So the dual gun Mech Lord Dyna is now a level 2. It's an 8,000 power. And essentially, what Kai's done in one turn is build up a board which Long is going to really struggle to deal with. And now we can be attacking with all of these big creatures. And, you know, whereas a turn or two ago, Kai had literally nothing, and it looked like Long was about to finish out the game, this is what White does. And now it looks like it's going very well, but we do have an absolute ice shield. So... yeah, we're paying the 4 costs there, obviously, to end the attack step. That could have been a very bad turn for Long. Uses the Ice Shield beautifully to stop that. But here's the thing. That is an awkward board on Kai's side that Long's now got to try and deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. As you're saying, that Elk's fully activated. You've got the refresh there. You've got loads of cores available for Kai. Kai's hand size, I think, obviously, getting that board presence back has reduced the hand size considerably. Only a couple of cards in hand now. We do know one of them is a Dream Bomb. But let's see how Long responds here.
He gets a Hippocampo down. We love that one. Bless would be really good to see working right now. But the problem is, it looks like Kai is going to be a bit of a wall to get through. He's got some good spirits there that are nice and big, able to block. There's always a chance of a suppression or an infinity shield coming down as well, which essentially gets you an infinite blocker. And we do see a burst come down, which it doesn't have to be absolute ice shield. It could be exhaust nexus, dream bomb, feral slash. Could even be counter sword if that is in the deck. So
Alice, the Alice there just targeted the Mech Lord Dyna. So that's been removed.
Yeah, and we see the elephant going down, but that means that you draw 3 cores. You draw 3 cards, get 3 cores. So, I mean, the amount of cores on Kai's side of the board now is borderline infinite. Now, we are going after the Fanatec Elk, it looks like, but of course that's not actually gonna KO. It's not going to destroy it because there's not enough spirits on the board. Now, here comes a Dream Bomb. And, of course, there is nothing protecting on long side of the board. That Ryut has gone away.
Yep.
So now we see that last Alice getting bumped back to the hand. Or do we? Bit of a discussion going on here. We do see it bump back to the hand. There we go. And now the question becomes, can Long keep getting rid of these bigger spirits?
Yep.
Hasn't taken a life yet. Of course, there's only 1 remaining. So Long either wins the game or loses a core in his life.
Yep.
And we see the second elephant going down. So Kai now's got a huge amount of cards in hand, huge amount of cores ready to play with. I mean, as many cores as he's ever going to need at this point. He can really spam the board with creatures if he wants to next turn. And that's one of the things you want to be doing against these yellow decks. If they're going to play lots of creatures, you play lots of creatures. And you've already got your Nexus down, which reduces the cost of your Machine Beast spirits. And you've got a bunch of spirits, you've got a bunch of cores.
Yeah.
And did I see a Pegasione in there? We'll have to double check that. We get a better look at the hand in a minute. There might even be one of them in there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really good for blocking.
Yeah.
So there the Hippocampo unfortunately goes down.
Yep.
Draws a card by virtue of the Blessed Cathedral. But now Marty Money's swinging in. And there comes suppression, so allowing to block while exhausted. So Marty Money goes down, but at least you will get to draw a card with Blessed Cathedral.
Yep.
But Long's board is not looking as impressive as it was a couple of turns ago.
Yeah.
And Kai's just drawn, I think, 6 cards during that turn.
Yeah. Both those 2 elephants went down and got 6-card draw.
And now we're going to be playing just a bunch more creatures, a bunch more spirits, and there's so much potential here. We're looking at a Mammoth Aegis at the front of the hand there, which actually, well, it's not going to draw you a card. You definitely don't have fewer cards than your opponent. But you do have a Bullet Ray. It's a small spirit. It doesn't do too much, but it's a small spirit. Decent attacker. Now we see that 1 copy of Blizaster Eagle coming down, which does have armor yellow, the only thing in the deck that does. And we've still got so many cores to play with, several cards in hand. Looks like we might be eyeing up a Black Jaguar here as well. Oh, could even be looking up for a second Fanatec Elk there. There's your Mammoth Aegis coming down. And I said we might see a swarm of spirits sitting the board this turn, and we absolutely are. Oh my goodness, so many fun things going on here. We got an elemental there if you want it. Looks like Fanatec Elk is going to be getting a couple of extra cores, obviously popping it up to level 2 so that the skill activates. There comes your Ice Elemental Snowbit. Oh, and then at the moment we're just bumping up all of those spirits to get them extra things. And now, I mean, we might not even get back into Long's turn, honestly. Now we can just see a bunch of attacks from White. And now there is, in theory, potentially a Infinity Ice Shield.
Yep.
What's it called? Infinity Ice Shield.
Yeah, Infinity
Absolute
Shield.
Ice Shield. There we go.
Yep.
Absolute Ice Shield could well be in the burst there for Long.
Yep.
So that might be saving him at this stage, because if I'm Kai, I've got the option here of just firing off a bunch of attacks and just seeing if I can get 2 of them through.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's amazing how quickly Kai can, and this is what White does really well. I mean, had hardly any cards in hand, had a pretty empty board, suddenly being able to recover like this is just amazing. Yeah,
the idea of just, you know, those Newman guards are just absolutely amazing. But having the option to play them down, and sure, they go away, but all of a sudden you're drawing 3 cards and getting 3 extra cores, and having 2 of them go down in 1 turn, it then comes back to your turn. You've got so many options. It is Absolute Ice Shield, which has saved Long for now, but Long really, really needs to try and win the game this turn. And it literally has to be. This is the last turn.
Yeah.
Unless you can get rid of those Fanatec Elk, because there's 2 Elk down, you've got 2 life remaining. If you don't take a life, those Fanatec Elk will bleed your last 2 life.
Yeah.
So you've either got to take out at least one of the Elk, or take down one of your, or just take a life, or the game's over this turn, one way or the other.
Yeah. Long really does need to now think about how this play's going to work. There's only 10 minutes left on the round. We're in game 2. Long did have the win from round 1. So if this one goes to Kai, it's not going to be much time left after this.
There isn't, but I kind of like Long in a... So remember, when we get to game 3, if it doesn't finish, we go into tiebreakers. The first tiebreaker is life remaining.
Yeah.
And now I know Kai's deck can actually do it with cards like those Bullet Ray, but I really like Long's deck for, I'm just going to go super hyper aggro at the beginning of the game. And I might not win the game, but I might take 3 life and then be able to block a couple of times, and then all of a sudden I've won the game with remaining cores. We're not untimed here. We've got 9 minutes remaining, so... I mean, look, if this game doesn't finish, Long wins.
Yeah.
If this game does finish, then we're almost certainly going to be going to tiebreakers in game 3. I don't see game 3 finishing unless it's just one player draws very badly.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see Long kind of enter that late game like we saw in game 1.
Yeah.
Which is it's getting quite late. Let's play a whole bunch of spirits. So we see the attack with Alice going after that Fanatec Elk.
Was going to go with the Flying Turtle first, but then thought twice about it. Utilize Alice's ability. So, yeah, absolutely.
Now, it looks like that Ray is going down here. Oh, and then we see the Dream Bomb coming down, which is going to bump that Alice back to hand. And, of course, it is the refreshed one. Now, Fanatec Elk has 10k at the moment, I believe. So, Alice is not actually able to take it out. So, now we're going after the Jewel Eagle as well. Because, yeah, that's with your Mammoth Aegis, gets to bump one of those, so that goes away. And it's just, Long got so close to winning. Now, the good news is, double Alice together is able to go after the Elk, as long as the Elk hasn't blocked and gotten the protection. So the Alice there, thankfully, is actually able to go after it.
Yep. But
you bring it down.
Yeah.
You bring it down, and then if it blocks... then, basically you bring it down and you bring it down with another one and you're good to go. That's what we saw there. So at least Long is going to survive for another turn. Now we do see Exhaust Nexus coming down. That's going to go after the Ice Elemental Snowbit. So, I mean, look, the good news is board wipe, but there's no elephants out.
Yeah.
Which means Kai is...
Oh, adding concedes.
Oh, my goodness. So Kai is oh, my goodness, the next card was Infinity Shield. Oh, and a very, very tense 2-0 victory for Long there. And just like we saw in game 1, Long gets to the end of the game. Yeah. He's got a lot of spirits out, and it's just picking away and picking away and picking away. And eventually, White runs out of resources. Yeah. It's not the big explosive ending we see from some of these games. We want to see the kind of player slams down that big spirit and celebrates. That's not the way you often win against white. It is a case of, well, you know, Alice takes that out, and now Alice takes that out, and actually I attack with this, and you block, and I'm out of resources, I concede.
Yeah.
Not the big explosive end that we might have wanted to see, but we've actually got a yellow in the top 4 of the Pro Tour, which...
Oh, you're going to be very happy with that, Ross, aren't you?
I'm very happy. Freestall's in top 4 of the Pro Tour. And look, go and check your bingo card. People didn't see this coming.
No, absolutely not. I mean, like we were saying earlier on, we had 4 purple in the top 8. And
5 purple.
5 out of 8. Yeah, 5 out of 8. And obviously this white and this yellow deck. I think it was a fantastic battle between the two players, and I thought Long would almost had it earlier on, but obviously Kai did a great job to re-establish some board presence there, but just not enough, and this is it. You know, you can get further down, but once you start going through all your resources and how many of those elephants were used, you can have as many cores as you want, but if you're not getting the resources that you need and your deck's getting so thin that you've utilized most of them, that you can only hold on for so long.
Yeah, and that is the thing, and it really is holding on. We saw from Quonset there, the other white that's in top cut that really plays on the higher end. You've got those really awkward early turns. Kai's deck has a much better early game, you know, with things like those Bullet Ray and the Pegasus, those smaller spirits. However, you're going to run out eventually. Yeah. And that's what we saw in both of those games. Long just kept plugging away. Both those games had a bit of a lull in the middle where not a huge amount is happening. And then Long gets to that one turn where he goes, right, now is the turn. And give him his credit. Both games, he went, now I go wide. Now I can go. I think I've got my opponent down low enough. And in both games, it worked. And we saw the recovery that White has. Yeah. You know, the turn, both those elephants go down. And then afterwards, you're like, blah. So many spirits all on the field. But yet, eventually, takes it down, and, you know, $3,500 for that game. That's pretty good. That's not a bad win.
That is pretty good indeed, isn't it?
Go into top 4, chance for another 3.5, and then 15 in the final. We're way away from that yet. The good news is, I can't remember if we said it yet, so let's say it now. We will be streaming both the top 4 games. So after now, the top 8, that went quite long, so we shouldn't have a long wait before we get to top 4. Both the top 4 games are going to be streamed. After this, it's my favorite bit of any tournament. We stream top 4, we stream top 4, we stream the final. There's no long breaks between games. There's no games we're waiting on to finish. We are streaming the 3 remaining games, very few breaks between them. But just to go back to Long, just showing us Yellow is legit. Yellow is a good deck. Yellow was a good call for the tournament. And I spoke to a bunch of people before this tournament. They were not telling me Yellow was the play.
No, exactly. And you know what was really important? Long really used the sideboard well. That Ryu really did some amazing work at the beginning of that second game to keep those Alices in play and keep that. I think that's the crucial part of this second game and giving Long that victory was having those Alices in play towards the end, and the Ryu did that coming in from the sideboard.
Yeah, it made a pretty big difference. Well, I think we are going to have an interview with our winner coming up shortly. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go very far. We got top 4 in a final. We got 2 top 4s in a final. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirits Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is like, must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirits Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created.
Coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピリッツサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピリッツサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくてこのコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないのでこれは 守りたいところに、相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Spirits Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm here with Long Dao. You've just booked your space into top 4 of the Pro Tour.
Yes.
How excited are you?
Very excited.
So both of those games went quite similar.
Yeah.
And it gets down to the end game, and you're just trying to take that last life, and you're playing against White, and they're just stopping you over and over and over again.
Yeah.
How frustrating is that as a player when somebody's got that many answers all the time?
They have no card draw, so eventually they will go out of ice sheets and suppressions, so it's okay.
And that, well, I mean, that worked in both games. They did eventually run out of resources, and you got the win. So not a lot of people were talking about yellow coming into this event, and yet you brought yellow here. What made you think it was the play?
Usually I play purple, but since they do the bendings with the netherworld depths, it was, in my opinion, unplayable. Because I usually just play the deck which draw the most cards because you have the most choices to play something, and in that case it was yellow. And yeah, so I just decided to play yellow, and it has a really good white matchup.
Yeah, evidently it does. I mean, like I say, it takes a while, but in both games you were throwing your spirits, and both games you eventually broke through. So with Netherworld Depths going away, all of a sudden, well, you know what? This is the deck that draws the most cards.
Yeah.
So let's go for that. Are there any matchups you're worried about facing?
No.
Because it's a lot of purple in top card. You feel good against purple?
Yeah, it's okay. I draw more cards than them.
You draw more cards than them, you feel pretty confident you're going to win. Awesome. What's the best card in your deck? I got to ask you that.
It has to be the Paradise.
Paradise. Oh, yeah, we saw that outcome quite a lot. Turn 1 play all the time. Fabled Beast. Loving it. Right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your top 4. We have got both top 4 games coming in a matter of moments, so don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Gundams are joining Battle Spirit Saga. Unicorn Gundam. Sinanju. Wing Gundam. Freedom Gundam. Gundam Exia. Gundam Barbados. Plus, receive one Gundam card as a bonus with each box. Different mobile suits are available as parallel cards in Battle Spirit Saga.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour. I'm back. I'm Ross. This is Taj. How you doing, Taj?
Hey, Ross. Amazing. We've got some amazing results come through, haven't we? We need to talk about.
The bracket's weird. I was outside. I grabbed a donut in between games. It was blue and Halloween themed. It was lovely. I was having a great time. And then I saw what was going on with the bracket. And what we had, both of our top seeds from Hong Kong, who looked ridiculous. You know, the only loss was when they got paired against each other in the final round. Yep. And that was Chi and Kwon.
Yep.
They both lost to the players who snuck in at 5-2. We had 15 5-2 players. 2 of them bubbled in. And, you know, it's so luck-based at that point in terms of your resistance as to who gets in at 5-2.
Exactly.
The 2 players that snuck in at 5-2 went and knocked off the top 2 seeds and went into top 4. And then elsewhere in the top 4, we've got Yellow, which nobody saw coming. And then about the only thing that maybe was expected, Alto, who, of course, and apologies again for any pronunciations here, won the Grand Open in the Netherlands, and now just kind of casually sauntering into top 4 in the Netherlands. It's basically like when that dude comes to the Netherlands to play Battle Spirit, they don't lose.
Yeah, and well, Harry got his revenge, didn't he, from yesterday's stream?
That was so weird to me because we watched Chi play against Harry on stream yesterday, and that game did not look that close.
No, absolutely
Chi looked in complete control.
Well, what this has given us now is obviously the 2 Hong Kong players have been knocked out, the 2 USA players have been knocked out. We've got an all-European semi-final now. We've got Long representing Austria, we've got Alto representing Finland, Denny from Germany, and Harry obviously from the UK. So we've got a full European semi-final for our European Pro Tour, which is amazing, I think.
This is not what we were expecting coming into top 8. You know, we spent a lot of time looking at the bracket, looking at the decks, talking through the matchups, and it turned out that was all pointless because what happened was not what we expected to happen. But we've got 4 great players. We've got 4 very good decks. We are down to 3 purple and 1 yellow, though.
Yes.
So there's a lot of purple remaining. As one of the reasons we showed you the white versus yellow game in top 8, we were thinking there might be a lot of purple when we hit top 4. That is exactly what we're seeing. So, and that is something we were expecting. We did expect purple coming in. And we can see the Curse Dragon on the screen there with Alto and with Denny. These are, we basically got down to our 3 best purple players. And Long just chilling there playing yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, you know, we were very conscious that we're going to have a lot of purple coming into both semi-finals. So the conscious decision was to make sure that the top 8 game, we did give our viewers a bit of variety. We did that with the first game. Fantastic game we saw there. And yeah, coming into this, it's Curse Dragon versus Curse Dragon.
Get ready for purple. There's going to be a purple in the final. One of these players has to make the final. That's how semi-finals work. So we're going to have one of these in the final. And, you know, depending how the other top 4 goes, we could have, you know, 3 of our remaining games could be purple mirror. It's up to Long to see, you know, if he can be a bit of a wrecking machine coming through and just ruining all those misconceptions. Coming into this tournament, you know, I did a lot of talking to the player base, trying to figure out what was going on, and the answer I heard over and over again was purple.
Yeah.
Purple is going to be what's going on. Purple is going to be, you know, the deck that everybody's looking for. And, I mean, look, we had 5 in the top cut.
Yep.
And actually, no purple lost in top cut.
No.
Except 4 against another purple.
Yeah.
You know, there were 2 purple obviously knocked out. We went from 5 to 3, but they lost in the mirror match. There was no other, you know, yellow got through against white. Purple didn't lose unless against purple.
Yeah.
So we have still got the maximum number of purple going through in this bracket. If that carries on, we're going to have a purple-purple final. We're going to see a lot of these cards. And yes, Neverworld Depths has gone and been banned.
Yep.
But you know what? Doesn't seem to be slowing purple down very much now, does it? It's not even just that it's still good. There's still a huge amount of draw.
Well, we touched on this yesterday as well. I think Netherworld Depths was a card that helped non-purple decks more than purple. So it's actually had that effect where obviously it's gone, but purple's still still strong. You know, it's got some great nexuses that can still come in and do a job.
Speaking of which, Denny starts off with that Rotting Swamp on the field. Alto has got that Worker Ant-Man. It might be a green card, but that is a card which we see in a lot of different decks. Of course, when you attack, you get an extra core.
Yeah.
And extra cores are good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were going to see this today. I mean, with Denny. Denny's got a very much more traditional pure purple deck with obviously Thorn Prison teched in there, and you're going to have your Absolute Ice Shield. But as we saw yesterday, R2 was on stream as well. Got a few green, got the Hippocampo in there as well, which we saw. So yeah, slightly few more cards teched in there to give it a bit more variety to be able to deal with different things. So we'll see.
Absolutely. Beldegor's coming now, though. We got a Beldegor from Denny. Worker Ant-Man has gone, but now Alto's got his own Beldegor as well. And of course, with Immortal coming back when a 4 or 5 cost is destroyed, we're probably going to see a lot more Beldegor as we go through this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Beldegor's, and as we saw again, like we were talking about, you know, Beldegor just swinging, even if he gets blocked and destroyed, you know it's got the Immortal, it's going to go into the trash, and then it'll come back later on.
Speaking of which, both of them are now going into the trash, but they probably will come back later on. So couple turns in, and what have we got? Denny's got a Rotting Swamp, and that is the sum total of both players' boards. Denny has lost a life. Alto did get one with that Worker Ant-Man. Yep. Nice and early doors. So now we got both players playing purple, lots of options, and we actually see a card we've not seen on stream yet today. Magic Swordsman Dragonaga lets you draw a card if you pay with the Soul Core.
Yep.
When you summon it, it's a card that we haven't seen in any other purple decks, but apparently Denny's just like, nah, mate, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think that's just give you a little bit of extra draw, which can be quite useful.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we see. When Neverworld Depth's going away, there's other cards, and there are plenty of cards that draw.
Yeah.
You know, Purple Smoke Valley, Rotting Swamp. Obviously, Black Lance is a pretty big one. Cavalier is a card that everybody plays in these purple decks. There's still a bunch of draw, so that's just another card. There's Swordsman coming in. It's just another way to draw a couple of cards.
Yeah.
Now, there is a decision being made by Denny here. There's a card in his hand. I have no idea what it is. Can't quite make it out there. Seems in the end just to keep it in hand. Doesn't decide to play it. It's keeping the cores on his spirits elsewhere.
Yep.
And now the decision is over to Alto. Nothing on his field whatsoever as it stands at the moment. I think he's got a couple of Thorn Prison in hand, but not much else.
Yep.
And I think he actually played nothing that turn. I think Denny just drew a card and got a core. I think that was Alto's turn.
That was a very, very quick turn indeed.
Well, I know. I'm sure I saw a couple of Thorn Prison in his hand. We haven't seen a single game all stream where one player just had absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
We did not see that in all the 8 games we streamed so far. But we see a burst card coming down from Denny. We've got the Assassin coming down from Denny. It's going to be attacking in. And has Alto just got like a really unplayable hand here? Now, we do see a draw for turn. He's definitely having a turn.
Yep.
And there's not... He's got to play something. That looks like he's eyeing up the card he just drew into. Okay, so he does have a Black Lance at least. Got to pay the full 6 to play that, which is not what you're looking for. One of the great things about Black Lance is it can be reduced by 4 when you play it, but not if you got nothing on the board. So at least we get Black Lance, we get a burst put down. I think Alto is, it looks like we've got just a hand which is not doing him any favors here.
Yep.
And this is bad. If you draw poorly in Battle Spirits, it happens very, very rarely.
Yep.
But if you draw poorly, your opponent can just attack with a couple of spirits and end the game pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And here we see Lamorak hitting the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good thing here for Denny is obviously having that Rotting Swamp. If you've got those 3 cores on it, both, well, one of the spirits is just been removed, but Serpents make a big deal here as well when you got your Rotting Swamp up to level 2.
Yeah, you get back to your hand when discarded, which is, or when it's destroyed, which is a very big deal. So we do see an attack here into the life. It is a burst. It's actually a Feral Slash that comes out with the burst, and that gets rid of the Rotting Swamp. That Feral Slash, very nice card, attacked into a whole bunch of different, well, a whole bunch of different decks. And now, I mean, look, the best thing I can say is at this point, Alto's only lost 2 life. His board is kind of rubbish. He's not done very much, but he's only actually given up 2 life so far. So he's not yet in a terrible position.
Yep.
he's still got time to kind of bring this back. Now we see another Black Lance coming here, but again, we've got to pay 5 to get that out.
Yep.
One of the great things I keep saying, you can reduce that a lot more than a lot of cards we see that are 6 cost. Now we finally see Beldegor coming in as well. And we finally got a little bit of pressure. And we do see the Assassin going down here, which is quite nice. You get rid of an Exhausted Spirit. That was the Assassin. So well, his first couple of turns went super awkward for Alto, but he's now getting a little bit of a board presence established. He's got a burst card coming down. It was Feral Slash last time.
Yep.
It could be Feral Slash, Absolute Ice Shield, or Star Blessed Draw. Any of those 3 are on the table. And actually now, despite being down a couple of life, we might start seeing a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what I love about Battle Spirit Saga as a game. You know, you get more cores as the consistency of you getting your cores as you go through. Suddenly, you can go from nothing on your board and bringing things out, and obviously with the cost reduction as well, it means you can get lots of things out very, very quickly. The more turns that go on.
Oh, now here we see the Earth Spider Demon. The second deck we've seen this in this weekend. Not one we see very often, but if it's got a Soul Core and it attacks, you get to remove a core from one of your opponent's spirits, which, if there are a bunch of spirits with one core, like Beldegor, for instance, will go down straight away. So we get an attack coming out while also getting rid of a spirit. Very nice value there. And taking a life while getting rid of a spirit. And Alto there choosing to give up the life, keep those Black Lance sitting out there on the field.
Yeah, that Earth Spider Demon, great tech in there. Obviously works really good in combo with Bishop Bacillus.
Yeah.
So yeah, good card to have.
Well, we see another Ant-Man just like we saw back in the first turn of the game. We see extra cores on the Black Lance. Of course, one of the things you need to do against purple is prepare for core removal. So it's not just putting yourself up to the maximum level. We actually see 4 cores on each of the Black Lance there. Well, 3 cores gives you a level 2. But 4 gives you a bit more protection against things that might be removing cores. And especially with that Spider out and all the other options like Bacillus and Cursed Dragon, you do need to try and make sure you're keeping a few cores on there. Well, Bacillus is kind of irrelevant, to be honest. He'll get rid of all but 1. But certainly against stuff like Cursed Dragon and all of that, you need to make sure you've got some cores on there to give a little bit of extra protection.
Taking 2 quick lives there. Denny now down to 2 life.
Both down to 2 life. So we look like we might see our first game of the weekend where one player had nothing and lost. And actually, we're back to a pretty even game here.
Yeah, absolute Ice Shield there on the 3rd attack. Keeping to 2 life now for Denny. And back over to Denny's turn. Plenty of cards in hand. 8 cards in hand now. What's the play going to be? Obviously, he's placing another absolute Ice Shield down.
Yeah, that is the only option. Before we side deck, Denny's only playing Absolute Ice Shield of a burst, so there's no question here. It absolutely has to be Absolute Ice Shield. So preparing for potentially, well, we know he's only got 2 life. When you get down to 1 life, the Ice Shield becomes rubbish as a burst card. So just preparing. Next turn, I'll let Alto take a life. No, I won't. It will be fine.
Yep.
And Beldegor again. Lots of Beldegor this game.
Yeah, gets rid of that worker Ant-Man there as it comes into play. So Denny now has, 3 spirits that can attack. What do? Do you attack the exhausted spirits? Do you go for the life? There's a burst there as well.
I think at the moment you're building up your board, and throwing out some attacks can be a good thing. You've got your Black Lance there coming out, which is nice and good. You draw yourself a couple of extra cards. And honestly, we're at that stage of the game. I want to save a couple to block with, because we don't know what's exactly going on. But I'm worried that my opponent's got an absolute Ice Shield. But I know if I attack, they will use it if it's an Ice Shield.
Yeah.
Because they can't let it go. Whereas you can leave it a little bit before then. So I'm all right kind of throwing out 1 attack, seeing if it's an absolute Ice Shield. And then next turn, I can go for the big kill shot, so to speak.
Yeah.
There is also an argument to just sit there.
Yeah.
Because you've got an Ice Shield down yourself. You know your opponent isn't going to be winning the game next turn, and you can build up your board and go for a bigger turn the following turn. You know you're not losing next turn, so that does leave your options open. You can even try and just attack here a little bit, and if you do end up not being terribly successful, you're still not losing next turn because of the Ice Shield. You've got a bit of time on your side.
Exactly, and then he's got another Ice Shield in hand as well, so obviously, again, knows that that's available.
Actually destroying his own spirits to build up some of his others. So he does attack with the Earth Spider Demon here. Gets rid of a core from the Black Lance.
Yep.
Now, is this attack going through? If it does go through, is there going to be an ice shield?
It's a 4,000 attack there. Obviously, there's an extra core on there.
So it was an ice shield, so I like this one. Now, maybe your opponent has another one, maybe they don't. But if you're going for kind of the big game ender, you can't have an ice shield down there.
Yep.
So if I'm Denny, the thing I wanted most that turn was to get rid of the ice shield.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. He lost a couple of spirits to beef up some of his other spirits.
Yep.
Basically picked the ones he most wants on the field and then made sure they were still there at the expense of the others. But he got rid of the ice shield, which means potentially next turn he can go for a big swinging turn to try and get rid of those last 2 life. If another ice shield doesn't come down, yeah, ice shield's a pretty good card.
Yeah, yeah, it is indeed.
So, Alto's got decisions. He's got a lot of cards in hand. He's got a Black Lance on the field. He's got a pair of Black Lance on the field. Once again, going up to 4 so that you can lose a core and still remain at a level 2, being 5,000 power. It's a little play, but it's a big one, because what you don't want to do is have a core removed. Now, all of a sudden, you're down to 3,000 power, and you're much less relevant. Yep. But it seems like those cores are needed for a Star-Blessed draw. So you're going to draw a couple here, but of course, you've still got cores in your reserve. You can put them back on in a moment if you wish to.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got another 2 being paid here. And that is actually going to be for our old friend Beldegor, which is going to get rid of the Earth Spider Demon, which I love because that thing has actually been super annoying for the past couple of turns. That's gotten rid of a couple of spirits. To get rid of that with a Beldegor is good. Now, we do see a 4th going up onto one of the Black Lances, but only one. And now we've got a couple of decent attacks coming out here. I mean, in theory, could win the game here. 1 blocker, 2 life remaining, 3 attacks. But we know there's an absolute ice shield about to come out.
Yeah, exactly.
And loses a life. Oh, it's an ice shield. Who saw that coming?
What a surprise.
I know, right? Now the life goes back, and we go over to Denny's turn here.
Yeah, pays a full value there to end the turn as well.
Which you absolutely had to do, because otherwise it still could have gotten very hairy. Exactly. Because, of course, one of the things you need to do this turn is reset the new absolute ice shield, which goes down there very nicely, and this is a good play. It's buying yourself some time.
Yep.
Of course, there is a burst down from Alto, which could or could not be an ice shield, so it really seems like we're at this point now where it's just kind of both players have 2 life, and they're trying to find a turn where there's no ice shield down, where they can have a bit of a swingy turn. The good news is, with 2 life remaining, like I say, they have to use the ice shield if there is one. Yeah,
absolutely. But let's see what the decisions now are from Denny's side of the board.
He's got plenty of calls. He's got a bunch of cards in hand. He's clearly got a few options. But the problem is, sometimes, you know, you build up your board, your opponent has an ice shield, and then they drop something like, you know, Bacula's Curse Dragon or whatever, and they're able to take out some of those spirits. So, you know, setting up your board for that big swingy turn and then getting blocked by an ice shield can then lead to badness when your opponent's able to get rid of all your spirits. So sometimes we'll see players holding those cards in hand because it's not the right time to go for that big turn yet. So there's a lot of decisions to be made here. We are in a little bit of a stalemate. Both players have 2 life remaining and keep putting down ice shield. Both players have got a decent amount of calls. Both players have got a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Now, Fawn Prison, is that 3 in Alto's hand? I might be seeing things as at least 1. It looks there might be 3 in Alto's hand.
Yeah.
Which, if there is a big swingy turn coming from Denny, is going to be a big deal. Now, we do see...
That was a block.
Yeah, something bumped a hand. We've now got Lamarak going into the attack. Do we have a block here? We do have a block with Black Lance. So if that is an ice shield, it is being preserved quite nicely here, because that is the last attack that Denny can potentially bring out. We've got both players holding stuff in their hands. We've got both players not building up their board too much. We've got a bit of a cagey game going on. And Alto there is clearly holding on to Fawn Prison. I think it might even be as many as 3. And... that's really interesting to me. Now, Beldegor is coming back with that Immortal, which is quite nice. It's one of the reasons you keep Lamarak on the field, so that when it does go down, Beldegor can come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah... that was a bit of a nothing turn again. Nothing really happened that turn. You know, a couple of spirits went down, a couple of spirits came back, but the game state wasn't really advanced in any way that game. It was very much a holding serve kind of turn.
Yeah, this is where, you know, both players are going to know what the others... I mean, it's a mirror match at the end of the day. They know what to look out for. They know what to be cautious about. They know potentially there could be a board wipe coming out. So it's how do you address it? You want to sort of pick away, try and deal with the spirits on the other side of the board, or try and get some life. And then after your attack phase, put a couple of spirits out and just see what happens, you know, but not overcommit and not get your board too wide.
And we're talking about top cut of a 93-person tournament where you had to get an invite and it's the top players in the game.
Yeah.
They know. There is no way at this stage these players don't actually know what their opponent's playing.
Yeah.
The trying to figure out what's going on, trying to figure out your opponent's deck, that is a big thing. That is something that is going to be a deal. Players are going to know. Now, we do have a brief stop here. There's something going on that the judges do need to have a little bit of a look at. Yep. This is something, as with everything, we're trying to figure out what happened. When we have an answer, we will, of course, let you know. That's kind of what we do. But for the time being, we have to just let the players and the judges figure out what's going on. So, purple.
Yeah.
We're in a bit of a stalemate here. Both players are keeping cards in hand. Both players are kind of poking away. Nobody's taken a life for a few turns now. There's absolute ice shield. There's one on one side, probably on the other. We need something. Somebody needs to start taking the initiative, so to speak. Maybe with a core drain. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, core theft, sorry. Core theft is a different kind of card. We are discarding 3 cards, and there were a bunch of Form Prison in hand. 2 of them get discarded here. And yeah, there were 3 Fawn Prison in hand. I wasn't seeing things.
Yep.
So that core theft there, able to just get rid of one of the Beldegor, which is nice.
Yep.
Trying to hurt your opponent's options there. And, oh, actually, are we playing the other Fawn Prison?
Looks like it.
It looks like we are playing the other Fawn Prison to rest the Beldegor there, to exhaust it. So, yeah, just kind of more frustrating stuff. Oh, apparently the pay for one of the cards was a little bit wrong. Somebody paid the wrong cost for a card, so that was just sorted out by the judges quickly, and we move on with the game. Nice, quick, easy fix.
Yep.
So they've got Star Blessed Draw coming down. That's always quite nice. We've got a Hippocampo. Now, this is one of the very few weirder things in Alto's list.
Yep.
It's very much a straight purple. You got Worker, Ant-Man, and Feral Slash, and Fawn Prison, and Star Blessed Draw, but let's face it, they're not unusual. Hippocampo, it's not the first time we've seen it in purple, not even on this stream, not even in the top 8.
Yep.
But it's still something we're not necessarily used to. So now we see a swing with Hippocampo. But, of course, that Beldegor is exhausted from the Fawn Prison. So is that going to actually go through? Is that going to gain a life here? Because remember, even if we see Absolute Ice Shield, the life gets taken, then replaced. So a life has been taken, so Blessed will come in and give you that life.
Yep.
So, looks like we're swinging with Hippocampo. Looks like Denny is trying to decide essentially what the response is. Got a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Both of these players have, well, actually, no, to be fair, I was just getting a bit light in the hand, but only because he's dropped all the Fawn Prison.
Yep.
You know, lots of resources there, potentially for Denny, in terms of cores and in terms of cards. So what's he going for? There's clearly something he's eyeing up here.
Yep.
3 cards in hand. There is a burst card set. Just checking the board state. We need a decision. Are you playing the card? Are you not playing the card? Oh, looks like he was eyeing up. It might have been a core theft, actually.
Yeah, it looks like a core theft.
It looked like it was a core theft. He is playing down the core theft. So this is, again, these trash cards from your hand.
Yep.
And then take a core off of a spirit for each one trashed. So we're dropping a Curse Dragon. We're dropping another one of those Swordsmen. We are dropping another core theft, and that is actually getting rid of the Hippocampo. That was going to be a little bit awkward, so you got rid of it nice and quickly, but now you can swing with both the Black Lance, but of course, we know the deal. It's an absolute ice shield. Does Denny have another one to set next turn?
Well, I think that getting rid of that Hippocampo was really important there, because that could start getting out of hand with a Blessed, which you don't usually see in purple, but that could have started regaining some life there as well. But
that could. Now, then, another Absolute Ice Shield becomes irrelevant here because actually Denny didn't have the cause to pay to end the turn. So the second attack from Black Lance did go through and put Denny down to 1 life remaining. So Denny is really on a clock here. Absolute Ice Shield is no longer an option for getting that life back as a burst. So now the question becomes, can Denny take those last 2 life, or is Alto going to finish what has been? And we don't always see this from purple. It's been a very slow, cagey game, with both players holding a lot of cards, literally and figuratively.
Yep.
So we see another Swordsman coming down. That should be the 3rd and final one we've got in the deck. Here comes a purple Smoke Valley.
Yep, which I just think they was top decked with that draw from playing that spirit.
Now we see a core. Is that a core theft? That's not. That's a core drain.
Yep.
Which just gets up to 3 cores from a spirit. So that gets rid of one of the Black Lance. Another reason you'd leave 4 cores on a Black Lance to protect it from core drain, incidentally. Yep. So, yeah. It's going quite nicely for Denny here. He's going through Alto's spirits. He's doing quite well in that regard. But he does need to start putting some offensive pressure on. Now, we do have the Spider Demon coming out here with a bunch of cores on, putting it up to a 4K. This is what I mean about holding stuff in hand. He's had a bunch of these cards in hand for a few turns now. Now, he does swing with the Swordsman. It's got 2 cores, so it's a 3K. Yep. Oh, and it is absolute Ice Shield that has been set the whole time. Yep. So now Denny... I mean, look, it really depends here on what Alto is able to do and what Denny's got in terms of counter cards, in terms of flash cards. Yep. He's still got 2 blockers on the board. Yes. Which is big. If Alto goes wide with spirits here, he could potentially just get off enough attacks to win. But there's always a chance Denny's got some kind of flash card which is going to be able to make a bit of a difference. Something like a Thorn Prison, something like an Absolute Ice Shield just played from the hand, for instance. These kind of cards could end up being quite relevant. But Denny's in kind of protection mode here. It needs to be stop Alto taking any life whatsoever. Yep. Now we do see a Smoke Valley, which is nice. But... are we going to see some more spirits to try and force a big turn of attacking? We do see one more spirit come down. We got the Dark Knight Mordred there. And you do get to remove 2 cores of an exhausted spirit. So the Swordsman goes down. Although I don't think that was going to do a huge amount this turn anyway. It was exhausted and not that powerful. Yeah, exactly. But it's still another spirit that needs to be essentially replaced next turn. You got 1 less spirit to play with. So... How aggressive can he go? That's the big question here. He's got a Black Lance. He's got himself a Mordred. Hand size is quite low. There seems to be a lot of decisions being made. Got a bunch, I think 6 cores in the reserve there, so plenty of resources to play with. The question is, do we have any more pressure we can put on? With 2 blockers staring you down, you're not going to win with 2 attacks.
No, exactly.
I can't see exactly what's in his hand. There's clearly decisions to be made with Alto here. Won the Grand Open in the Netherlands, got all the way to the top 4 here. Clearly one of the best players in the field, but he's been struggling with hand size a lot this game. Even when he had a decent-sized hand, it was 3 Thorn Prism. Yeah. His first couple turns, he had very little to play. His hand has been clogged quite a lot this game. So even when he's had a large hand size, it's not been that useful. He's been a bit low on usable cards, and he's done a great job keeping the game going this long. And he's got Denny down to 1 life remaining. Now, we do see another Dark Knight Mordred. No exhausted spirit to target, unfortunately. Yep.
I think there's a work Ant-Man in hand as well.
You would need to lower some of his spirits to get it. Yep. I mean, in theory here, 2 blockers, 3 attackers to swing, 1 life remaining. Yep. No Ice Shield down. You can just swing with these 3 spirits here and just say, look, Denny, have you got an answer? The thing is, Denny plays a bunch of cards that would absolutely qualify as answers. And, you know, 1 Deadly Balance, 1 Core Drain, 1 Core Theft, 1 Thorn Prison would take away enough attacks to make sure that, you know, Alto wasn't actually able to win the game this turn. So we do see the first swing with Mordred here. Does get to remove a core from Beldegor, which is relevant because now it takes it down to a level 1 rather than a level 2, a 2K rather than a 4K.
That is an important distinction because obviously it makes a huge impact when it comes to blocking choices now.
And Mordred is actually a 4K, so it means that essentially you would survive hitting into a Beldegor that blocks, whereas with 3 cores you wouldn't. Yep. So it does block, and now in theory Mordred should be a 4K, Beldegor should be a 2K, so that goes down, but you keep your Mordred, so again, removing that 1 core, incredibly important, really changed the maths there. Now you got 2 more attacks. And we've seen this many, many times. Your opponent's not giving anything away. Denny could be sitting there thinking, you can attack twice, those 2 attacks will end the game. I've got nothing. He's not giving anything away, though. He is instead just going to take the turn. Alto deciding what he does not want to do is potentially attack, leave himself open to some flash thing which ends up ruining his board, then lose next turn. Playing a bit more conservatively here.
Has to be done in this game. That's what Battle Spirits is about. You can, your opponent can bluff you, end up leaving your spirits exhausted and then just catch you off guard. So yeah, important there that you keep the balance of trying to chip away, but at the same time not leave yourself exposed on your side of the board as well. Both players still, first game, 35 minutes still on the clock. So it's going to be important who wins this first one.
It really is. One of the nice little promo videos we've been showing between rounds is, you know, showing some of the developers talking about playing the game for the first time. And one of them says sometimes the best thing to do is not to attack.
Yep.
And we're seeing that in this game. We're seeing lots of attacks go unused, because if you don't attack, you're not opening yourself up to a flash, but you're also not opening yourself up to having no blockers on your opponent's turn. Exactly. And we need to start watching the clock at this point. We've got an hour for these games. We are 25 minutes in. We're nearly halfway through, and this is game one. This is incredibly relevant, because whoever wins game one then gets a great advantage, because if game two doesn't finish, the winner of game one wins the series.
Yep.
So whoever wins game one, this is really important at this stage, because this, you know, let's say this takes another 5-10 minutes to finish, then you sideboard, then you set up. We could be left with 20-25 minutes for game two.
Yep.
The game might not finish.
Exactly.
And that means that whoever wins game one has a huge advantage going into game two, because they don't even need to win. They just need to try and make sure the game doesn't finish, play a bit more defensively maybe. So this could be a very, very big deal. The result of this first game, I mean, it's always important who wins a game, but it's really, really important when we're starting to get down to the stage where game two might not finish.
Absolutely.
So we do see an attack with the Earth Spider Demon here. Now it doesn't have the Soul Core on it. It's not able to remove a core.
Yeah. I don't know why Denny didn't use the Soul Core. I personally would have thought that would have been a benefit to...
It may well have been used for something else. So there are a bunch of spirits we see that gain advantages from Soul Core. Of course, we've seen the Swordsman, you know, when you pay for it, ends up drawing a card. So the Cavalier here is generally used for draw, but also just a decent attacker. It's got 2 cores, brings up to a 4K, which is pretty good for 2 cores, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you draw a card when you bring it in.
Blocked by the Mordred there, by the looks of it.
Yeah. So the Mordred's doing the block in.
Yep.
We got a 4K Mordred with 3 cores is also a 4K.
Yep.
So in theory, we got a core drain. Is it core drain or core theft? Core drain. It is core drain.
Yep.
So yeah, removing those 3 cores from the Black Lance, that's a very big deal here, because now the Black Lance goes away. And yeah, so we do have the tie-in power there as we expected. We were just resolving the core drain before that actually came in. So Alto lost 2 spirits there, and now down comes Beldegor. There's only 1 life remaining on Alto's side of the board.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a second Beldegor coming down here. Of course, both using a Mortal there. You don't mind your Earth Spider Demon going down because, of course, they've both got a Mortal. But, of course, you've then got Beldegor coming in here as well, because Mordred was a 5. Yep. So Beldegor comes in. So both players get 2 Beldegor from that double destruction, which is really important. If only Denny got the Beldegors, he could just attack probably for the win. But now Alto can at least block. Although, if we look at the core situation, Denny's been able to put 3 on each of the Beldegor. Alto's only been able to put 1. So if we do see Beldegor blocking Beldegor, Alto's will go down and Denny's will survive.
Yep.
But it looks like just deciding, you know what?
Yeah, Denny had no cards in hand. It was fairly clear what was going to happen. So
it looks like we are... Is Denny conceding?
Yeah. Yeah, Denny
has conceded the game there.
Basically, Denny didn't have any cards in hand, and it just wasn't looking great. So
he had no cards in hand. He'd run out of resources. We've had some very muted ends to what are very important games. This game's worth $3,500. That's what the winner gets in addition to the 6.5 they've already won so far. And that was a very muted end to the game. Both players are sitting there. They're both playing purple. They're both going back and forth. And then we get to the stage after a very long time where Denny's like, yeah, I'm out of resources. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah.
You know, he had the 2 Beldegor. He had the 3 cores on each. It looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But sometimes you run out of resources. You've only got 1 life remaining. And time is an issue.
Yeah, I think when you're in that position where you're going to have to top deck a card, yeah, it's a difficult one. But time is an issue, and this is a problem here now. You know, we're going to go into game 2. Players are sideboarding at the moment, just deciding what they're going to do, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting second game. But R2 obviously has the advantage now.
Yeah, absolutely, because we're going to have just under half the time when we go into game 2. Neither player giving anything away in terms of what's going into the side deck or what's coming out.
Yep.
I've been told things like core theft and core drain can be very good in the mirror, using those flash cards to take out your opponent's spirits. So that's something to keep a little bit of an eye on. But what we've seen here quite a lot is just a lot of similar plays. We've got a true mirror match going on here. You know, we get two spirits going into each other. They both get deleted, and both players get 2 Beldegor from the trash.
Yeah.
You know, that's the kind of mirror match we're talking about here. So it's an interesting game, and that last game was very much just kind of poking away, trying to keep your resources, and then one player ran out of resources and conceded.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, you know, Denny's got an interesting decision because some interesting cards in the sideboard there. Multiple cores, which we haven't seen before.
Not.
It's a burst card. Select one of your opponent's spirits and exhaust it. You may then pay the card's cost to activate its main effect, which is select one of your spirits, place a core from the void onto it. So that's quite a useful 2-cost green card. Angelic Pressure's in there as well. We all know what Angelic Pressure does. It's 3-cost yellow. Select one of your opponent's spirits, reduce its BP by 3,000. So there are options there. Feral Slash is in there as well. Thorn Prison, an additional copy of Thorn Prison, additional copy of Burning Force, and obviously the Queen Maduke in there as well. But it's sort of, as we've seen before, you know, we saw it in the last game. Your decisions on what you sideboard in can make a huge impact in game 2.
Yeah,
so
last game coming in for the yellow deck, absolutely crucial in keeping those Alice on the board.
Yeah,
just to keep the game going just that little bit longer. So this is going to be a really interesting one. We've seen there doesn't seem to be a huge advantage in terms of the deck list here. Sometimes we see mirror matches where it's really obvious that one player has a strategy or a tech which gives them a huge advantage. Alto actually had a bad start last game. Let's not forget that.
That's true.
We had 3 Thorn Prison clogging up the hand for a while and ground out a very, very long game.
Yep.
If Alto's got a better start this game, we might see a bit of a different game. But the thing is, after 3 or 4 turns, we ended up in a bit of a stalemate, and we kind of stayed there for the end of the game until... And I'm sorry, that game kind of fizzled out. I was enjoying that, and it's kind of ended.
Yeah, it was just a bit of an anticlimax there, wasn't it?
If somebody could kind of like get a big Baculus Curse Dragon combo to win the game or something like that, you know, just in game 2, we're in a top 4 here. Exactly. That would make me happy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We want to see those big flashy finishes. That we didn't see that in game 1. So let's see what happens here. Both players have got a Nexus out. One's got, we've got a Denny with a Rotting Swamp, Purple Smoke Valley on R2 side of the board as well. That Assassin's just been got rid of. And we've got the Dark Knight, a Mordred on R2 side of the board.
Yeah, it took a life with the Assassin, but then, of course, when Beldegor comes out, you get to take out an Exhausted Spirit. So you took a life, you gave it up. You know what? We're both back at 4. And Alti's got a bit of a better board state. He's already got the Beldegor... Is it? No. It's Dark Knight Mordred, sorry.
It's a Mordred, yeah.
There's a Mordred coming down there. Although it does still remove Causeman and Exhausted Spirit. So same deal, wrong spirit. And then a Deadly Balance... But, of course, there's no spirit for Denny to choose, so Alto just chooses a spirit and gets rid of it. And actually manages to get a couple of Nexuses down. We've got a Rotting Swamp and a Purple Smoke Valley. So one of the things we saw last game was Denny not having that draw power towards the end of the game. And, you know, Purple Smoke Valley draws a card and one of your effects destroys one of your opponent's spirits, reducing cores. And Rotting Swamp just lets you draw a card when one of your spirits is destroyed. Hopefully, throughout the game, that's going to give access to a lot more of the deck, draw a bunch of cards. And that's really what we're looking for here. We saw that running out of resources was really what cost Denny game 1. So we need to come back here and really have a bit more of a drawing game 2, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both these decks are around reducing cores and using that effect. We want to see that play come in, really. We didn't really see much of that on the first game. So both players have got Smoke Valley down, as you said, and that Rotting Swamp's going to be quite useful as well because they are chipping and trading away spirits here and there, so that's going to give you a bit of extra card draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just when one of your spirits is destroyed during your attack step.
Yep.
So it's hopefully going to be a few. Now, Baculus comes down early, much earlier than we would generally see.
Yep.
We do see a Star Blessed draw coming out because of summoning effect.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure this is the best time to bring down a Baculus, but by the same token, it's still a decent attacker. Oh, and actually combined with Mordred is really quite nice because then you get to take away a core.
There you go.
So it's not the Baculus Curse Dragon combo.
Yeah.
It's very much a baby version of it, but you still do get to take away your opponent's only spirit while having, 5 cores, it goes up to 9k. It's not a phenomenal attacker, but it ain't too bad.
Yeah, a good start there. But I think R2's got a lot of cards in hand here. To start making a decision as to what to start playing out.
Yeah, he's got a few cores, got a bunch of cards, got that Smoke Valley down. Needs to try and get some spirits down, start putting on some pressure. Of course, he's already taken 2 life. Then he's down to 3. So it's not that he has to really start taking life instantly. It's just you need to get some spirits down, bit of protection, and just a bit of a threat to, really force your opponent to deal with them.
Yeah.
So Cavalier comes down and gets... Is that 6 cores on? To turn it into a 6k and actually swings with it as a 6k and kind of forces Denny to give up the life to put so many cores on it just to basically say, yeah, you haven't got a decent attacker here. Of course, even at 1 core, Baculus is 4k.
Yep.
So just kind of put them all on 1 spirit and went, I've only got 1 spirit, let's make the most of it. Has already got Denny down to 2 life remaining. That could be very, very relevant. So we see Lamorak coming down. We see a bunch of cores coming down on Baculus, on Mordred, on Lamorak here. And, I mean, Denny seems to have a pretty good board set up, but he's down to 2 life already.
Yeah.
And, yeah, just choosing to keep that board there. Has given up a couple of life. Wants to be able to take a more defensive position if need be, having those spirits kind of available to block.
Yeah, nothing in the burst as well for Denny, which is a bit of a telltale sign. Which might give Alto a bit of hope to say, let me just try and get in a couple of swings maybe this turn, and I've got 4 life, but then there are 3 spirits looking across the board at R2 as well. So again, sometimes it's good not to attack, but sometimes do you want to take a chance? It looks like R2 is.
I really like this because your opponent's down to 2 life. If you take 1 life, then the burst on Absolute Ice Shield becomes irrelevant.
Yep.
So I really like the idea of this. And we all know what's really going to happen, right? Denny's going to be blocking and making sure he doesn't give up the life. But by the same token, you've just taken out one of your opponent's spirits for your assassin, which, let's face it, was not exactly your main goal here.
Yep.
So you've actually got yourself in a decent position where you're hurting your opponent, and, you're putting that pressure on, which I really like. The Cavalier here chooses not to attack, stays there, and unfortunately Alto not able to take another life, but still able to take out at least 1 spirit. I will say, though, Denny's board's looking good.
Yeah.
By comparison.
No, absolutely. But again, it's like, I think we're seeing something similar to what we saw in the first game, chipping away 1 spirit at a time here and there, not giving too much away, keeping yourself protected. But yeah, Denny's in a position down 2 life now. R2 seems to be a bit more comfortable, I would say.
Yeah. Now we do see an attack coming in here, it looks like, from Baculus.
Yep.
Oh, also playing a Deadly Balance at the same time, which is a card we're seeing a lot coming down here, and is actually working very, very nicely. So that takes out 1 spirit from each player, but of course, if you've only got 1 spirit, then that's the one that goes down.
A card draw there as well.
Yep, of course, from your Nexus. And now, in theory, Lamorak should be able to just attack if you want to, but then you would have no spirits left to block on your turn. Always something you've got to think about. Now, do we have a good... And now Alti's clearly thinking of something. It's a Scope Owl. So that got sideboarded in. It wasn't in the main deck. There's 2 in the sideboard. Chooses to sideboard in that Scope Owl. Brings it out here during a flash phase. Was it even during a flash phase?
Believe so.
And then that just gives you an extra option there, potentially, as a blocker, etc. So now the turn is over, and then Alto does just... draw a card, have a look at the discard, see exactly what he's got to play with. We've got 20 minutes left, so we're not down to time just yet. We've got a bunch of time. But if we do end up in a bit of a stalemate like we ended up in last game, where both players going back and forth but not really taking much life, that 20 minutes could start becoming quite imposing before too long.
Absolutely. Okay, so what's the play here?
We've got a Black Lance coming down. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Draw a couple of cards. Nice attacker. Pretty efficient cost-wise. Puts 3 cores on to bump it up to a level 2, which is 5k. Interesting to note, Lamorak is currently sitting at a 3k. No, I'm lying to you. Currently sitting at a 4k. So Black Lance just kind of coming up over
Core
it.
theft now.
Nice.
Deciding to discard 2 so far.
It's going to be free.
3. It's going to be 3.
Yeah, got to get free so you can take out the Lamorak without having to worry about attacking or any of that malarkey. So 3 cards come down from the hand. Lamorak goes into the trash. And we seem to have hit that point again, Taj.
Yep.
Where we're just seeing big swings in terms of, you know, how much people have got in terms of spirits on the board, etc. But nobody making much headway in terms of taking life. What I will say, Alto's still sitting there at 4 life.
Yeah.
Anyway, he really needs to try and take one soon. Just to take away the option of Absolute Ice Shield, just putting that core back. The burst on Absolute Ice Shield is great. And that's one of the things you want to try and get over here. Put your opponent down to 1 life.
Yeah. So attack coming in from the Black Lance now. R2's in a comfortable position, 4 life. You know, what's the response to that swing from that Black Lance now?
Well, Denny has just got to put 3 cores to one side as if he's going to pay for something.
Yeah.
Looks like he's thinking about paying for something coming down here. So the question is, what has he actually got, if anything? No, chooses to give up the life, which is very, very big. Scope Owl takes a swing here. Denny's got to do something. If he doesn't, Alto is going to go into the final of the Pro Tour. Oh, it is a core theft coming in here. And, yeah, had to be done. Taking out that Scope Owl before it can do very much, which is big. So Denny just holding on there with the core theft. Absolutely huge. Of course, we are in the top 4 here. The winner of this wins $3.5 grand and goes into the final for the chance to be the champion. Bump their winnings all the way up to 25k. But then by the same token, Alto isn't there yet. We could easily be going to a game 3. 1 life is still 1 life at the end of the day. So we do see the Black Lance coming down, draws a couple of cards, gets 3 cores on it. How wide can Denny go? Denny's only actually removed 1 life from Alto as it stands at the moment. You need to do a bit more than that. Mordred comes down, and that is going to take a core off of the Black Lance, or the remaining cores off of the Black Lance. So that's now gone. But I think there's 2 Thorn Prison in hand from Alto here.
Yeah.
I think he cannot draw anything but Thorn Prism. But that's actually going to be really useful. If Denny tries to come in with a big swing with multiple spirits, Thorn Prison exhausting them is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah. Really difficult decision now for Denny what to do. There is an Absolute Ice Shield in hand, which is going to have to be paid full cost. So you've got to make sure you've got enough cores to be able to pay for that if needed. What is the decision going to be?
I think we're moving some cores around a little bit. We're actually getting some cores onto Rotting Swamp to activate the level 2 skill, which just gets Spirit Serpents back to your hand when they're destroyed.
Yep.
Or once per turn at least.
Yeah, passes the turn back over now.
Black Lance is a Serpent, remember? So, now we've got Purple Smoke Valley and nothing else on Alto's board. He's facing down an opponent with only 1 life remaining. There's nothing in the burst slot at the moment. We see a second Purple Smoke Valley hitting the board. That is a card that we just did not really see previously in the BSS02 meta. And since the banning of Neverworld Depths, that has just been an absolute staple. We are seeing it in basically every purple deck all weekend.
Yep.
Now we see Black Lance coming down again. There is a reason that card is played so gosh darn much.
Yeah, it just gives you that extra card draw. I think I saw a Hippocampo come into hand with that as well.
Yeah, Hippocampo, honestly kind of irrelevant at this point. Because if you take a life, you win the game.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you gain a life at all, but it's still an attacker that can be coming out here. And that's really what Alto needs. Just get some attackers going and then try getting some attacks out. The problem is we're at this stage of the game where Denny's got a couple of blockers and Denny's got a bunch of cards in hand. Denny's probably got some flash options like Core Drain or Deadly Balance or Thorn Prison or Absolute Ice Shield or Core Theft or something along those lines. So, you know, Alto's like, right, I can attack. I got however many things. Now I'm going to win the game. And Denny's like, well, nah, sorry, mate, you're not.
Yeah. Denny's got decisions to make here. Plenty of cards in hand, but needs to think about what to play. So, okay, here comes an assassin.
The assassin comes down here. Of course, it's got curse, and it draws you a card if it's got the soul core. Soul core goes straight onto it, understandably so. So that means, of course, that, you know, if you're forcing Alto to give away his only spirit if you want to block it, which is at this stage of the game is actually really nice.
Yep.
Just kind of either force an attack through or get rid of your opponent's last spirit. Either way is absolutely fine. We've not got many cores left. If you want to keep the cores where they are, of course. So it clearly seems to be building up his spirits deliberately here. So it seems like we are going to do, we're going to swing with the assassin here. Draws a card because of that soul core. Do you give up the black lands or do you let the attack go through, give up your life? I'd be tempted to give up the life, honestly, at this point, because it's my only spirit on the board. And yeah, that is what Alto does. Lets the attack go through because you don't want Curse to take out your only spirit. You kind of need that for your turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we do see a swing with Black Lance here. Now, these are going to be even on power because they're both Black Lance with 3 cores on. So this is awkward, honestly, because how much life are you willing to give up? Now, what you could do is let this go through and then block the Mordred, but no, chooses to give this up to get rid of your opponents. Oh, no, it was the other way around. It was a Black Lance that didn't get blocked and the Assassin that did. Either way, same result at the end of the day. Now, we do see a Scope Owl coming out here. That flash coming in quite nicely. So Scope Owl in game 2, clearly working quite nicely from that side deck. Clearly both of them had to have been side decked in. We've seen both of them. And they've both actually seen play and hit the field now. So this is nice.
Yeah. Both players got plenty of cards in hand. Goes for the swing.
But again, there's so many things like the Baculus Curse Dragon combo, for instance. You don't want to go too wide too early in a matchup like this because you're worried if you commit too many resources to playing all of your spirits down, your opponent might be able to get rid of them. You're kind of waiting for that turn where you can get the most value out of them. Because look how many things are in his hand. Look how many cores he's got. He's clearly holding stuff.
Yeah.
So now Mordred comes down with 3 cores to turn it into a 4K. And immediately gets rid of the opposing Mordred. Gets a couple of cores off an Exhausted Spirit. That was enough to do that. Now we're seeing more coming down here. Could this be the turn? It's another Mordred. Which can take 2 cores off of the Black Lance, but can't take them all. Yeah, the Black Lance will survive with a 3rd core on it. But 1 core shouldn't be too much. Now, it looks like that's it for the time being. All the remaining cores are being put onto the Mordred. Now we see a swing. What does Denny have? Does Denny have a way around it? Goes after the Black Lance, gets the Black Lance. Gets a couple of cards. Of course, that was the removing a core when it attacked, and that is it. Alto makes it to the final of the Netherlands Pro Tour with what was a much easier game, I think, than game 1. Game 1 got very nervous towards the end. Alto there played that beautifully. A very reserved game plan, a very patient game plan, but was able to take it away. And in the end, the first game, not that comfortable. Second game, a little bit more so. Puts himself into the final. And at this stage, looking for the repeat.
Yes.
Which is, you know, we've already seen win the Grand Open. Could he win the Pro Tour as well?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now. I mean, that was a really good... I mean, R2, I think, had that second game in pretty much in control most of the way through. Had plenty of life going from turn to turn. But yeah, a lot more control. But we didn't see the Curse Dragon come out and do its thing.
No Curse Dragon from either player, either game. We saw one discarded.
Yeah, we did indeed, yeah.
We didn't actually see one hit the field, which makes me sad because who doesn't want to see a Curse Dragon come down?
Exactly.
We had the Baculus Curse Dragon combo potential, never came around. But I think one of the reasons we saw that both players were clearly playing a bit cagey. Toward their second game especially, both players had a lot of cores. They were building up their hands. They were putting cores on their spirits rather than using their spirits to summon more. They were clearly playing in a kind of, I've got my spirits I want and I'm going to make them awkward for you to take away, rather than flooding the board with spirits and going hyper aggressive, which, as we've seen, can definitely backfire.
Yeah, it was a very cautious game, and both, obviously, this is the thing in the mirror match. You know what your opponent's going to do because you're trying to do it yourself as well. So they're being very cautious. It was a very cautiously played out game, a lot at stake. But R2 obviously got the benefit of it.
Absolutely, and that is one of the stories we've been following. We put R2 actually on the stream. Game 1 yesterday, we went, look, if we're going to have a Pro Tour in the Netherlands, let's start off with the person who won the Grand Tour in the Netherlands. And I mean, it's kind of nice. He's been on the first game of the stream this weekend. Now he's going to be on the last game of the stream because he is going to be in the final, of course. We still need to figure out if he's going to be playing another mirror match in the final or whether it's going to be yellow. We spoke to Long Dao after the previous game, and Long told us, look, I like my purple matchup.
Yeah.
Time to prove it, Long. Because you've got a top 4 match against purple, you've now got a final against purple. You ain't playing anything else between now and the end of the tournament. So tell me, can you beat purple like you think you can? I mean, I want to see Freestall in the final. I want to see Freestall winning a Pro Tour. But you know what? There is something kind of comforting about coming into a tournament and everyone going, purple is the best color, and then purple just kind of winning. There's something kind of comforting about that.
Yeah, but then again, your wild card could come through and take it for yellow as well, so we're going to have to wait and see.
It's going to be fun. It's absolutely going to be fun. So we're going to take a bit of a break now, very, very shortly. We're going to hopefully speak to our first finalist, and then we're going to be rocking into the second top 4 and into the final, and it's going to be awesome. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a matter of moments.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirits Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is like, must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirits Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created.
Coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion and is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピーチサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピーチサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくて、このコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないので、これは守りたいところに、相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirits Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by Alto, our first finalist. How you feeling being in the final?
Yeah, back in the finals again. Happy with big prize pool.
Well, last time you were in the Netherlands, you got to the finals, but you went one step further that time and won the whole thing. You like the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, I love this country.
It's certainly working out pretty well for you. Tell us about those games, because those games we just watched were you were holding a lot of cards in your hand, you weren't playing a huge amount, you were doing little things each turn. That seemed like a very stressful way to play the game, but it worked both games.
Yeah, you just need to play around everything in that mirror matchup, like core theft and curse combo.
Yeah, lots of cores on your spirits, not having too many spirits on the board. I mean, you played it absolutely perfectly. Game 1, you had free Fawn Prison in your hand really early in the game. That was hurting your draws. How do you navigate around that? That looked super awkward.
Yeah, sometimes you draw multiple, like you expect like 2 of the 4 copies in like 15, like early game.
But I mean, it worked. You held on. Was there any? Yeah. Was it getting really nervous, or were you confident that it would kind of get better in a couple of turns?
Yeah, I was confident since I had outer card draw.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly worked out for you. So in the final, you could be playing against a purple mirror. You could be playing against yellow. What are you thinking? What would you rather play against?
I've not practiced that much against yellow, so purple mirrors.
I mean, you've just had a good practice against purple mirror then. It went pretty well. Now, obviously, coming into this tournament, everyone said purple was the best deck. Purple was on everyone's radar. Why did you choose purple knowing everyone knew it was the best deck?
Like, I tried to counter purple myself with like red, playing like Nebula Dragon, Red Voidlord for purple, but it's way too consistent. Has everything, outs to everything.
So it might be the best deck, but it's still got answers to everything, and you think you're the best purple player in the room.
Yep.
And I mean, look, you're making a pretty good case right now. So congratulations, good luck in the final. And we're going to be back very shortly indeed. We have one finalist. We need to get another one. So we're going to be back with your next top 4 very shortly indeed. Do not go anywhere.
Battle Spirit Saga, huh? I heard they have tournaments with cash prizes. I'd like to give it a try. I wonder if anyone I know plays it.
Battle Spirit Saga? I know how to play.
You do?
Yup, I'll teach you.
Really? Thanks!
So, Battle Spirit Saga is a card game where you accumulate and use cores while sending your spirit cards to do battle with your opponent. The strategy involved with using your cores separates it from other card games. Anyway, I have a couple of demo decks used for tutorials, so let's play a game.
Great!
First, we'll need some of those cores I mentioned.
So this is a core.
Cores start out in the void outside the playing field. Whenever you need a new one during the game, that's where you'll grab it from. Next thing you'll need is a deck. Each deck has at least 50 cards in it. And there's 3 types of cards. Spirits that you summon to fight your opponent with, nexuses that you place on the field, and powerful magic cards with one-time use effects.
So the spirits do all the fighting and the other cards support them?
Yeah, and you can put up to 4 cards of the same name in your deck. Now, we'll start by shuffling each other's deck. Then, we'll set them in our deck areas. After that, you put 5 cores from the void into your life, and then put 3 cores of your soul into your reserve.
What's a soul core?
Soul cores are different from other cores and have all sorts of effects in the game, and each player only has 1.
Got it. So if you knock out all your opponent's life cores, you win?
Right. Also, if you run out of cards in your deck and can't draw on your turn, you'll lose. So pay attention to that. It's time to create your opening hand. Do that by drawing 4 cards from your deck. Normally, we decide who goes first at this point, but since it's your first game, you can take the first turn.
Got it.
After deciding who goes first, you can choose to do a mulligan. That means if you don't like your hand, you can put it back and draw again, but you can only mulligan once.
This hand is mostly the same cards, so I think I'll mulligan.
When you mulligan, you put your first hand on the bottom of your deck, draw 4 new cards, then shuffle your deck again. I'm gonna keep my hand as it is. If you keep your opening hand, you get to draw an extra card.
Really? You could have told me that earlier.
My bad. Now we're ready to start. Game turns are divided into a sequence of several steps, as you can see on the left.
On the left. Whoa!
Each turn you'll go through every step from the start step to the end step. There's not much to do in the start step, so on to the core step, where you put a core from the void into your reserve. The player who goes first doesn't get a core step on their first turn though. Then comes the draw step. You draw a card from the top of your deck and add it to your hand. Next up is the refresh step. Here, you move the cores that are in your trash into the reserve and refresh all your exhausted spirits. Spirits are refreshed by rotating them from horizontal to vertical, and you exhaust them by rotating them from vertical to horizontal. Remember that.
Got it. But it's not like I can do any of that on my first turn, right?
Right. Now we're on to the main step. This is where you get to use cards from your hand and place and swap cores around.
Okay, I'll summon this Dragaron Captain that's in my hand.
Here's how you summon. First, you show the card and check its cost.
The number on the top left is the cost, huh? Looks like this one costs 3.
Right. You'll pay its cost with cores. You can move cores from your reserve or from cards on your field and place them into your trash to summon it.
Sweet, now it's on the field.
Hold on a second. You've got to put a core on that spirit.
Why?
Cores are a spirit's source of life, so so you have to put at least as many cores on it as are shown next to the level 1 text, or it will die.
Oh, I get it.
By the way, some cards, like Nexuses, have 0 for their level 1 number. They can stay on the field without a core. You'll normally want to attack next, but the first player doesn't have an attack step on their first turn, so your Dragron's going to have to sit tight.
Okay.
Then you'll go to your end step and pass the turn off to your opponent. Some effects that were active during your turn will reset during this step, so keep that in mind.
All right. Then I guess my turn's over.
Okay, my turn. Start step, core step. Since I'm going second, I put a core from the void into my reserve. Draw step. Not much for me to do on my first refresh step. Main step. I pay 4 cores from my reserve and place the Nexus Scorched Battlefield. Then, I'll summon the Spirit Rain Needle.
Huh? That costs 1. Aren't you going to pay?
Good eye. One of the cool things about Battle Spirit Saga are these reduction symbols.
What are those?
Reduction symbols are shown on the cards next to their cost. You can reduce the cost of the card you're summoning by as many matching colored symbols as you've got on the field, up to the amount of cost reduction symbols on your card.
Oh, I get it. So that's why you played it without paying a core.
Now we're on to the attack step. The second player is able to attack on their first turn, but I'll end the step without attacking. And with my end step, my turn is over.
Okay, now it's my turn. So, start step, core step, and now I get to put a core from the void into my reserve this time too. Draw step, refresh step, any cores in my trash get returned to my reserve, right?
Correct.
Main step, I summon Dragnogard. It costs 3, but since I have a red symbol on the field, I only have to pay 2 cores.
Now, how about raising the spirit's level by placing cores on it? See those bits with level written on your spirit? That shows how many levels it has.
Looks like my Dragron Captain goes up to level 3. I'll put enough cores on it to make it level 2. So what happens when you level up a spirit?
First, its BP goes up with its level. BP are compared during battle, so it's a really important number. Oh, and with a higher level, sometimes your spirit will get new effects.
So giving spirit cores makes them stronger, huh? Attack step.
You should try attacking with your spirit this turn. To do that, exhaust it and declare you're attacking with it.
I attack with Dragron Captain.
If the attack goes through unblocked, you reduce your opponent's life. The player who is attacked has to move an amount of cores equal to the number of attacking spirits symbol from their life into their reserve. Going forward, you can use those cores to pay for stuff just like any other core. So getting hit actually means you can do more things.
Got it. End step. That's the end of my turn.
All right, my turn again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. I'll summon a Dragron Captain. It costs 3, but it has 2 reduction symbols I can use, so it ends up only costing me 1 to summon it. Then, I'll use the magic card Charge Draw. You pay magic card costs like any other card. The thing is, magic cards sometimes have multiple effects, so you have to declare which effect you'll use. This time, I'll be using the main effect at the top. Effects listed with this icon next to them can be used during your main step. When a magic card's effect resolves, you put the card into your trash.
So magic cards only get to be used once.
Exactly. Attack step. Time for my counterattack. I attack with Rain Needle.
Seriously? I don't want to lose life.
In that case, you'll want to block with a spirit you've got on the field. Pick a refresh spirit and exhaust it. Then declare it as your blocker.
I'll block with Dragnogard then.
When you block, a battle between spirits happens. That's when you compare BP, like I mentioned earlier.
And the higher BP wins, right? What if their BP is the same?
If they've got the same BP, they both get destroyed. By the way, my Rain Needle gains 1,000 BP from the scorched battlefield I have on my field, so it has 2,000 BP total.
Then it looks like my Dragnogard loses. What happens to a destroyed spirit?
When a spirit is destroyed, you put its core into your reserve and put the spirit card into your trash.
Oh, okay, I get it.
End step. And that's it for my turn.
Okay, I'm up again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Now I'm going to summon a Dragron Captain. Then I'll summon another Dragron Captain. I'll move the 2 cores I need for them. Attack step. I'll attack with Dragron Captain.
I'll block with my Dragron Captain. Okay, let me explain flash windows. Flash windows are opportunities before and after a block where you can announce a surprise attack. And both players get a chance to use their flash effects.
Ah, so you can use these cards during your opponent's turn too.
I'll start by using Charge Draw. I used its main effect last time, but this time I'm using its flash effect. My blocking Dragron Captain gains 2000 BP.
Seriously? I attacked and lost anyway? Wow, flash effects are scary.
You can use flash effects to totally turn things around, so it's one of the deeper strategic elements.
Oh, I get it. Well, I guess I'll stop my attacks and end my turn.
All right, I'm up now. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Well, I have one last thing left to teach you. There's one other type of effect besides flashes that you can use to get back a win. Burst. Now I'm perfectly set up.
So that card you set face down is a burst card?
Yeah, that's right. You can place one burst card face down from your hand onto the burst area in front of your life during your turn.
And how do you use that card?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
Oh boy.
Next, I'll summon 4 Dragno Guards.
That's a lot. But I've got enough of my own to block them. I think I can manage.
Attack step. I attack with Rain Needle. Are you going to use any flash effects?
Nope.
Me neither. If neither of us uses a flash, it's time for you to declare a block.
Then I'll block with Dragron Captain.
There's a second flash window after blocking, so let's settle that.
I won't use a flash effect.
Me neither.
All right, my Dragron Captain has higher BP, so I win the battle.
And now, I activate my Burst card!
You what?
So, Burst cards get activated when their conditions are met. This card's condition is, when opponent destroys your spirit. And since you destroyed my spirit, I get to use it. You can use Burst cards without paying their costs, so that gives them a huge strategic significance. Anyway, I use my Burst effect to destroy your Dragron Captain.
Wow, so they require certain conditions to be met, but you don't have to pay to activate them. Burst cards are pretty strong.
I think I've got this one in the bag if I attack with my entire field.
I don't have any flash cards, so I lose. That's no fair. You should have explained that stuff before you use it on me.
Oh? Wanna play again? After learning all the steps with that demo deck, you should be able to pick up one of the starter decks and play right away.
Wow, there's 4 of them, and each one's a different color. Battling with these cores seems pretty simple on the surface, but when you start one-upping your opponent with flash effects and those burst cards, the game really starts to get deep. I can't wait to show others how to play.
Yeah! Let's all start playing Battle Spirit Saga and enter that tournament!
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm joined once again by Taj. We have another top 4 to resolve.
Yep, that's it. It's the second semi-final. Final place in the final at stake. $25,000 prize on the line, and potentially one of our judges just mentioned to me prior to this that we didn't really realize, but R2 obviously was the winner of the European launch event.
Yes.
Back in March, where I think it was me and you attended.
I can't remember.
It was quite a while back, but we were both competing in that.
We
as well,
were
weren't
both. We did not make the final.
No, we didn't. No, but it beat Harry in the final. So Harry here, who's playing against Long, could potentially get into the final against R2, and it'd be a rematch of the European Battle Spirits launch event. Interesting.
That is kind of weird that we could have the European Pro Tour having the same players in the final as the European launch event. And the launch event, don't get me wrong, you're showcasing good players, but I'm always thinking like, well, it's a launch event. Who really knows what the best decks are? Apparently, Alto and Harry, R2 and Harry, they were both playing white back then. I watched that final, it was fun. Yeah. So we have got R2 already in the final. We just saw him take down Denny. We've now got Harry and Long going into the second semi-final for the right to play R2. R2 said he'd rather have a purple mirror in the final.
Yep.
Well, that comes down to what happens here. We've got Harry, who is going to be playing purple, Long, who is going to be playing yellow, and Harry, we saw on stream yesterday, lost to our first seed,
Yep.
G. but then came back and beat them as a 5-2 who kind of bubbled in at the start of this event. You know, the fact that a 5-2 kind of bubbled in could end up in the final is wild but awesome. Now, we did have a chat with Harry very quickly before this game started, and we said, right, give us the main card, the key card in your deck, because we do not know what to put on the graphic at the beginning. And Harry went, yeah, Tin Soldiers.
Yep.
That is the thing that really makes my deck tick long. I mean, I put God Beast up there. That there is an argument I should have gone for Alice instead, but God Beast is still a great card. They are both great, these big yellow cards, and Tin Soldiers there. It is a purple deck, remember that. That's something we need to bear in mind. It is not a yellow deck. It is a purple deck with a yellow package, and that includes Tin Soldiers using with cards like Rotting Swamp to give you that card advantage as you go through the game, to give you all that extra draw. So it's going to be an interesting game as we get in here, and it looks like Harry is going to be starting us off. No, we're still shuffling up and drawing. Maybe he's not starting us off right this second, but we got purple-ish with some yellow popping in, coming in against... Yeah, coming in against our long here, our lone yellow player.
Yep.
There we go. Bit of a tongue twister, long the lone yellow player. We got there. And look, I've said I would love to see Freestall in the final of a Pro Tour. I've made no secret of that. But also, having the two best players in the room, both being purple players, that would be something cool to watch as well. So we do start off with that Blessed Cathedral. We've talked a few times here about how important it is to get those nexuses out early doors when you're a yellow player. And that's what we see here as Harry goes straight away with one of his assassins.
Yep. It's already getting, chipping away 1 life there from long side of the board. Getting that nice early swing in.
No, they're both still at 5 life. Both still sitting there.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah, they're both sitting nicely at 5 life. Can't attack, of course, if you are the first player going first.
I'm miscounting those dice there.
Yeah, and it is weird. It's the only player we see using dice, and it's a different way of doing things. At least we've got a different one for the Soul Core. We've got a Freestall and a Marty Bunny coming down nice and early, and then Marty Bunny is going to throw into the life, and this is one of those, if you block, Marty Bunny gets destroyed, you get to gain a life. If you don't, you lose one of your life, so... I get to get a card, sorry. But instead, Harry chooses not, loses one of his life down to 4 nice and early in the game.
Yep. Hippocampo there in hand. Quite a few yellow cards in Harry's hand there, but we know Harry does play with quite a few yellow spirits in his deck.
Yeah, he's got the 4 Hippocampo, the 4 Tin Soldiers, a couple Blessed Cathedral, and a Jewel Eagle coming in there as well. So it is a decent yellow suite. There's even an Alice in the side deck if you want to go that route.
Yep.
Instead, we get an early Tin Soldier. We've seen this before. 0 cost card. If you attack, you are destroyed at the end of the battle, but then you combine that with Blessed Cathedral. You combine it with your Rotting Swamp to essentially draw a card when that happens.
Yep, nice little combos there that can obviously work well with purple Nexuses, but also that Blessed Cathedral as well.
Yeah, now we did see the Assassin attack there, did take away one of the life. Now, Long actually gets double Freestall. We've not seen this on stream yet this weekend.
Yep.
Freestall's ability absolutely stacks. So that means that if one of your spirits gets destroyed, well, then all of a sudden... you get to draw 2 cards from Freestall, 1 from each of them, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Although do remember, it is only when a 2 cost is destroyed you draw. But then you got stuff like Marty Bunny and Flying Turtle and Freestall itself that will activate them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then we do unfortunately see a Dream Bomb, which will pop the Freestall back into Long's hand. Slightly frustrating, but at least you can play it again next turn.
Yeah, Harry's like, I don't like that. I'll need to remove it.
Yeah, understandable. There's a reason you see players going after Freestall all the time. If you're playing against a yellow deck and Freestall's on the board, generally that is the first thing you're going to be targeting down.
Yeah, you want to control you don't want to be giving your opponent extra resources. So yeah, you just want to get rid of that as quickly as you can.
And we spoke to Long and he told us, look, I'm playing yellow because Neverworld Depths got banned and now yellow draws the most cards in the format.
Yeah.
So I'm playing the card that draws the most cards in the format. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Why not? Sounds like a good idea to me. So we've got an extra core coming down onto the Assassin there, bringing it up to 3 in total. We got the Tin Soldier out, but you can attack with the Tin Soldier. It's actually a decent attacker, 3 cores, 5k.
Yeah.
But really, you don't want to attack with it unless you've got a Nexus out, which is then going to draw you cards when it's destroyed. Because that's the whole point of it. That's why it's in the deck. It's fine as an attacker, but it's good as an attacker, which doesn't attack, goes away, and gives you card advantage afterwards.
Yep. Harry there deciding to play a Hippocampo, sticking 3 cores underneath it as well.
Yeah, gets it up to a 4K, and of course it's got Bless, so
Yep.
if this attack goes through, chooses to block with Freestall. That was a great play from Harry there, because there were 2 things that were going to happen.
Yep.
Either it goes through, you gain a life, your opponent loses 1, yay, or your opponent has to block with Freestall, and we've already seen with a Dream Bomb, you want Freestall off the board.
Good calculated play there by Harry.
Yeah, both of those were good ways to end the turn. That was really, really nice. So here we do see a Dream Bomb from Long here.
Yep.
Getting rid of that Assassin, getting it off the board.
As in response to the Assassin's swing.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. Playing that as a flash. Yeah, because I'm fairly sure when Long's turn starts, we're going to see Freestall hit the board again.
Yeah, so Long's turn stuff. We're back over to Long now, so
We
let's
are
see.
indeed. Got a bunch of spirits there. You got a Freestall, which is absolutely potentially there in play. There's a whole bunch of other options you have got. Can't see exactly what's in his hand, but there are a few there. But he's just doing some calculations. And there's a lot of things to think about here. How many cores you've got in terms of what you're playing for. How many blocks your opponent has potentially got. How many life you think you can take if you want to go the aggressive route and take some life here.
Yep.
Although, to be honest, it's kind of what Yellow does.
Yeah.
Yellow does want to get a bunch of spirits out and start swinging in the early game. We've seen, you've got God Beast, Behemoth, and Alice, but even cards like that, you need to get set up a little bit before we get there.
Yeah, so Long just doing the calculations now, splitting the cores to see what's going to cost what, and it's the sequencing as well, with your cost reductions. What's the best sequence of getting spirits out? So first card to be dropped there. This is the Eagle.
Jewel Eagle. This one's quite nice, of course. It's a fabled beast, so what you really want to be doing is combining that with your Phantasmal Paradise, but not an option here.
Yep.
We set a burst card, which could be Exhaust Nexus, Dream Bomb, Feral Slash, or Absolute Ice Shield. There are a few different options there. And, yeah, unfortunately, we saw the single Volcanic Break coming down, which does get rid of that Jewel Eagle, which is honestly a little bit sad. But there's a reason that Volcanic Break just got limited to 1. It's really good.
Absolutely. But that also now gives Long that information that, there are going to be no more Volcanic Breaks coming in this game. So, yeah, again, it is about sometimes, doing little things to get your opponent to play certain cards, so it gives you a better understanding of what potentials there is across the board in their hand.
And Long's done a good job of chipping away here. He's got Harry down to 2 cores remaining in his life. There's 2 life remaining. That is what Long really wanted to do. So, it'd be nice to get him a little bit lower, obviously, but getting your opponent down nice and low, nice and quickly is good. And look, Long was sure that his purple matchup was good. And this is going to be an interesting one, because if Long's purple matchup is good, then he's got this, and then he's got purple in the final.
Yeah.
And that is... If your purple matchup is as you think it is, huge advantage. Although Harry is building up for a big turn here. We've got a couple Tin Soldiers, and we've got your Dragonaga Assassin, and you've got your Hippocampo. Multiple cores on some of them to make them even bigger, badder attackers. So there's a lot potentially being set up here.
Harry's just sort of thinking about, going for the swing now. I was about to say Harry was thinking about how the cores are distributed and whether to move things around or not, but goes in, gets that blessed effect, takes a life, gains a life.
Yeah, blessed is great. Being able to put yourself back up while also taking your opponents down, of course. Long's got a Marty Bunny that's exhausted. There's nothing else really on there.
Yep.
So you're looking for stuff like Fawn Prison or Feral Slash or things along those lines that can just hurt your opponent as you're going through. And no access to them, or at least it's not the right time. So
Feral Slash there from the trigger, from the burst, should I say.
So it was the right time for Feral Slash.
Yes.
Just unfortunately a bit too late for the Hippocampo.
Yep.
Did get rid of the Tin Soldier though, which is nice.
Yes.
So we've now got a Freestall coming down. which is obviously quite nice. That's the one we love. Draws cards when a 2-cost spirit is destroyed. We've now got a second freeze coming down. So there's 3 of the 4 although all 3 of them we've already seen. There's only 3 in the deck.
Yep.
So there's a dual eagle coming down as well, which is, you know, a decent card, and it stops your blessed being blocked by level 1s. It's a nice one. It's one we see a lot in yellow. He's swinging with it now, which is pretty nice, honestly.
Yeah, 6,000
and it's got
swing.
blessed, of course. And don't forget, it's got blessed. So yeah, this is all right.
And this is what yellow does so well. You know, so many little 2 costs with a 1 cost reduction. So you're paying 1, putting a spirit on it to bring them out, and then, you know, you suddenly got a good board presence.
Oh, even attacking with 3 still here is yeah, it's not generally what you tend to see. Oh, it looks like it is a deadly balance, though.
Yep.
Good news with deadly balance is that both players choose one of their spirits, so, you know, Long will get to choose what gets destroyed, but there is still a deadly balance coming out here.
Yep.
You've got to go after one of them there. Yeah, I think the exhausted deadly eagle, it's a double eagle. Yeah, dual eagle.
Yep.
It's definitely an option because it is already exhausted. You're not getting any value out of it, and you don't want to lose your free stall. But then again, you've already got a free stall out, and your dual eagle's got blessed. So there was clearly an awkward decision there. A couple of different ways Long could have gone. Chose to get rid of the free stall and then attack with the other one. Oh, and it's an absolute ice shield. So Harry stays at 2 life, which is, you know, what you need in order to be able to set another one of those in the future. Can he set another one this coming turn, though?
Yep.
It's going to be a big deal one way or the other.
4 cards in hand, plenty of cores now to play around with. Let's see what Harry decides to do at the beginning of this turn.
Yeah, we've got one player with the core cards, one player using dice instead. Always nice to see what people choose.
Yeah.
Now, he's got himself 4 or 5 cards in hand. He's got a bunch of cores that he's actually available to play with here. His assassin and his hippocampo are actually out, and Long's only got 1 blocker on the board.
Yep.
And that's the Marty Bunny that is not a good blocker. It's going to go down. It's like a 2K at this stage. So could this be a turn where Harry's able to put on some really good offensive pressure, or has Long got some flash cards there which he can use for a little bit of a nice surprise? So we do see, oh, Nemesis coming down, Dread Knight Nemesis. Now, when you attack, you can destroy one of your spirits to either destroy get rid of 2 cores on an opponent's spirits or draw 2 cards. And when it goes, your opponent has to lose one of their spirits as well. Nemesis, really good purple card. Played in different numbers depending on the deck. Some decks don't play it at all. Harry's got it as a 2 of here. It's a really good swing card in terms of board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Harry's getting that card draw from his assassin as well, once per turn, when he's swinging with it. So yeah, we also saw the Nexus, the Rotting Swamp, come down this turn as well.
We did indeed. So that's going to help if your spirits get destroyed.
Yep.
So we're building up the Nemesis. It looks like 3 cores on that makes it up to an 8K. That is very expensive.
Yep.
Chooses to... He's actually choosing to give up the assassin here.
Yeah.
Or at least attacking with it to draw. Did he draw a card to attack it, or? Either way, the assassin's gone, and Long is down to 2 life as well. And all this hippocampo is going to be quite big. You kind of feel like you have to block this one. If you haven't got a way to stop it, I think you've got to block this one.
Yep.
Yeah, Marty Bunny is going to block the hippocampo. Oh, no, because we've got a deadly balance flash coming in as well here.
Yep.
And having Long kind of has to keep the Marty Bunny to block with. So you have to get rid of the freeze. You don't want to get rid of either of the others, but you kind of need the Marty Bunny to block with. So
yeah.
Oh, it's not an easy one.
So both players now losing quite a few spirits this turn.
Yeah, a lot of spirits are hitting the board, and then Marty Bunny does block the hippocampo. So everyone's lost all their spirits. Everyone's sitting at 2 life.
Yes.
That was the net result of that turn. Lots of stuff happened, but if you want the too long didn't read, it is everyone lost all of their spirits.
Yes. So down to a clear board now. Plenty of cores available to both players now as we go into this. Long just splitting up the cores to decide how to, again, sequence this. Looking through his own trash to see what cards are there. But let's see how this sequence is. Okay.
Looks like we've got a Hippocampo coming out there. Always quite nice to see. We've got another Marty Bunny. That thing just keeps coming back and back. Then a God Beast Behemoth, because, of course, remember the reduction symbols of level 2s in your trash do count when summoning God Beast Behemoth.
That explains why Long was looking through his trash.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be aware of that. I adore God Beast Behemoth, and that is it. Long gets big
Scoop
cards
up.
out. We see the scoop from Harry, God Beast Behemoth, and look, in the previous game, I put Alice on the screen for the deck. I put the God Beast up, and the Alice did the whole everything. This game, however, it is God Beast Behemoth's turn. It's one of the things I like about Long's deck, because you've got God Beast Behemoth and you've got Alice. They're very different cards. They do very different things. But the reality is they are both really good in different matchups, in different board states. Sometimes Alice is going to come along and win you the game, like we saw in our top 8. Here, we saw God Beast Behemoth hit the board. And as soon as I hit the board, there really wasn't much else. It's, it takes 3 cores to put it up to 11k, which is absurd efficiency in terms of power that we do not see from many other decks at all. And then as soon as it's a level 2, when you attack, your level 2 spirits cannot be blocked by level 2 or higher. They can only be blocked by level 1s. And that God Beast Behemoth was so, well, just terrifying, essentially. That Harry just went, right, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, exactly. Because, listen, Long, we saw that. We went from several spirits on the board to nothing, but that worked in Long's favour. Because, again, you can use 2 costs in your trash to use as a cost reduction to get this huge God Beast Behemoth out. And, very quick decision by Harry there. It was like, right, let's just move on. Because, right move to make, to be fair. It was over.
Yeah, and you are saving a little bit of time. We are not untimed here. We need to make sure we are finishing these games. And, tiebreakers come into effect. If only completed games count, and if we're in game 1 or game 3, we go to tiebreakers. And look, there are very few decks. There's white, aggro, and yellow. Those are the decks. If you're trying to get just a life advantage early because you're really running out of time, those are the 2 decks that are going to do so. They are the 2 decks that can rush better than the others. Harry's deck, now to be fair, you do have Tin Soldier, which is nice. But you don't rush like yellow rushes.
No.
If we look at Long's deck list, there are 11 2-cost spirits, all of which can be reduced by 1.
Yeah.
That is a large portion of your deck. You've got another 6 free costs that can be reduced by 1. And then you've got Dual Eagle, which is a 5 cost that can be reduced by 3. You can get these spirits out very, very quickly. And in a sudden death scenario or, a late game scenario where we go into tiebreakers, which we haven't actually done yet on stream.
Nope.
Although it has happened in the room, obviously. That is something you've got to bear in mind. Save some time, go to game 2, and then kind of go from there. And now we see God Beast Behemoth being like, yeah, that's right. This game, it's my turn.
Absolutely. As you say, there's a lot of efficiency here, with all those small spirits and those cost reductions in this particular deck really, really do come into play. Harry obviously has several colours in his deck, so that can sometimes play against you. None of those small purple spirits that we're so used to seeing as well in Harry's deck. The smallest ones we've got are the Assassin and the Beldegor, which only give you a 1 cost reduction, so you're still having to pay 2 to play them. Same with the Lamorak. So, again, Harry's deck is a bit more expensive to play those spirits.
Outside of Tin Soldier, you've got Tin Soldier as a really nice early game option, but that is it in terms of early game option.
That is it, really.
But one thing that's important to note, in the early game there, Harry was getting his soldiers, but he wasn't getting his nexuses.
No.
So we never saw them coming out at the same time. So Harry didn't get all of that draw he was necessarily expecting. Long had a really good start last game, making sure that he was getting his nexuses down, getting all that extra draw. Harry was not in the same position.
Yeah, but this time does get a Rotten Swamp down, which is great, because that is what you want. It's one of the combos you want with those Tin Soldiers. There are a few nexuses, like we're saying, Rotting Swamp, Blessed Cathedral will work well, and you can obviously, for each of those nexuses, you'll be able to draw a card.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. We see the Assassin coming down early game, as we tend to do. And that should be able to just swing. Of course, Long did get his Phantasmal Palace. Paradise, sorry, which is what you're looking for nice and early. And now this is, can yellow go off? We like it when yellow goes off. Can we see that? Of course, we want to see some Fabled Beasts, something Marty Bunny and Flying Turtle. They are They're the real ones you want to be seeing here. All Hippocampa will do, it's 1 cost more expensive, but it is still a fabled beast. It does still allow you to get that draw going.
Yep.
So that's pretty gosh darn nice. And then where are we going with this? We've got the Hippocampo, we've got enough cores to play another spirit. A Marty Bunny or Flying Turtle could still come down, or a Freestall could come down. Of course, you have to exhaust the Phantasmal Paradise in order to draw. It's already been exhausted, but Freestall there does attack, and a life comes off of Harry.
Yep.
We see another attack, and another life comes off of Harry.
Yep.
Now, we do see a Dream Bomb, which is going to bump that Nexus back to hand.
Yep.
But this is what we were talking about here. That was a very kind of unimpressive meat and potato kind of turn.
Yep.
And yet, Harry lost 2 of his 5 life.
Yeah, and as we saw, Long's up to 5. So, again, and Long's not worried because, you know, I'll swing with these little creatures, spirits, should we say, and if they end up in the trash, you know, don't worry. Behemoth can still take advantage of those.
Well, that's the thing. Behemoth still gets a reduction, and there's plenty of other things that we can play around with here, and, you know, that helps. It really, really helps. Now, we did see Beldegor hitting the field here. I do remember, of course, that Raphael can also get your 2-cost spirits back from the trash, which is a nice thing. We see Beldegor and the Assassin out. We've got Long down to 4 life remaining here. But I mean, he's doing all right. He's, like I say, he's losing a bunch of spirits, but that's what happens with yellow. You're not playing, it's not white. You're not playing these big things that you're hoping are going to stay around. What you're doing here is you are just playing a bunch of spirits, knowing that they're going to go, but knowing that you're going to hopefully draw cards when they go. You're going to be able to refresh your board quite nicely. You don't mind losing a few spirits early.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the moment, you know, Long's only lost that 1 spirit, the Hippocampo, not playing too many of those 2 costs, which would think there is this, you know, obviously there's 2 different ways of playing it. You know, you want to either get your Wonderland Alice out and manipulate the fact you have loads of spirits out in play, or you want to use your Behemoth, so which manipulates those that you've got in your trash. But here we go, getting some spirits out now. So,
and we did get the Phantasmal Paradise down before the Marty Bunny, so that's some card draw.
Exactly. So we've got a few 2-cost spirits out now, which does help.
Yeah, and then we got your 2 Freestalls, you got your Marty Bunny, and it looks like we're going to be seeing some swings. We got a burst coming down. Beldegor is apparently able to block.
Yep.
How much life is Harry willing to give up? There's no burst coming down. So Freestall comes in. Yeah, and that's what Harry was waiting for. Harry wanted to wait to block the Freestall to get that off the board, but you still at least get to draw a card.
Yep.
And then, it seems like we're paying. What are we paying for? What are we paying for? There's summon coming down. Oh, it's actually suppression.
Yep.
Which will allow Beldegor to block even when exhausted.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's a white card, but it still sees play in a bunch of other decks. And Harry stays at 2 life, which, 2 life is what you should be aiming for.
Exactly, and absolute Ice Shield in hand from top deck there. So can set that down now in the burst if needed for next turn.
That's what you do. This is what these decks are aiming to do. First, you got suppression so that you can block a couple of times with your Beldegor. Then you go and put an absolute Ice Shield down so that your opponent cannot take multiple life. And okay, you give up a few in the early game, but then you go into lockdown mode. It's why I worry about a game 3 going to time and doing tiebreakers, because you often go down a few life before you get into what I'm calling lockdown mode. I'm calling it now. Yep. And that's something that Harry's got to bear in mind. We've got 37 minutes left, and Harry really needs to win 2 games, or at least get far enough in game 3 that he can then be thinking about winning these tiebreakers.
Yeah, so Harry's in a good position now. Got a good few things out there. Got the Blessed Cathedral out. Got the Tin Soldier out. Got the Absolute Ice Shield in the burst. Got the 3 cores now on the Blessed Cathedral, which will be able to draw a card when one of the spirits is destroyed. So obviously the Tin Soldier is going to be the target of that.
Yeah, if it attacks, it goes away at the end of the turn anyway, so that will activate these, which is always nice.
Yep.
So we did see a life being taken there as the Assassin went in. Of course, the Assassin is a low-cost character with Curse. It's why it sees so much play. We did see Tin Soldier taking a life as well. So now we're actually tied up at 2 each.
Yeah. So the Blessed Cathedral does its thing, gets a core from the Void, Also draws 2 cards thanks to the Swamp and the Blessed Cathedral. So yeah, the Tin Soldier did what you wanted it to do.
And that's the difference with Harry's between last game and this game. He's able to get those nexuses with the Tin Soldiers, so he's been able to just get a little bit of extra draw. Now, we do have double Phantasmal Paradise here, so that is going to really help with draw for long. He's got a Hippocampo out, and it's really down to what Harry's got as a flash and as a burst.
Yep.
Because, frankly, there's nothing to block with right now. Now, we do actually see Harpy Nest Place coming down here. That is one of the cards that was sideboarded by Long coming into this turn, and it was an absolute ice shield. Although, remember the ruling we said, even though you get the life back, because Hippocampo did take a life, you still get a life back with Blessed.
Yep.
Harpy Nest Place when one of your bird folk spirits is blocked, the blocker is treated as level 1, and when a core is placed in your reserve, you can exhaust it to basically beef up a couple of your spirits from the reserve in terms of cores. So nice little nexus there we saw kind of popped in here to help out your bird folk.
Yep. Harry playing his eagle there.
Yeah, we're not in a mirror match here, but it's starting to look a little bit like it. Blessed Cathedral, Jewel Eagle, Hippocampo. There's a lot of yellow on Harry's side of the board. It is a purple deck, but there is a decent amount of yellow. It's only actually 10% yellow, but that 10% makes a pretty big difference to the deck overall.
Yep.
Okay, 12% yellow. I'm lying to you, it's 22% yellow. But it's still not that much yellow, all right? It's still less than a quarter yellow.
Still an influential enough amount of yellow, isn't there? And
yes. That's what I'm going for. It's not a yellow deck, but it's got a decent enough yellow package to really start making an impact in these games. If you include Jewel Dragon Smag, it's actually more than 22% yellow.
Yeah.
But then we're into fractions, and let's not worry about that now.
No.
I just want everyone to know I had realised that. So we are over to Harry now. No, we're not. Sorry, we're still on Long. We've got a Jewel Eagle coming down, and we're starting to see the board getting flooded a little bit.
Yeah.
Jewel Eagle comes down. Both the Phantasmal Paradise allow him to draw a couple of cards. We saw Long. We had a chat to him after the last game, and he told us quite clearly, I like drawing cards. I am going to play the deck that draws the most cards. Now we see God Beast Behemoth coming out.
Yeah.
And whereas we saw a lot of Alice in the previous round with Long, now we are seeing a lot of God Beast Behemoth coming in. It is a big card. It is very difficult to block. You put 3 cores on, it becomes an 11k. As it sounds at the moment, it's only an 8k, but that's bigger than anything Harry can be bringing out right now.
Yeah, it's worrying for Harry here now.
He's got 3 life remaining. There is no burst that's been set at the moment. So here comes Hippocampo. What have we got in terms of a flash? Nothing for the time being. Harry goes down to 2 life. Now we see an attack with Jewel Eagle. Is there anything of a flash this time?
Okay, Harry's gonna
There is
pay.
something. He is paying for something. Oh, this is nail biting. What card has he got? It is a Fawn Prison, which is then going to exhaust both Marty Bunny and God Beast Behemoth. So Harry does go down to 1 card remaining, crucial of course because of the burst from Ice Shield, but does still remain in the game thanks to that Fawn Prism.
Yep.
And this is really awkward. You kind of want to save your God Beast Behemoth attacking for when you think your opponent's out of options, but then something like a Dream Bomb or a Fawn Prison is going to target that down.
Yes.
Oh, it's a little bit awkward, but Long seems to be in a good position here. And now what can Harry do?
Yeah.
He's down by 3 life. Now, the good news is all of his opponent's spirits are exhausted, so he can start firing off some attacks here. Looks like he's attacking with Hippocampo in a minute. He's popping the 3 cores onto that. Does he have any other spirits he wants to play? He's got an Ice Shield in hand.
Yep.
So that's going to be helpful.
Well, let's see what Harry's play is going to be here. This could be a very influential turn here. Okay, attacks with the Hippocampo.
Yeah, really wants to go back up to 2 life here. That's pretty big. Does Long have any flash available that is going to help him out of this? I cannot see his hand properly, I'm afraid, but that's what we're looking for. Some kind of flash, and he plays a bunch of stuff. He's got Feral Slash, he's got Dream Bomb, he's got Exhaust Nexus. Oh, it's an absolute Ice Shield.
Yep.
But remember, as we've seen a couple of times, even though you don't lose a life, Hippocampo will still activate to give you an extra life here.
Yep.
Okay, so Back over to Long. Harry is up to 2 life here. And we've got another Marty Bunny coming down.
It's looking imposing now, isn't it?
It's looking very imposing.
Yeah, you got that huge behemoth on that side of the board. Got the eagle there as well, which gives your blessed.
Means they can't be blocked by level 2 or above spirits, which is always very... Oh, is it level 1 spirits? No, they can't be blocked by level 1 spirits. Other way around. Cannot be blocked by level 1s. And Long seems to be going for what I always... It's always my favourite turn of the game.
Yeah.
The, you know what, I think it's going to work out turn. You've got to take 2 life, and that's really important. There is an ice shield in hand. We know there's an ice shield in hand. We know Long isn't going to win the game this turn. So now we attack with God Beast Behemoth. He's gone the other way. He's attacking with this one first, unlike in the previous game. So, can he take a life with this? Probably, honestly, unless there's something other than an ice shield there. Now, Harry's clearly having a think. He's got a bunch of calls available on all of his spirits. They can obviously be used to pay even during the attack step, which is going to be a big deal.
Decides to block.
Decides to go for an absolute ice shield here, which I like. Blocks with the assassin and then goes for the absolute ice shield. So doesn't lose a life, gets that back. Now, the good news is we're now going into Long's turn, and he's actually got a bunch of blockers on the board, which means that he is going to be able, potentially, to stop that Hippocampo. That's one of the things you need to do here. You need to stop Hippocampo. Because we're in that stage of the game that Purple likes so much here, where Long only needs to take 2 life, but Harry can keep playing Ice Shield, and Harry can keep, blocking an Ice Shield, you don't even lose anything. And then he can, try and use Hippocampo. He's got Eagle, which also has Blessed. So he's got 2 Blessed. Now, Cursed Dragon comes down. 1 core goes off of everything. This will get rid of both Marty Bunny and the Freeze still here. That is something I was worried about. Now, the others all survive nicely, but you are losing 3 of your 6 spirits here, and one of them's exhausted. So that is a big thing. Now, the good news is you can activate Harpy Nest Place, which is nice. And that does mean you can get some calls back, which is good. But it is awkward. It is very, very awkward. Because now you got 2 things with Blessed and a big Cursed Dragon facing you down. Oh, no, tell a lie. Because Counter Sword comes out. That is another card that came out of the sideboard into the main deck here. And remember, Counter Sword gets you a life. So after all of that, Long is actually back up to the amount of life he had when he started the game.
Yeah. And a good board presence as well.
Yeah, it's not as good as it was, but it's going all right. Now you can potentially block the Hippocampo. And, you could trade Hippocampo for Hippocampo here. That would be an option. But at least you can stop your opponent. Even if you give up 1 life to the Cursed Dragon to go down to 4, it's really not that big a deal. I don't mind giving up a life to the Cursed Dragon here. But I want to stop the Hippocampo using Blessed. But it looks like Harry's not done yet. It looks like Harry's paying for something else. Oh, it's a Nemesis. So when it attacks, you have to destroy one of your spirits. But you can... Oh, he can remove both the cores from God Beast Behemoth when he attacks if he destroys one of his spirits, which I think he's probably going to do here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is really nice. That God Beast Behemoth is stuck on 2 spirits after the Cursed Dragon came down. And that is going to destroy it. It's not going to go to the hand. Dream Bomb's not great against God Beast Behemoth because it's very cheap. But we do see the block with Dual Eagle there, getting rid of the Hippocampo, staying on the board. But I do think we're going to see a Nemesis attacking here. And I think that God Beast Behemoth might be done. I think we might see an attack with Cursed Dragon first. Just to see what Long wants to do.
Yeah, 6,000 attack coming in now.
Depends if you've got a flash or not.
Yep.
Okay, so choosing the block with the Hippocampo here.
That was an exhaust.
Yeah.
Nexus there.
That was an exhaust Nexus. That was very, very nice. That gets rid of the Cursed Dragon, but that Nemesis is going to be a problem. Oh, no, it's not going to be a problem. Because let's look at the first bit of Nemesis's text.
Yeah.
You may destroy one of your spirits to activate the following effect. You ain't got a spirit. Wait.
Yes.
Oh.
You can destroy itself as well.
I just assumed he wasn't going to do that. I mean, to be fair, you're getting a God Beast Behemoth off the board.
Yeah, I think that
So
was...
I really honestly thought he was not going to do that, but I suppose you're essentially board wiping each player, and your opponent's got a God Beast Behemoth, and actually, it looks like we might see a Deadly Balance coming down. Oh, that was... Okay, and they're just having the conversation there of exactly what happened. But yeah, it says select one of your spirits, not one of your other spirits.
Yep.
You can destroy it to activate the following effect. I mean, the question essentially is... Is Dark Knight Nemesis destroyed before you're actually able to activate the effect? And the answer is no, it all happens at the same time.
Yep.
Same way that Freestall actually draws when it itself gets destroyed, because it's essentially there to see its own destruction, which, don't think about that too much, it might upset you. So, we're still having that discussion of exactly what's happened. A lot of stuff happened in this past attack.
Yep.
We saw Exhaust Nexus, we saw skills, we saw attacks, we saw blocks, we saw a lot of spirits in the trash. I do believe we've ended up at the right place.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And there's a table judge there.
Yeah, Behemoth was down to 2 cores.
Yes.
Harry decided to swing with Dread Knight Nemesis. When it attacks, literally destroy one of your spirits, which Harry decided to destroy the Dark Knight Nemesis, but the effect still plays out.
Yes.
That's been clarified. We move on now. It's Long's turn.
Flying Turtle comes in.
Let's see what else Long's going to play now. So managed to draw 2 by playing that Flying Turtle.
Now, Alice comes down, so we've seen a lot of God Beast Behemoth so far on the stream this week, in this game, but it looks like Alice is going to be the pick for this particular game. Of course, we had God Beast Behemoth, but it went away.
Yep.
Now, Alice has 3 cores on, you have 3 spirits out, both of those being very important, because that means Alice is a level 3, and also, because you got 3 spirits out, and the God Beast Behemoth is back! Love this, absolutely love this. Huge fan of this huge spirit. Okay, this is looking nice. Long only needs to take 2 life. There's nothing on Harry's side of the board. He's got an Alice and he's got a God Beast Behemoth. There's nothing set down to burst, although I think he might have an Ice Shield in hand.
I think he did. I'm not 100% sure, but there's definitely a couple of Thorn Prisons in hand.
Yeah, and it's really, Harry's got no spirits. This is down to flash cards.
Yeah.
What has he got? He can flash at his opponent here to be like, whoa, 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 hold on. Maybe don't go to the final just yet. We ain't done here.
Yeah, I think, Harry's got 8 cores available, and I think Harry does have 2 Thorn Prisms.
Oh, that would do it. There's no reductions. He's not playing a green deck, but they are 4 cost. So you could go Thorn Prison. Something's being eyed up here. It's 4. It could be an Ice Shield, to be fair. Or it could be a Thorn Prison. It could be a suppression, but that'd be a waste right now, frankly. Oh, my goodness. Is it? Are we going to see? It's Scope Owl!
Yep, Scopal comes out.
Oh, love this. In the main deck, there's only one, but there is one in the main deck. So Scope Owl comes out here as well.
Yep.
This is a very cool card. We've seen a lot of love for Scope Owl and Leaf Wolf here. There was a Leaf Wolf in Harry's side deck, so interesting to see if that maybe made it into the deck for a bit more swift action. But this is nice. Now Long is just looking through Harry's deck, discard, just trying to go, right, what have you used? What have you still got available? How many of this card am I expecting you to play? How many have you still got? Because Harry's actually playing lower counts of a lot of stuff than you might expect, because there are so many different cards in his deck. There's still 4 Ice Shield and 4 Deadly Balance and 4 Rotting Swamp. But that's about it outside of the weird yellow text.
I was mistaken. There were no Thorn Prisons. I was looking at the other green cards in Harry's hand. One of them was obviously the Scope Owl, and the other one was the Leaf Wolf, which is now being played.
So when I asked a minute ago about whether we might see a Leaf Wolf having come out from the sideboard, the answer is yes. He did take Leaf Wolf out his sideboard. It is now on the field. Now we see an attack with Dual Eagle, bearing in mind that's got Blessed. It does go through, and that actually puts Long up to, is that 5-6 life now? He's got more than he started with. Now we see Thorn Prison, and Long is into the final. He rests that Leaf Wolf, and that is it. That is all he needed, taking a 2-0 victory into the final. We could yet see a yellow deck winning this Pro Tour, which was not on the bingo card coming into the weekend.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a really good game. I am loving watching this yellow deck be played better than I've ever played it in my life. I've played a bunch of games with it, not to the level of Long here. That was so well played. We saw Alice, we saw Behemoth there. We saw Behemoth come out a couple of times, which was lovely. But we saw all of the tricks being used. And one of the things I think Long is doing superbly here, he is figuring out when he needs to go slow and when he needs to go fast. There are turns, he's just kind of setting up a little bit and poking, and then there are turns where he is going wide and just rushing. And that is hard to know exactly when the right time to do that is. And he seems to be making some very, very good decisions in this tournament here. The last couple of games, and Long is now going to be on stream for all 3 rounds of Top Cut. We're going to have Long.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what worked in Long's advantage this turn was obviously Harry's got a really nice deck, but the problem with Harry's deck is there's too many colours, not enough cost reductions, a lot of not so many small spirits that can come out and do things. The curse package isn't in there, you know, there's cost reduction. I mean, there's a core reduction deck essentially. So Long knew, look, let me use my two cost spirits. Let's get the Behemoth out in the first game. And the second game, also managed to get the Alice out and the Behemoth at the same time as well. You know, Harry did try his best right then there to try and counter out of that, but just not enough in Harry's hand. But Harry did a great job to hang on.
Great job. With a very unique kind of deck, with, you know, with all of these different tricks, with all these different cards. It's a purple deck, but there's a whole bunch of yellow in there as well. Tin Soldiers, which we're just not seeing in other decks. But being played with that Blessed Cathedral and Rotting Swamp, a really nice way of doing things. But we did see across those games, there were times where he had kind of a card he needed, but he didn't have the counterpart of that. In game 1, he had the Tin Soldiers, but he didn't have the Nexuses. And then you say in game 2, sometimes not being able to reduce the cost as much as he liked. But let's be clear about this. Top 4 at a Pro Tour, $6,500. I mean, that is not a bad weekend's work, quite frankly. And of course, that World's invite, more than locked up, did many, many, many times as well as he needed to get the invite.
Yeah, and Harry's proven to us as well, you know, he is a very consistent player. Like we said, you lost the final at the launch event, come here as well, got to the semi-final. So, yeah, great. Now we've got a really, really exciting final on our hands.
Oh, player to watch out for when we get to Worlds, absolutely. And, yeah, we have got a very exciting final that we're going to be going in for. And, you know, we had a chat to R2 after the previous game, and we were like, hey, you know, it could be a purple mirror in the final, could be yellow. Which one would you rather play? And he was just like, I'd rather play against purple because I've not really tested against yellow. I've got bad news, R2. We have got yellow. We have got our 2 finalists all locked up. So let's take a super quick break and have a chat with our second finalist when we come back in a matter of moments.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Longdown. Not the first time I've spoken to you today. We keep putting you on stream. You keep winning. You're in the final. How good does that feel?
Fantastic.
And you're the lone yellow player representing in Top Cut. You've just beaten Purple in Top 4. So going into the final against Purple, how do you think you're doing?
It's going to be a tough matchup because he has Nexus Removal, the Pharaoh Slash. Yeah. be careful about that, and I think then I can win this matchup.
Keep your Nexus on the board, keep drawing those cards. I mean, you told us when we spoke to you last time, you like yellow because it draws more than other colours. So keep your Nexus, win the game, be the Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, that's the goal, that's the goal.
That sounds pretty good to me. So one of the things I'm interested in, you've got Alice in your deck and you've got God Beast Behemoth.
Yeah.
Tell me about kind of why you choose to play the pair of those cards.
Actually, there's also Raphael, so that's the 3 boss monster.
Yes, there's that one as well.
And basically, I played those, like Alice, she can control the board, and Raphael and God Beast, they can kill the opponent, and you don't have to clear board.
No.
Because you can do level 2 cannot block, level 3, like level 2 or higher cannot block, and so the opponent can't really block, so I'm gonna eat the ice shits and don't have to sacrifice my board into their board, and that's really good.
It sounds pretty good. Ice Shield to give yourself that protection, big spirits to go, and I mean, we saw when you played white back in top 8, Alice just taking out all of those white spirits. They had no answer to it. It was really fantastic, and you've been a very patient player on stream today. We saw it in the last game. You're really good at knowing when to go wide and when to just kind of hang back a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you know when to just go really aggressively and end the game?
The way how the match plays out, like if he had the answer earlier, he would have done it. And basically, and there are like so many situations, even if he clears board, it doesn't matter. Because you have so many cards in hand, you just slam another. So it's, yeah.
I've drawn so many cards, I don't care what he does, I'm going to be able to have a counter to it.
Kind of.
Congratulations. Getting into the final is great. Doing it with yellow when no one expected yellow to be good is awesome. Good luck in the final.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to be back in just a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a heck of a final coming up. So grab yourselves an ice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be awesome.
Battle Spirit Saga, huh? I heard they have tournaments with cash prizes. I'd like to give it a try. I wonder if anyone I know plays it.
Battle Spirit Saga? I know how to play.
You do?
Yup, I'll teach you.
Really? Thanks!
So, Battle Spirit Saga is a card game where you accumulate and use cores while sending your spirit cards to do battle with your opponent. The strategy involved with using your cores separates it from other card games. Anyway, I have a couple of demo decks used for tutorials, so let's play a game.
Great!
First, we'll need some of those cores I mentioned.
So this is a core.
Cores start out in the void, outside the playing field. Whenever you need a new one during the game, that's where you'll grab it from. Next thing you'll need is a deck. Each deck has at least 50 cards in it. And there's 3 types of cards. Spirits that you summon to fight your opponent with, nexuses that you place on the field, and powerful magic cards with one-time use effects.
So the spirits do all the fighting and the other cards support them?
Yeah, and you can put up to 4 cards of the same name in your deck. Now, we'll start by shuffling each other's deck. Then, we'll set them in our deck areas. After that, you put 5 cores from the void into your life, and then put 3 cores of your soul into your reserve.
What's a soul core?
Soul cores are different from other cores and have all sorts of effects in the game, and each player only has 1.
Got it. So if you knock out all your opponent's life cores, you win?
Right. Also, if you run out of cards in your deck and can't draw on your turn, you'll lose. So pay attention to that. It's time to create your opening hand. Do that by drawing 4 cards from your deck. Normally, we decide who goes first at this point, but since it's your first game, you can take the first turn.
Got it.
After deciding who goes first, you can choose to do a mulligan. That means if you don't like your hand, you can put it back and draw again. But you can only mulligan once.
This hand is mostly the same cards, so I think I'll mulligan.
When you mulligan, you put your first hand on the bottom of your deck, draw 4 new cards, then shuffle your deck again. I'm gonna keep my hand as it is. If you keep your opening hand, you get to draw an extra card.
Really? You could have told me that earlier.
My bad. Now we're ready to start. Game turns are divided into a sequence of several steps, as you can see on the left.
On the left. Whoa!
Each turn you'll go through every step from the start step to the end step. There's not much to do in the start step, so on to the core step, where you put a core from the void into your reserve. The player who goes first doesn't get a core step on their first turn though. Then comes the draw step. You draw a card from the top of your deck and add it to your hand. Next up is the refresh step. Here, you move the cores that are in your trash into the reserve and refresh all your exhausted spirits. Spirits are refreshed by rotating them from horizontal to vertical, and you exhaust them by rotating them from vertical to horizontal. Remember that.
Got it. But it's not like I can do any of that on my first turn, right?
Right. Now we're on to the main step. This is where you get to use cards from your hand and place and swap cores around.
Okay, I'll summon this Dragaron Captain that's in my hand.
Here's how you summon. First, you show the card and check its cost.
The number on the top left is the cost, huh? Looks like this one costs 3.
Right. You'll pay its cost with cores. You can move cores from your reserve or from cards on your field and place them into your trash to summon it.
Sweet, now it's on the field.
Hold on a second. You've got to put a core on that spirit.
Why?
Cores are a spirit's source of life, so you have to put at least as many cores on it as are shown next to the level 1 text, or it will die.
Oh, I get it.
By the way, some cards, like Nexuses, have 0 for their level 1 number. They can stay on the field without a core. You'll normally want to attack next, but the first player doesn't have an attack step on their first turn, so your Dragaron's going to have to sit tight.
Okay.
Then you'll go to your end step and pass the turn off to your opponent. Some effects that were active during your turn will reset during this step, so keep that in mind.
All right, then I guess my turn's over.
Okay, my turn. Start step. Core step. Since I'm going second, I put a core from the void into my reserve. Draw step. Not much for me to do on my first refresh step. Main step. I pay 4 cores from my reserve and place the Nexus Scorched Battlefield. Then, I'll summon the Spirit Rain Needle.
Huh? That costs 1. Aren't you going to pay?
Good eye. One of the cool things about Battle Spirit Saga are these reduction symbols.
What are those?
Reduction symbols are shown on the cards next to their cost. You can reduce the cost of the card you're summoning by as many matching colored symbols as you've got on the field, up to the amount of cost reduction symbols on your card.
Oh, I get it. So that's why you played it without paying a core.
Now we're on to the attack step. The second player is able to attack on their first turn, but I'll end the step without attacking. And with my end step, my turn is over.
Okay, now it's my turn. So start step, core step, and now I get to put a core from the void into my reserve this time too. Draw step, refresh step, any cores in my trash get returned to my reserve, right?
Correct.
Main step, I summon Dragnogard. It costs 3, but since I have a red symbol on the field, I only have to pay 2 cores.
Now, how about raising the spirit's level by placing cores on it? See those bits with level written on your spirit? That shows how many levels it has.
Looks like my Dragaron Captain goes up to level 3. I'll put enough cores on it to make it level 2. So what happens when you level up a spirit?
First, its BP goes up with its level. BP are compared during battle, so it's a really important number. Oh, and with a higher level, sometimes your spirit will get new effects.
So giving spirit cores makes them stronger, huh? Attack step.
You should try attacking with your spirit this turn. To do that, exhaust it and declare you're attacking with it.
I attack with Dragaron Captain.
If the attack goes through unblocked, you reduce your opponent's life. The player who is attacked has to move an amount of cores equal to the number of attacking spirits symbol from their life into their reserve. Going forward, you can use those cores to pay for stuff just like any other core. So getting hit actually means you can do more things.
Got it. End step. That's the end of my turn.
All right, my turn again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. I'll summon a Dragaron Captain. It costs 3, but it has 2 reduction symbols I can use, so it ends up only costing me 1 to summon it. Then, I'll use the magic card Charge Draw. You pay magic card costs like any other card. The thing is, magic cards sometimes have multiple effects, so you have to declare which effect you'll use. This time, I'll be using the main effect at the top. Effects listed with this icon next to them can be used during your main step. When a magic card's effect resolves, you put the card into your trash.
So magic cards only get to be used once.
Exactly. Attack step. Time for my counterattack. I attack with Rain Needle.
Seriously? I don't want to lose life.
In that case, you'll want to block with a spirit you've got on the field. Pick a refresh spirit and exhaust it. Then declare it as your blocker.
I'll block with Dragnogard then.
When you block, a battle between spirits happens. That's when you compare BP, like I mentioned earlier.
And the higher BP wins, right? What if their BP is the same?
If they've got the same BP, they both get destroyed. By the way, my Rain Needle gains 1,000 BP from the scorched battlefield I have on my field, so it has 2,000 BP total.
Then it looks like my Dragnogard loses. What happens to a destroyed spirit?
When a spirit is destroyed, you put its core into your reserve and put the spirit card into your trash.
Oh, okay, I get it.
End step. And that's it for my turn.
Okay, I'm up again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Now I'm going to summon a Dragron Captain. Then I'll summon another Dragron Captain. I'll move the 2 cores I need for them. Attack step. I'll attack with Dragron Captain.
I'll block with my Dragron Captain. Okay, let me explain flash windows. Flash windows are opportunities before and after a block where you can announce a surprise attack. And both players get a chance to use their flash effects.
Ah, so you can use these cards during your opponent's turn too.
I'll start by using Charge Draw. I used its main effect last time, but this time I'm using its flash effect. My blocking Dragron Captain gains 2,000 BP.
Seriously? I attacked and lost anyway? Wow, flash effects are scary.
You can use flash effects to totally turn things around, so it's one of the deeper strategic elements.
Oh, I get it. Well, I guess I'll stop my attacks and end my turn.
All right, I'm up now. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Well, I have one last thing left to teach you. There's one other type of effect besides flashes that you can use to get back a win. Burst. Now I'm perfectly set up.
So that card you set face down is a burst card?
Yeah, that's right. You can place one burst card face down from your hand onto the burst area in front of your life during your turn.
And how do you use that card?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
Oh boy.
Next, I'll summon 4 Dragnogards.
That's a
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirit Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is like, must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirit Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created.
Coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion and is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピーチサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピーチサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくてこのコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And and then all of a sudden he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないので、これは守りたいところに、相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah, it was Okay.
Thank you.
The dawn of a new era of trading card games. The time has come for Battle Spirit Saga. '23 World Championship. Who will be the winners? Total prize pool, $1 million. Battle Spirit Saga. Booster pack and starter decks now on sale. Don't miss your chance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from the lovely Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm joined by Taj. We've got a final, Taj. You hyped?
Oh, yes. This final is going to be really, really interesting with R2 here against Long, who we've seen pretty much all day long. No pun intended there, on the stream here. So, yeah, it's going to be a phenomenal final, I think.
It is. We started off having Long on the stream on the top 8. And then, of course, we streamed both the top 4. We just saw Long's game. And now we got a final. We got Long against R2 here. Oh, yeah, we got R2 who won the Dutch Grand Open.
Yep.
And is coming back into the Pro Tour, made it all the way to the final, playing purple, which is a deck everyone expected to be the best deck coming in. And, you know, on the face of it, you've got the Dutch Grand Open winner coming in with the best deck, coming into the final. You're thinking, wow, they've got to be the favourite to win, haven't they? But then you got Long, who is another player who's proven to be fantastic, playing a deck which I think it's fair to say was not the top pick coming into the event, and yet just took down purple.
Yeah, absolutely. So Long's going to have confidence taking down purple last round, coming in against a matchup against purple as well. But R2's obviously a seasoned player, already got 2 of those Metal Soul cores under his belt, one from the Grand Open here in Utrecht, one from the pre-launch event in London. So yeah, looking to get his 3rd Metal core for winning this Pro Tour here today.
Going to get to the point he's got all metal cores and he's got a regular one as his soul core.
So yeah, exactly. It's going to get to that point, isn't it? But yeah, no, 2 phenomenal players here. We've seen both of them play outstanding games, really know their decks inside out, and know how to play matchups against each other. But as you were saying earlier on, you had a conversation with R2, and R2 was a bit concerned coming up against the yellow deck.
Well, I've had conversations with both of them, and it's an interesting one, because I had a conversation with R2 who told us, I don't really want to face yellow. I'd rather have a purple mirror because I've not played that much against yellow. But I had a chat with Long and he said, look, I feel good against purple, but the problem is I know that R2 plays Nexus removal and I don't feel great against Nexus removal because, you know, we've talked about it a lot. We've seen yellow on stream this weekend. You get your Nexuses out out early in the game and you snowball from there. Some of the players playing yellow have told us the same thing. And there is a big difference between games in which you get your nexuses early and games where you don't. And it really is as simple as that. So that's going to be interesting to see. Can he get them on the field? Can he keep them on the field against things like that Feral Slash that R2 is going to be bringing out? Well, it seems like we are starting off straight away. We've got Long, and we do have a Blessed Cathedral up against a Worker Ant-Man from R2. So we have the Nexus. Can we keep the Nexus?
That's going to be the question, isn't it? Yeah, good start for Long, getting that Nexus out nice and early. Blessed Cathedral is obviously one that you want to have early on in the game as possible.
Yeah, that is a very nice one. So we get the Hippocampo down nice and early. Got 4 cores on it. Of course, that one does have Blessed, so we can go above the starting 5. And actually already down to 4 because of the Worker Ant-Man. But now we're back up to 5, and R2 is down to 4. And over to him now. And honestly, Blessed Cathedral plus Hippocampo, as far as openings go, ain't bad.
Yeah, pretty strong opening there for Long, for sure. R2 now, sort of, let's see what response R2 can have.
I mean, R2's going to be looking to get some of those spirits down. That Cavalier comes in quite nicely, of course. Purple Smoke Valley, it's the only Nexus in R2's deck. That might be one he's looking for early doors, but it is something you've still got to actually find, which is not always the easiest thing to do. Now, we do see a swing of Worker Ant-Man putting Long back down to 4, and then... yeah, I think we're all right. Does keep the Cavalier there to potentially block. We see a Phantasmal Paradise coming down, then a Marty Bunny, and then you draw from the Phantasmal Paradise. So a really good opening couple of turns set up for Long here. Pretty much exactly like you draw it up.
Absolutely. Long's probably going to be happy with that. But again, as you were saying, Long's going to have that niggling thought in the back of his mind about Nexus removals. So being conscious of that, try and get as much done early on as possible.
They're moving the cores around here, putting Marty Bunny up to a level 2 with a second core there. Just putting it up to, oh, and actually we need 3 cores to put it up to a level 2. But of course, we know there's so much core removal. That's really just a bit of protection, making sure that if one core goes off of Marty Bunny, it's going to remain on the field. Are we going to see some swings into the Cavalier? Now, there is a level 2. It's a 4K. So it's even with Hippocampo. It's stronger than Marty Bunny. This is going to be an awkward one. If you swing with the Hippocampo, the Cavalier is probably going to block and you're going to lose it. So probably, there was an argument to swing with Marty Bunny first, see if you block, and then go Hippocampo after. Was thinking about it, decided, nah, leave my board, go to my opponent.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a couple of decisions that could have been made there. Oh, there's Nexus removal. There goes the Phantasmal Paradise.
That's that Feral Slash, and, you know, Long told us Feral Slash, a card he absolutely was worried about in this matchup because those Nexuses are so important to Yellow and what they do. And then what does R2 do at the first opportunity? Drops a Feral Slash. Oh, and Worker Ant-Man coming in. Hippocampo has gone down there annoyingly. So you still got the Marty Bunny. Not the end of the world, but the Hippocampo has gone. Here comes Freeze still here, and there are some more cheap spirits there. If Long wants to go wide quite early here, looks like he might have the opportunity to do so. We see another Blessed Cathedral. Of course, you go after the Phantasmal Paradise because that draws a card when you play the Fabled Beast. Blessed Cathedral, you have to wait until they're actually destroyed. And even then, the draw only comes in when you have 3 cores on them. Otherwise, you just get a core. So that's why Phantasmal Paradise was the easy choice off of that Feral Slash.
Absolutely. So that Marty Bunny is up to 4,000 power now. So could be used to block and trade from the other side of the board there. We've got the freeze dial out as well. 2 cores on it, making up to 2,000, which isn't really much.
We got the Star Blessed draw coming in, getting out to a couple of draws. And then we see another Feral Slash getting one of those Blessed Cathedrals. Not quite as hard as it was when he lost the Phantasmal Paradise, but still a very annoying one. So, you know, we've seen 2 Feral Slash. There's 4 in the deck. That is absolutely something to keep track of. Flying Turtle comes down. It is a Fabled Beast. You have to look at the top card. If it's a Fabled Beast, it goes to your hand. It was. So that was very, very nice there.
Some let's draw out the burst there.
Yeah, it gets a couple of cards for R2, but it's at least still got that extra Fabled Beast down, which was lovely. Now we see the 3 cores going on to Blessed Cathedral because you need that in order to activate the draw. Right now, Long is not drawing as many cards as he wants. So here you can swing with your spirits and maybe you get some life taken. Brilliant. Or maybe you get to draw cards. Also pretty good.
It's going in with 4K there. R2 deciding not to block.
Well, there's Freestore and Bless the Cathedral, so if a creature gets destroyed, that's 2 cards for long here.
Yeah.
So it's Absolute Ice Shield, and he's still saying, yeah, because Absolute Ice Shield ends a turn after the attack,
Yep.
but the attack still happens.
Yep.
So the burst gives you your core back into your life, but an Absolute Ice Shield play doesn't stop you losing the core that you would have lost from your life. So
clear distinction there.
Yes. R2 doesn't give away any cards to Long, which is clearly the play there. That was what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Does go down to 2 life.
Yes. Quite a quite a lot happening early on here. R2 was trying to control those nexuses, but you know, Long still getting those small little spirits out.
Yeah, Curse Dragon comes down, takes a core off of everything, and that does get the Flying Turtle, which then also then draws a card because you've removed all of the cores from a spirit to destroy it. Now the Martu Bunny's protected, the Freestore's protected for now, but there's still actually not many cores to play with on R2 side of the board here.
No, not at the moment. There's obviously 3 on each of those spirits, so there's 4 potential to play with there, 1 in the reserve, 5 cores available.
Okay, chooses to take them off his spirits, getting them down power level, but then he does have a chance to play an extra card here.
Yep.
What's he going to go with? Looks like he's paying all 4 here. Ah, it is a Feral Slash. We have seen 3 of the 4 Feral Slash. And look how large R2's deck is here, right?
Yeah.
Look how large his deck is. And he's already hit 3 Feral Slash. It's his Long's worst nightmare here.
Yeah.
You know your opponent's got Feral Slash. You know he's going to draw into 1 or 2 during the game. You understand that. But seeing 3 of them this early in the game when you've not drawn that many cards, the only saving grace here is that at least you're probably not going to see many more from here on in.
That's true. Yeah, that is absolutely true. So, yeah, it's now about Long being able to sort of re-establish some nexuses on his side of the board and see what he can do. But obviously, he had quite a few 2Ks already played. You know, hitting the trash. Long doesn't really care about that. They're still going to be useful for him in the trash as 2-cost spirits.
And gets to draw a card with Freestore because it got destroyed, so that was at least a little bit of draw coming in there. So it isn't ideal for Long right here. He's really had the kind of game he was hoping not to be having. Now, the Avatar, if it goes down, will get yourself a 2-cost back. So he is swinging with that and just going, you know what, it's fine. Actually puts R2 down to 1 life. Which is interesting because, of course, Absolute Ice Shield now becomes much less effective. Now, we do see a Dream Bomb coming down, which is actually putting the Cavalier back into hand. And
scoop up and go to game 2.
That is scoop up and go to game 2. And then all of a sudden, Long is 1 game away from being our Pro Tour champion.
That was a very, very quick first game. R2 was obviously trying to respond as quickly as possible, getting rid of those nexuses bit by bit. But, you know, at the end of the day, Long had a very good start.
He had a very good, but here's the thing, right? Long had a very good start. No argument there. Very good start. 3 Feral Slash in the first couple of turns. And bearing in mind, it's not like you're searching them out. It's not like you have instant access to them. You have to manually draw into them.
That was
to hit 3 that early.
Lucky. Yeah, extremely lucky from R2 side.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're going into game 2. And Long's going, hang on a second, he had 3 Feral Slash, and I still won that game pretty quickly. And R2's sitting there going, I hit 3 Feral Slash, and he still won that game pretty quickly. It's very different feelings coming in, but now we get to the sideboard. And we see this sometimes, players going, just wait for game 2.
Absolutely. And let's see what the players decide to do with this sideboard. We can see both players now picking a few cards to decide what to put in and what to take out. And this is going to be crucial now, making the decision. But Long, very quick first game win there. Got the advantage now. But remember, this is the final. We can go all the way here. We're not going to be limited to time.
Yeah, now I feel pretty confident that Burning Force is something that R2 is at least considering here in his side deck. It is a 2-cost that lets you just destroy a 5-cost reduced by 2, which lets you just destroy a Nexus. So that is something we could see in, you know, along with Feral Slash here. But then again, if you're already playing 4 Feral Slash, is that enough? Maybe we could be looking at something like a Suppression here, which of course lets you block with one of your spirits even when it's even when it's exhausted, and it gives a free K bump as well. So maybe that could be there to kind of get a bigger spirit out, try and get one of your bigger spirits out, and then use suppression to essentially allow it to block all of these little spirits coming out. These are things that we could be looking at into Game 2. We'll see exactly what the players want to go for. There are different opinions from different players, but they are things to have a look at.
Absolutely. So here we go. Both players have done their sideboards, shuffle their decks, ready to go. Game 2.
Yeah, we are going to be having a look very, very quickly, seeing where people are going here. It looks like there was at least one Nexus in Long's hand.
Both players happy with the opening hand, and R2 begins.
Speaking of Nexuses, Purple Smoke Valley coming out immediately here.
Yep.
Getting that Nexus on the board, getting a burst put down as well, which is really rather nice. And then we get that Blessed Cathedral straight away. That's all he did turn 1. Are we going to see something like a Feral Slash coming away and taking it immediately? No, we see a Hippocampo, but with nothing out there to stop it. It actually puts R2 up to 6 life. We never see Purple going above 5, even when they're playing stuff like Hippocampo, but we did here.
Yeah, that's a rare sight indeed, seeing a purple deck go up to 6 life. But yeah,
I think it's the first time we've seen it on stream all weekend.
I think so.
Now here we go, Flying Turtle. Is it a Fabled Beast? It's not. It's a Freeze Door, which puts it into the trash, which is really annoying. And Star Blessed Draw gives R2 some draw there as well.
Yep.
But we do have Hippocampo, and there's nothing on R2's side of the board with which he can block. So we start seeing some swings here.
Yep.
Nah, this is better now.
Yep.
Now both players are back up to 5. The natural order has been restored.
Yes, it has indeed. It's Hippocampo versus Hippocampo right at the moment. Let's see now what the next move's going to be.
He's having a little bit of a think, and you see Long, when he's thinking through these turns, he's doing all of the maths. He's thinking, how many life can I take? How many life do I need to take? How many cards are you likely to have that can stop me? What's going to happen if you do have one of those cards? And in the end, decides to swing with the Flying Turtle, and it does go through.
Yep.
So leaves himself without any blockers, which could be awkward against your opposing Hippocampo, but at least, you know, goes down to a 5 to 4 life.
Yeah.
He got the advantage there. A second Hippocampo from R2, so, you know, we've seen these cards come out in batches. We saw the treble Feral Slash last game. That didn't work.
Yep.
So now we've got the double Hippocampo, and R2's back up to 6 life. Those Hippocampo need to go.
They're really putting a shift in, aren't they? Yeah, these Hippocampos are just going to keep increasing the life now. Yeah, let's see what Long can do. Got the Eagle out, dual Eagle out now, which has got the 3 cores on it, which means that spirits with Blessed cannot be blocked by opponent's level 1, I believe.
Yep, and there are no level 1s. Unfortunately,
anyway.
Hippocampo are a bit bigger, but they can't block anyway.
Yep.
So it does look like Feral Slash just came out and got rid of that Flying Turtle and the Blessed Cathedral, which is quite annoying. But we do at least see a double Blessed here.
Yep.
So now we're back to Long with 5 life and R2 with 4. We've got a Blessed back and forth going on here. At some point, it's going to need to be broken.
Yeah.
But once again, that Feral Slash came out very early in the game, very quickly.
Yep.
Got rid of the, you know, got rid of that, the Nexus, which is not what you really wanted to do.
Yep.
I thought there was going to be a Hippocampo for a minute then, and I was going to be like, no, how does he draw into that many so quickly? But no, he's
So
got to...
worker out man coming out to do.
It's going to be nice, get some extra calls. We see a burst coming down. Could that be another Feral Slash? Oh, here we go. So now we see the Fawn Prison coming down. So, okay, we switch from 5-4 in favor of Long to 5-4 in favor of R2, but at least the Fawn Prison stops it getting any worse than that. And now everything's exhausted. Long's got a couple of spirits with Bless. So are we just going to kind of go round like this for a little while?
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
You see what was on the front of his hand there?
No, I did not.
God Beast Behemoth. But I think he had a look at his trash and decided, well, you know what? It might be a little bit early for that yet.
Yeah.
He's got an Alice in hand, actually, as well. Oh, I would like to see Alice coming down here, because then you can start taking out those Hippocampo while you're attacking. They're already exhausted. They're not going to be blocking.
Yep.
And those Hippocampo are frankly being kind of meddlesome at the moment.
They are indeed, yeah, giving R2, you know, keeping R2's life at 5 and 6, and it's not really what Long wants.
Now, I will say at the moment, with 3 spirits out, you're only dropping by 3k.
Yep.
And unfortunately, with 3 cores on, the Hippocampo is at 4k.
Yeah.
So not able to actually take either of those down, which is honestly kind of annoying. You can't even get the Ant-Man, which is also at 4k. And then we see a Fawn Prison coming down from R2 here. And I'm getting a lot of deja vu.
Yeah.
So literally on R2's turn, he used Bless to swing from 5-4 against a 4, his favor. And then a Fawn Prison came down. And then Long did exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Used Bless once, and then the other 2 got exhausted with a Fawn Prison.
Absolutely. So back over to R2 now. Let's see how R2 responds. Got Long on 5 life. R2's on 4.
Yeah, but we got at least 1 Bless going to be coming out here, you got to think. Now, we finally see a purple spirit hit the board. It's about time. And it is going to be a Mordred here, which lets you get an exhausted spirit and remove 2 cores. Seems like you've taken Alice down to a single core here, and then attacking with Mordred, taking that final core off of Alice. Alice is now off the board. R2 doing a really, really good job this game. Game 1 was very quick. R2 is doing a great job controlling Long's board, making sure he's not got too many threats, and actually using Blessed even better than Long at this point. And he's only got 2 Hippocampo. There's only 2 Hippocampo in the entire deck. They're both on the board.
Yeah.
And, you know, drew into them early. But we're kind of seeing this. Getting the 3 Feral Slash game 1, that was quite unexpected. Getting both Hippocampo game 2. But what R2's doing is using what he's drawn into, and you can't expect to draw your 2 Hippocampo early, but you know what? R2's at 6 life, Long's at 1. This game is going very much in R2's favor right now.
Yep.
And he did draw the 2 Hippocampo early. Why not make the most of them?
Yeah, absolutely. And that Mordred really swung things over to R2's favor there. Getting rid of that Alice just by bringing that Mordred in and swinging with it, getting rid of those 3 cores with that, just with that combo there of bringing it out and using it to attack, just worked in a great favor for R2 there.
Worked beautifully. We now see God Beast coming out and Dual Eagle attacking. There's something in R2's hand, we think, because he is having to think about it, chooses to give up the life. He's down to 5. That's, I say down, that's where he was before. Oh, it's another Feral Slash.
Wow.
So we've seen 2 Feral Slash again this game, super early. R2 was doing a good job finding those Feral Slash very, very early in the game. We've seen that 2 games in a row now. And the good news is Long is at least being able to use Bless to even things up a little bit here.
Yeah, back up to 3 life now. Taking R2 down to 4. Swinging with that big old behemoth now.
Oh, and we've actually got an Exhaust Nexus coming down. Gets rid of both of those Hippocampo. They have been meddlesome. They are gone. And then it seems like we get another life being taken by the God Beast. So going into this turn, Long had 1 life remaining. R2's board was looking really good. It was seeming quite bad. And in the space of 1 turn, Long's got the better board. Long's got as much life as R2 does. And both those Hippocampo are gone. They were causing problems. R2 gained a lot of life back with those Hippocampo.
Yeah, absolutely. They really did do a good, solid job for R2 there to keep control of this second game. But now things are looking a lot different with that last move by Long. Alongside of the board, even though the Nexuses are all gone, I think Long will be feeling a lot more comfortable now than he was a turn ago.
I mean, he's faced down 2 Feral Slash already. He's dealt with a 2 Hippocampo. These games have not been going the way Long wanted them to go.
Yep.
Literally, when I interviewed him, I just, what are you worried about? And he's just kind of like Nexus removal. I don't like Nexus removal.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of it. Now, Mordred takes a core. Oh, but we've got core. It's called Theft or Core Drain. Core Theft coming in here.
Yep.
So that takes out the Hippocampo. But we still got the Dual Eagle there. That's still an option.
Yep.
So Blessed is not off the board yet.
Yep.
Seen a lot of Hippocampo coming out. We've seen a lot of Hippocampo going down. Difference is, of course, that Long is playing the full 4 versions and 4 of the Dual Eagle. So Blessed, absolutely a big option for Long in this deck. Far more so than R2, who's just got the 2 Hippocampo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Flying Turtle hits, gets an Avatar there, which also gets put down. Now we're seeing a bit of a swarm coming in, and there's no Ice Shield down as a burst. Could still come out the hand, but there's not one down as a burst right now.
Yeah, plenty of cores there for Long as well to distribute out amongst these spirits. So let's see.
So Dual Eagle swings in here. Long is back down to 1 life, we should add, after that previous turn. Oh, it is suppression, and we've bumped up the Mordred here, and it is going to be able to block everything. It's got 5 cores, so it's a 6k. Suppression bumps it up to a 9k. Actually, that's a lie. There's one thing it can't block.
Yeah.
God Beast Behemoth. I really like how whoever named this card clearly went, how can I make this sound as big and imposing as possible? And I think God Beast Behemoth is a really good name to go for here.
Absolutely.
So now you can let it go through, or you can give up your Mordred to block. But that suppression came out right at the right time. And here's the thing, right? Artie's drawing into Feral Slash. That's a good counter.
Yep.
But when that's not working, he's drawing into Hippocampo. And when that's not working, he's drawing into Suppression. And when that's not working, he's drawing into Ice every game. And that means he's just taken advantage of any of these options he's got, he's going for. When Feral Slash isn't an option, you know what? Maybe Suppression, maybe Ice Shield. And there are a lot of things Artu's got. And game 2 is looking good. Is that a concession from Long?
Yep.
It is a concession from Long. He went as far as he could. And for the first time all day, we are going to a game 3 on the stream.
Yeah, fairly quick finish there. But yeah, R2 there, I think it was quite clear to see he was doing a lot better. It's amazing how R2, you know, even with that sideboarding there as well, and with the stuff available to him, was getting what he needed in hand. Dealing with those nexuses, being able to use that Thorn Prison as well to tap down, to exhaust spirits on the other side of the board, really setting up some really good counters against this, you know, and that's core removal. Yes, that's one thing, and the core removal worked really well as well. You know, the Dark Knight Mordred did do some good damage there, especially getting rid of that Alice nice and early, and taking cores off other spirits as well along the way, and worked in a good combination with core theft there as well. So a couple of spirits that were causing a bit of a problem were removed and gave R2 that win for game 2. Right, it's the decider now, Ross.
Oh, it's coming down to it, isn't it? I mean, you know me, you know I like seeing Freestyle win, but R2, I love the story of winning the Grand Open in the Netherlands and then coming back for the Pro Tour. I love the play that we've seen from him all weekend here. We've had him on stream for the first game. We had him on stream in top 4. We got him on stream again here. Clearly a lovely chap as well when we chatted to him. So I kind of want them both to win.
Yeah, both lovely players, both amazing people, and we've had them more than enough on stream. As you say, you know, we've followed their journey. Both players, Long today, literally top 8, semi-final, and now the final. R2, we've seen R2's journey from the first round yesterday and a couple of times today as well. So, yeah, we were invested in both these players, so may the best player win.
I mean, I am fully aware, just for anyone watching, I am fully aware that they can't both win. I am aware we will have an actual winner. But we've also here got one game for $15,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Second place, 10 grand. Winner, 25 grand. We're one game each. Winner of this game's winning a pretty nice amount of money. No pressure, eh?
Do you know what I'm really interested about? The uncut sheet looks amazing as well.
The uncut sheet does look amazing.
So the winner will be getting an uncut sheet as well of the X-Rares.
That's something you frame. Get right up on your wall in your studio. But we are into game 3 here. We see a freestyle coming out early, and yeah, we like Freestyle. I love him. Favorite card in the entire game. We've got a Marty Bunny in hand. We've got a couple of other smaller spirits. We see a Marty Bunny coming down right away. Did R2 have a turn?
I don't know, to be fair. Started fairly quickly here, but Long's established. Long's got exactly what you want. If you don't have nexuses, what you want to get your 2-cost spirits out, and be able to start doing stuff with that. So yeah, happy that he's got the 2-cost spirits there.
Then we get, oh my goodness, straight away, Burning Force comes down, gets rid of 2 of your opponent's spirits of 3,000 or lower, and unfortunately, that does include both the ones on the board, so Long had a very nice opening there, but unfortunately not good enough. That's really upsetting.
Well, it's upsetting in one stage, but in another way, it's not. There are combinations that Long can do to get 2-cost spirits out of the trash, or utilize them to reduce costs. So I would say I'd be happy having 2-cost spirits there rather than 3-cost spirits sitting in your trash.
Yeah, and then you can get them back with Raphael and reduce the cost of God Beast Behemoth even in the trash. But it's so sad to see this coming down like it is. Now, didn't attack with the the dual eagle there, left it there. We've got Dragonaga Assassin.
Yep.
Which, of course, got cursed. You don't really want to block it, so you let it go through with a life.
Yeah.
So not an impressive opening from either player, because really, Long had a good first turn, and R2 was like, nah, you didn't. Now, we do see another Marty Bunny coming down here.
Yep.
Now, we do see a swing with Dual Eagle.
Yep.
Bearing in mind it's got Blessed, so that will be able to... Oh, was there a giveaway there? Now, Feral Slash comes in when you lose a life. Absolute Ice Shield comes in when you lose a life. Was that a giveaway? There's a Feral Slash there?
Maybe this R2 is just double checking. Again, sometimes you can forget what you've put in the burst. I've done that plenty of times.
I refuse to believe R2's forgotten what's in the burst.
Yeah,
We've seen how great R2 is at this game. Oh, Counter Sword gets a Dragonaga Assassin off the board and also gains a life.
Yep.
But no, I think that was a consideration from R2 there, just thinking what to do. Maybe, but I refuse to believe a player this good has forgotten what's in the burst. I think he was thinking about it and realising he's not getting enough value out of the Feral Slash.
I think it's a Feral Slash, yeah. I think it's like, there's no Nexus there, I'll wait, I'll keep it there.
Yeah, that's my prediction. I could absolutely be wrong, of course. I don't know what's down there, but that's the prediction, and I'm sticking to it. So, we have got a Dual Eagle there. It's got 3 cores on. There's no other spirits for Long. Is he going to be able to find something, though?
Alice
comes bit earlier than planned.
Yep.
I like this. The problem now, Beldegor's only got 4,000 power. Even with the 3 cores, Beldegor's only got 4,000 power.
Yep.
So if we could see another couple of spirits hit the board here, but I don't think there is. So we're having a bit of a think here. What do we want to do?
Long's just asking R2 how many cards in hand. I think R2's got 6. Long's just making a decision.
Now, what you can do here is basically attack, and you bring Beldegor down. So you're not KOing it, you're not destroying it, but you bring it down from 4K to 2K. So then when you attack with your 4K Dual Eagle, you do actually then essentially survive. You get blocked, but you survive. So we did see the attack go through from Alice. Now Dual Eagle attacks, and I'm pretty sure Beldegor at this point has been brought down. Oh, we see a suppression though, and that will actually bring it up from 2 back up to 5, which is actually above the Dual Eagle.
Yep.
Then we see the block, and yeah, that's not ideal.
No. Good use of suppression there.
Yeah, Suppression is a great card. We're just having a bit of a discussion, making sure there were enough cores available in order to be able to do that. But there was. So Dual Eagle does go down, and Beldegor actually does not. So a really nice play from Long there, using Alice to bring Beldegor down so you couldn't block the Eagle without going away. But Suppression just reversed everything.
Yeah, that was a good... good maneuver there. I think the suppression came in obviously from the sideboard, 4 in the sideboard for R2. Good move having that in the deck. Obviously paid off.
Yeah, now we do see the Assassin attack in there, just taking a life. Long is well, firstly, Alice is exhausted. Secondly, you are not blocking against the cursed spirit with Alice. It's not happening.
No, exactly. Every time that Assassin goes through, you know, R2's drawing a card as well, which is really useful.
Oh, double Alice all the way across the sky. Okay, I like this one. Now, there's a lot of options. And here you can do the fairly exhausting lower by 2 in order to get rid of something like the Beldegor. So it's not what you want to do, although you are going after the Assassin here, which is at a 4K. So you attack here. Maybe there's a block with Beldegor, maybe there isn't.
Yep, both Alices are at 7,000.
Oh, so it's a Fawn Prison here. Yep. Really nice.
R2's like, I know exactly what you're doing here. I don't like it. We're going to exhaust that other Alice of yours.
Yeah, because that Assassin was about to go down to both the Alice skills, each lowering by 2K. In the end, not quite enough.
Yep. We're back to R2 now.
Okay. Oh!
Another Assassin.
Long has not been enjoying dinner with that Assassin. There is now a second Assassin on the board.
Yep.
R2 is basically going, hey, you know you hate this. Yeah, now there's 2 of them. And another Beldegor. So this is clearly, and we've seen real batches of cards being played by R2 in these games. Game 1 was the Feral Slash game. Game 2 was the Hippocampo game. Here we've got Beldegor and the Assassin. That is what is coming in here. And it's just a case of R2 using whatever cards he's drawing into and really making a game plan around it and just doing a great job of that.
Absolutely.
Really high-level play here from R2. Absolutely love seeing it. And it is making things awkward for Long because you don't want to block the Assassins, but you don't have a huge amount of answers to them. You know, you've got Exhaust Nexus, and you've got Alice, and that's really about it in terms of trying to kind of get them away. Dream Bomb will put them into the hand, but it won't get rid of them.
Yep.
You do play Feral Slash, I suppose. That can help. So there's actually another Alice in hand. So we've actually got all 3 Alice drawn by Long nice and early in the game here as well, if that's where he wants to go. And Alice is a great card, remember, so that might be something to think about. So we're just losing the life there.
Yep. Another swing coming in from the other Assassin. Doesn't draw for this because there's no Soul Core on it.
Nope. He does have something in hand. He's got some kind of magic card in hand.
Yep.
Can't see what it is. Choosing just to give up the life here. And this is easier to do when you've got Blessed coming. Now, this is the awkward one because, of course, Ice Shield is played by Long. Goes down to 1 life remaining. Very, very close, but not done yet. Does actually top deck the Hippocampo here, which is very nice. But we need to figure out what has R2 actually played in that burst. Also important to note, Long does not have a Nexus down. So we do, now we do actually have, it looks like an Exhaust Nexus in hand, and we've got an Alice, and we've got a Hippocampo. So it really depends what is down for R2 there. Is it? Now he does play the Phantasmal Paradise, then plays a Hippocampo, which draws a card because of the Nexus, which is actually a Dual Eagle. If you are willing to commit a couple of calls, you could do this. Chooses not to in the end. Oh, and actually puts the extra cores on Phantasmal Paradise to activate the level 2 skill that gives your Fabled Beast Spirits an extra 1,000 power. That's your Hippocampo and your Dual Eagle.
That's a pretty... Oh, well, no. Move those off there now, but yeah.
Well, they did for a minute, all right?
Yeah.
It was there for a second.
It was there for a minute, but it's a good move. Good to keep them there until you decided what you want to do with them.
But to be fair, putting the cores on there's only a couple of Fabled Beasts on the board. The cores do pretty much as much when they're on there and also give protection from core removal. So
absolutely.
I get that. So Long, just very, very meticulous play here. This is really important. Actually realizing the Hippocampo can just attack as is. It doesn't need the power boost. Is this going to go through? Is it going to put R2 down to 1 life?
Swinging in for 2.
It does feel like we're very close to the end of this game, one way or the other.
Yep.
He's got something. What's he going to be playing here?
Yeah, he doesn't want that Hippocampo to...
Oh, it's a core theft.
Yep.
But he doesn't have that many cards in hand.
Only 2. Choosing to get rid of that Hippocampo. He'd rather Long go up to 2 life here.
Now, remember, he's still got Blessed on the Dual Eagle. That is still absolutely an option.
Yep.
So both players running quite thin on cards here. Neither player having a Nexus down to draw cards. The Dragonaga Assassin is on the board for R2 here. Now, we see the way we're turning it. It's quite... There's no calls in the reserve. You'd have to take calls off of your spirits here. 2 on each Dragonaga, 1 on the Beldegor. It was an Ice Shield all along.
Yeah.
So, loses a life, gets 1 back, but the Bless does at least give Long a core there in his life. So we're back to 2 life each. This is nervy. We've seen a lot of these games on the Top Cut of the Pro Tour this weekend, Taj, where it's lots of, well, I'm going to do a little bit of this, then you're going to do that. We see Fawn Prison actually getting both the Alice there, exhausted, and now just attacking a bunch, but Long's got something. Oh, it's a Fawn Prison of his own. So it seems like we're going to potentially lose 1 life there, but only 1. Oh, and now we're back to Long, but R2 did put a burst down. We've seen his cards coming out in multiples of the Dragonaga Assassin and the Beldegor. Could we see a multiple of Ice Shield here? Yeah. Have we got another one of those down in the burst? That will be huge. We see a third Alice coming down here, and this is very important because now there's 4 spirits on the board, so Alice's skill will lower by 4k, and the assassins are both on 4k. Beldegor is on 4k. Everything on the board has got 4k, so potentially those 3 Alice can get rid of all 3 of those spirits.
Yep.
Unless it's an Ice Shield.
Ice Shield, there we go.
Now, the good news is, can at least... Yeah. Oh, never mind. We tried letting them know. We went with the Eagle first.
Yep.
Just to get their life back.
And again, I think that's smart play, you know, because you don't... Because go with the Eagle, see how R2 responds. If he does have a Thorn Prison, he can possibly tap down 2 of the Alices, not 3. Didn't. So now there are 3 blockers out there, all with all 7,000 blockers there alongside of the board.
I know, but 2 of the things that R2 may attack with have Curse.
Yeah.
Which is not good. You do not want to be using your Alice to block a free cost assassin that's got Curse.
That's true.
You really don't want to be doing that. Now, it might come down to it.
Yep.
Might be your only option. It is not what you want to do. Oh, there is at least an Exhaust Nexus in hand, though.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, we do have an Exhaust Nexus. That is an option here.
Decides to block with the Alice.
Yeah, bumps everything down.
And uses Alice's ability.
Yeah, to keep it on the field with a core on.
Yep.
So maybe you do want to block with Alice, actually.
You're getting extra cores. Yeah, you're getting extra cores from the Void.
Okay, I'll take it back. You do want to block with Alice. I've been corrected. I feel okay with this.
Yeah.
We see Thorn Prison on both sides of the board here. So, yeah, lots of Thorn Prison coming down. Now we're back over to Long. He's got 4 spirits. Both of those Alice can potentially get something gone. Are we going to... We've seen 2 Ice Shield come out already, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Is that a 3rd Ice Shield?
Could be. R2's been drawing into some really good cards at the right
R2's
time.
been getting these multiples very nicely in this game and is helping him out massively. If that is an Ice Shield, that will be the 3rd Ice Shield already in the game, which will be a huge advantage. So, here's the attack with Dual Eagle. It is an Ice Shield.
It is.
He's hit 3 of them already, and you've got to think he's not been able to find the 4th. He's not even got that much draw this game.
This is going to be down to the wire. And, well, this is pretty, I think, R2, yeah, I was going to say.
There's some good draw. That Star Blessed draw is going to get you a couple of cards. I keep thinking the game's about to end. We're not there yet.
I was about to say R2 really did need to get some resource into hand because I only had 2 cards in hand after using that. Well, 3 cards before that Sunblessed draw. So using that and paying the costs. Got another Spirit down now.
So there comes the Dragonaga Assassin. Now here you can block with Alice because you've got the cores on, so all you do is gain yourself a core, and the Assassin does go away, and you've got enough blockers here to kind of work with. Yeah. That's one thing Long has been able to do over the past couple of turns, build up a decent board. You can even use Avatar here to block, and then it's going to be destroyed, and you get yourself a 2-cost Spirit back, which, honestly, I'm totally okay with, because you're going to go and get something like a Freestall, maybe. Yes, my boy. That is what I would have gone for. That is what we see Long going for as well. So, Long has been able to keep a bunch of spirits on the board. Right, there is no absolute Ice Shield down. 3 have been used and gone into the trash.
Oh, I'm really worried for R2 here. I don't think R2's been really lucky with card draw. Can that continue? 3 cards in hand. What's the response going to be here now?
He needs something. Even suppression won't actually be that good because you've got some creatures like Alice that will at least match it.
Yeah.
And there are 3 Alice on the board. You've got to think that the Alice are going to take out those 2 creatures on the board as they attack. Now we're moving the cores around here just to protect against any core shenanigans that might be going on from R2's side of the board. We have seen many shenanigans from R2's side of the board. He's playing purple. But now we've got a Blessed Cathedral. We've got a Freestall. We've got a Phantasmal Paradise. There is actually now quite a bit of draw here.
Yeah.
So if Long does start losing spirits, he's going to lose some draw. He's going to gain some cards. There goes the worker Ant-Man going away.
There
And
you
that is a
go.
concession.
Yep.
And Long is your Utrecht Pro Tour champion with yellow. And who saw that coming before the event?
No way did we see that. I did not expect that when we came into this weekend, but Long has proven everyone wrong, coming in with this amazing yellow deck. Absolutely fantastic finish from Long there. Very strong finish.
And as a fun little side note, we saw Long on stream once yesterday, and he was defeated. His only loss of the day was on stream. And then he came back today, and he's like, top 8 on stream, won it, mate. Top 4 on stream, won it, mate. Final of the Pro Tour on stream, yeah, mate, I won that too. And that is fantastic. And one of the things I love, I do a lot of card game tournaments. Did you know, Taj? I'm talking about card games a lot. And one of the things I love is everybody being proven wrong, including myself.
Yep.
Coming into this tournament, we're talking about purple dominating the meta. We're talking about red potentially still being good. We're talking about, you know, white maybe with Axe Biter, who knows, but purple's dominating the conversation.
Yep.
What do we see winning the entire thing? Yellow.
Yeah.
Alice, God Beast, Freestall. I mean, all my old friends, they're all back. And they're winning a Pro Tour.
Yeah, and this just goes to show, you know, you can never predict it right, and it's all down to the player luck of the draw as well. R2 was really getting some good luck in that hand. I was like, oh my God, how on earth the gods are on his side here, getting the cards that he needs to be able to counter what Long was doing. But you know what? It still wasn't enough. Long just had the answers. And this deck was really consistent.
And one of the things that really, really impressed me with R2 over that entire series was he just played what he had.
Yeah.
In game 2, he went kind of aggro Hippocampo. He only plays 2 Hippocampo in his deck. That is not a main strategy that he's going for. But you know what? I ended up with these 2 in my hand early doors. Let's go double Hippocampo. And it worked really nicely. Yeah. In the last game, he's got the Assassins and the Beldegor. So all of a sudden, that's what he's rolling with. And he did a very good job with it. But we saw, and even in that last game where Long didn't have much draw, which is what you're looking for. You want the draw. He didn't have much draw, but he still managed to navigate around. And once again, we saw what we've seen Long been doing all tournament so far, waiting until that one turn where he goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure my opponent's out of resources now. And then we see the explosion on the board.
Yeah.
And just beautifully played by both players. I think R2 played phenomenally.
Yep. I
think he would have been a worthy champion. And I think he gave a great account of himself, having already taken down big tournaments in the past.
Yep.
But I also think that in that, I just think Long was just not going to be denied today.
Yeah.
We've watched all of his games all day, and I think that Long was just going to win this tournament at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think
he had the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Long deserves to be a champion. So, you know, it's good to have that Pro Tour champion. Amazing accolade to have $25,000 isn't too bad either, is it, Ross? You know,
no, frankly.
Yeah, exactly. So fantastic win for Long there. Amazingly consistent deck throughout the tournament. Obviously, the only one lost yesterday that we saw on stream. But yeah, really, really good work over the weekend.
Yeah, great work. 6-1 yesterday, undefeated today. Well, we have a champion, so we should probably have a quick interview with our champion, and I imagine they're probably feeling pretty good about this. So let's see if we can track down our champion to have a quick chat. We'll be back in a few seconds' time.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Stop me if you've heard this one before. I'm here with Long Dao after a thrilling victory for the third time today, but this was the most important one. You are the Pro Tour champion. That's good, right?
Yeah, crazy game. Crazy game.
That was a crazy game. You didn't get your Nexuses in game 3.
No, I didn't.
And in game 1, your opponent had Feral Slash 3 times really quickly.
It was crazy. Like
Your Nexuses weren't staying out, and you still won the game.
Yeah, Alice.
Alice was pretty good for you. Yeah, she put in the work there. I mean, how nerve-wracking was it? You know, the prizes for this tournament are very big. Pro Tour champions are a very big deal. Do you think that affected you at all, or were you just like, this is another game?
Of course, it's not another game. It's like so much money on the line. But yeah, I'm playing cards for long, so I'm kind of used to it.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
That sounds pretty good. I mean, we've got BSSO 3 coming in soon. Are you sticking with yellow, or have you not even thought about that yet? You're just enjoying yellow?
I haven't thought about it. So next week, another tournament with the next set. Let's see what I can cook.
Are you playing next week?
Yeah.
Oh, you realize next week, you're going to be the target, right? Everyone's going to be like, I need to beat the Pro Tour champion.
It's fine.
Probably feels pretty good today. Well, congratulations.
Thank
that
you
was
so
a
much.
fantastic win. You played brilliantly on stream all weekend. So I'm going to let you go and enjoy your win.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And that's unfortunately all the Battle Spirit Saga we've got for this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It's been awesome. We've had a lot of fun, but there's always going to be more Battle Spirit Saga. So look after yourselves till next time. Thanks for watching.
The dawn of a new era of trading card games. The time has come for Battle Spirit Saga. '23 World Championship. Who will be the winners? Total prize pool, $1 million. Battle Spirit Saga. Booster pack and starter decks now on sale. Don't miss your chance.